Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. The next day, Edward went to the ribbon-cutting ceremony with a rather strange expression on his face. Yesterday, he had played around with Tommy for a while. Of course, it wasn't anything indecent, but rather an experiment to experience some of Tommy's unique abilities. He had to admit, although Tommy was indeed beautiful, the terrifying abilities she carried from Junji Ito's stories were truly something else. What was supposed to be a well-designed haunted house had, after being tossed about by Tommy, turned into something resembling a massive horror-themed amusement park. Edward hadn't tried much yesterday, only a few of the features. He had tested the hanging balloons and cave call. When he tried cave call, he immediately remembered where it came from, because he realized he had seen this story before. It was about strange fissures appearing on the face of a cliff, shaped exactly like human silhouettes. What was bizarre was that each fissure perfectly matched the outline of a specific person. Once the person saw their hole, they would feel as if the crevice was calling out to them, drawing them in like a spell. Compelled beyond reason, they would strip off their clothes and walk into the hole, never to return. The setting explained that this was once an ancient form of punishment. Prisoners forced into the holes could never retreat. They could only keep walking forward endlessly, while the crevices twisted tighter and narrower. Their bodies would be stretched longer and longer, distorted like clay until they lost all semblance of humanity. Edward had tried it for a short while yesterday. But after only a little while, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked Tommy to pull him out. There was no helping it, that environment was far too oppressive. The only light was a distant glow marking the exit, but the entire process was suffused with nothing but despair. On top of that, the sensation of one's body constantly grinding against the rough stone walls was extremely unpleasant. At this point, Edward was no longer worried about whether his haunted house could attract customers. His only real concern was whether Tommy might end up terrifying the guests to death. Still, the good news was that although these attractions were extremely frightening, the safety guarantees were firmly in place. Tommy herself had quickly gotten along with Miss Magius and the other ghost types. Edward wasn't sure what she had done, but somehow, Miss Magius and Tommy had become so close they were practically putting their arms around each other's shoulders like old friends. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Edward didn't linger. He left soon after. He still had to go back and prepare for the upcoming filming of The Truman Show. Meanwhile, the amusement park officially opened its doors. As it turned out, Edward had only just left when the first visitors arrived. And not just any visitors, two of the most talked-about figures in the region. "Stephen, you dragged me out here just to play at this?" Wallace's face twisted into an odd expression as he looked at his friend. Stephen laughed smugly. "This is my younger brother's amusement park. As his big brother, of course I have to come and show support." He grinned with both happiness and pride. Wallace could only pinch the bridge of his nose in resignation, though he didn't argue. He knew Stephen's personality well enough. Seeing how genuinely happy Stephen was, he understood that his friend was sincerely proud of his younger brother. Curious, Wallace glanced around the entrance of the park. He knew a little about Stephen's younger brother, Edward. After all, in Hoenn, Edward was already a fairly well-known figure. Many of the Elite Four, and even several gym leaders, wanted the chance to spar with him. Because insiders of the league all knew one thing, Edward possessed one of Hoenn's legendary trinity, Groudon. A legendary Pokémon. For most people, the chance to battle one was nearly impossible. Many trainers lived their entire lives without ever seeing a legendary in person, let alone fighting one. Even Wallace, and even his own teacher, were deeply curious about Edward because of this. But there was no helping it. Edward had no interest in the path of a Pokémon trainer. Groudon simply slept peacefully at his belt, snoring away. On top of that, Edward was the second son of the influential Stone family and heir to the Devon Corporation, with Stephen as his elder brother. Since Edward had no desire to battle, who would dare force him? And of course, there were his movies, each one scarier than the last. But we're the first ones here, right? Wallace looked at the empty ticket booth. That's right, Steven said, smiling broadly. But later, don't forget to snap some photos and videos to help promote my brother's park. Wallace's mouth twitched. He knew it. Steven's true motive was dragging him here to act as free advertising. Still, Wallace didn't argue. He and Steven had a close relationship, and he didn't mind. The two approached the ticket booth. A sign listed the entrance fee, along with other charges, including a park-wide pass. Though pricey, it allowed unlimited access to all attractions, making it an excellent deal. Naturally, Steven and Wallace weren't short on money, so they purchased the full passes. As soon as they placed their payment on the counter, a drawer opened by itself, and the money floated into their hands. Interesting. All Ghost-type Pokémon staff. Wallace chuckled. Of course, he could tell how it was being done. Steven, however, wasn't surprised at all. He knew his younger brother had a fondness for ghost types, just as he himself loved steel types. Hiring a whole staff of ghost Pokémon seemed completely normal to him. So, Wallace, which one should we try first? Steven asked, curious as he surveyed the park. The place felt strangely empty. Well, perhaps not exactly empty. There were plenty of mascot-like figures working, and cheerful music was playing, but without any other visitors around, the atmosphere came across as oddly eerie. Obviously the roller coaster, Wallace replied casually. The quality of a theme park can usually be judged by its roller coaster. Wallace was familiar with amusement parks. He had visited many in the past, though most often water parks. But water parks had their hygiene issues, so eventually he stopped going as much. Steven's interest was piqued. He eagerly dragged Wallace along to try the ride, and afterward they both posted photos online. Almost instantly, the images attracted swarms of fans, and the amusement park quickly became lively. As the reigning champion of Hoenn, Steven's popularity was immense. Wallace, as the master of the Pokémon contest circuit, was just as famous. With both of them publicizing their visit, the previously empty park was soon overflowing with people. Steven happily signed autographs for fans, while Wallace signed reluctantly at his side. He hadn't intended to post so quickly, but Steven had been too eager to help promote Edward's park. The moment they finished the ride, Steven had uploaded the photos, and everything spiraled from there. After signing for a while, the two skillfully switched into disguises. They were well accustomed to handling situations like this. Let's finish with the haunted house, Wallace suggested calmly, pointing at the park map. It has the highest recommendation rating. The park itself was impressive, but in Wallace's experienced eyes, it was only at the level of a high-quality amusement park. He could tell Edward had spent lavishly on it, but it lacked a unique standout feature that would truly make it shine. The ghost Pokémon staff were interesting, but not enough. Sounds good. After this, I'll head back. Steven nodded, and together they stepped inside the haunted house. They had barely entered when a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before them. She greeted them with a charming smile, her every movement dripping with allure. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye only added to her irresistible charm. Even Wallace, someone used to being admired by countless women, was momentarily stunned. "Welcome, dear guests, to the haunted house," the woman said with a gentle smile. "I am the manager here. You may call me Tommy." She relished their penetrating gazes, but what excited her even more was the strength radiating from the two men. They looked powerful. Surely they would last for a long time, right? No. The boss had said she couldn't harm the customers. Tommy sighed inwardly. How boring. She couldn't watch men fight to the death over her. Still, at least she had plenty of other toys to play with. So, what's the most fun attraction? Steven asked curiously, though a little puzzled about why his younger brother had hired live actors. Wallace, meanwhile, touched his face awkwardly. This was the first time he had ever seen such a breathtaking woman beauty that seemed to steal the soul. "I recommend the hanging balloon," Tommy said with a smile. Without thinking too much, the two handed over their passes and entered. As they stepped into the room labeled Hanging Balloon, both froze in surprise. Houses? An entire town? How did your brother pull this off? Wallace asked in astonishment. Outside the window stretched a sprawling, silent town, unnervingly still. I have no idea. But how exactly do you play this balloon thing? Stephen asked, glancing around with curiosity. He wasn't too worried, he just wanted to clear the attraction quickly and return to his beloved rocks. Suddenly, the television switched from a cartoon to breaking news. Urgent bulletin. Citizens, please be advised, our city is experiencing a crisis. Numerous human-faced balloons are drifting in the sky. The anchor's terrified expression filled the screen. Wallace stroked his chin. A bit of background setup, interesting. Sure enough, they soon saw the floating heads outside. Neither took them seriously. After all, this was just a haunted house. When their own faces appeared drifting toward them, Stephen and Wallace even joked about whose likeness looked better and how much money had been spent. Until a rope slipped in through the open window. It looped around their necks before they had time to react. In an instant, both men were hoisted into the air. The moment their feet left the ground, sharp pain shot through their necks. The next second, their bodies went limp. Their heads simply couldn't bear the weight of their bodies, spines snapped. With their spines severed, they couldn't move at all. Huff, huff. Suddenly, Stephen and Wallace gasped awake, clutching their necks as they sat up from the floor. Their necks were whole. They were alive. Looking around, they realized they were lying inside the haunted house's rest area. What just happened? Wallace muttered in disbelief. The sensation of death had been too vivid, it was as though he had truly died. Yet here he was. I don't know either. Stephen rubbed his neck, even swallowing experimentally. He was still alive. He had no idea how his younger brother had pulled this off. Wallace's eyes then landed on an electronic display nearby. The hanging balloon. Number of clears, 0. Number of failures, 4. Failed participants may opt to commission a personalized balloon model. Future players will encounter these as hidden Easter eggs. There's a clearing system? Wallace was dumbfounded. He hadn't even gotten started before being killed. It was outrageous. Haha, that's interesting. I'm going to apply for one, Stephen said cheerfully. Wallace was speechless, but followed along. Yet deep down, Wallace was unwilling to accept it. He was certain he couldn't have died so cheaply. The game had cheated, ambushing him without warning. He pulled Stephen back to try again. This time, however, Tommy informed them the all-access pass only allowed one haunted house run. To play again, they'd need to buy fresh tickets. Wallace didn't hesitate to pay. Stephen, though helpless, followed his lead. He knew Wallace's personality, competitive, always striving to win. But when he truly lost, he could also accept defeat with grace. It was part of his undeniable charm. 5 minutes later, the two once again sat in the haunted house's rest area, joined this time by several other failures. How do you beat this balloon thing? You can't fight it and you can't dodge it. Wallace was frustrated. He had tried stabbing the balloons with a kitchen knife, but they dodged. When he finally punctured one, his own face deflated, his entire body collapsing as though his blood had been drained. The feeling was unbearable. Don't worry about it. We can always come back another time, Stephen said casually. He wasn't invested, rocks were more his passion. Just as they prepared to leave, Tommy recommended Cave Call. Hearing the name, Stephen's interest was piqued. He dragged Wallace to try it, only for both of them to end up in the rest area again. This time, Wallace arrived first, with Stephen following 5 minutes later. I'm done, Wallace said flatly. This game was pure torture. Nothing but walking endlessly down a single narrowing path, no way out, no use of Pokémon. It was suffocatingly oppressive. He glanced at the electronic display. Cave Call. Number of clears, 0. Fastest clear time, none. Number of failures, 13 ***. Great. Now it was a speedrun challenge? Let's go, Stephen said quietly. He did enjoy exploring caves, but not this kind. These passages offered no retreat, no Pokémon, nothing but confinement. The oppressive claustrophobia was enough to make even him shiver. HM? You're saying that on the very first day of opening, the amusement park sold that many tickets? And it even brought in $3 million in profit. Edward looked at Zoroark with some surprise. At the moment, he was tidying things up in his office. He had planned to head out today to take a look at the set arrangements and also to discuss the script with Jim. But he hadn't expected Zoroark to suddenly bring in such an explosive piece of news. Yes, boss. But the analysts believe the surge might have been influenced by your brother, Stephen. After all, Champion Stephen even brought Wallace along with him. Zoroark spoke with a smile, and Edward immediately understood. No wonder. His own Ghost amusement park was indeed having its grand opening, and they had launched some half-price ticket promotions. Still, that alone shouldn't have drawn such a massive crowd on the first day. Originally, he had intended this campaign to run for 3 or even 7 days, slowly building word of mouth through time. But unexpectedly, his older brother had shown up, and not alone, he had brought Wallace with him. Within the Hoenn Pokémon League, the most beloved gym leader was Wallace. His popularity was no less than Stephen's, and in the future, he would even succeed Stephen as champion. Handsome, stylish, and powerful, a man who combined strength with elegance. With the two of them showing up together, it was perfectly reasonable that the amusement park would blow up in popularity overnight. Thinking of this, a faint smile curved Edward's lips. When his brother's birthday came around, he decided he would give him a very special gift. Since his brother loved stones so much, only some rare and unusual rock might truly catch his interest. With that in mind, Edward realized he would need to start searching for unique stones. The problem was, when it came to rock hunting, he wasn't all that confident. It looked like he would need to keep his eyes open in the coming days, just in case he stumbled upon something interesting. How about the haunted house? How are the reactions there? Edward suddenly remembered another matter. In this amusement park, all the employees were ghosts, no living staff at all, except for Kawakami Tomi. But Tomi's situation was special. She was an evil spirit, so she didn't count as a living person either. He wondered if the visitors would discover this little Easter egg. He had asked Tomi about it before. She told him that although she had no desire to personally act inside the haunted house, if some lustful fool tried to lay hands on her, she wouldn't mind giving them a unique experience. As for what Tomi's playstyle would be, Edward hadn't asked in detail, but he could more or less guess. Tomi was a master of seduction, of sowing discord and luring people to obsession, even to the point of committing crimes for her sake. Most people simply couldn't escape the peculiar charm she exuded. One could say it was Tomi's most terrifying special ability. This made Edward recall something from his previous life. Back then, Tomi had been adapted into films as well. But those movies were notoriously difficult to make well. He remembered one in particular, titled Tomi, Unlimited. His lasting impression was simply that the actress playing Tomi had indeed been stunningly beautiful. Other than that, the movie had been difficult to understand. He only figured out the story after reading reviews and analyses afterward. I just hope there won't be any unlucky idiots this time. Edward yawned. Tomi might look delicate and beautiful, a fragile woman seemingly incapable of harming a chicken, but Edward knew full well how troublesome she really was. At present, there wasn't even a reliable way to permanently kill her. Perhaps cremation might have some effect. Even so, he wasn't overly worried. As an employee of the haunted house, Tomi was bound by rules. She couldn't truly harm humans. Otherwise, Edward suspected they would have been forced to shut down on opening day. After all, things like floating human head balloons were already more than enough to terrify masses of visitors to death. Edward himself would barely be able to withstand it. Thankfully, the system's summoning had placed restrictions on Tomi, ensuring she couldn't actually hurt anyone. Without those safeguards, Edward would never have dared to employ her. How's the set preparation coming along? Edward turned to ask Zoroark. They were about to start shooting another film, and sometimes even Edward himself was shocked by his own work ethic. As a director, to be this prolific, it was absurd. Back in the old days, directors who churned out projects at this pace were usually either being threatened by gangsters or drowning in debt. Take the famous Hollywood actor Nicolas Cage, for example. Because of his debts, he had acted in countless films, many of them bad, and was even nicknamed the King of B-movies. Although he later starred in some excellent works, the reputation from that mountain of trash films was not easy to overturn. All preparations are complete, boss. The cast is ready too. But this time, there are a lot of advertisers. Zoroark hesitated. It was the first time it had seen so many sponsors tied to one of Edward's films. Previously, even shows like Sherlock Holmes hadn't had that much commercial placement. But now, The Truman Show had set a new precedent in Edward's career, breaking the recode for the most advertisers crammed into one of his productions. It's fine. The sponsorship money can all be used to help more people. Edward remained calm. When he first decided to shoot The Truman Show, he had already resolved to embrace product placement aggressively. The more, the better. That way, he could gather massive sponsorship funds and funnel them into good causes. And in practice, it really worked out. On the back of his film's reputation and success, Edward had gained enormous resources. Advertising fees alone had brought in a staggering $300 million. After taxes, Edward donated every last cent to the Prayer Wall Foundation. Code had been so delighted that he called Edward and spoke with him for a long time. Through that, Edward also gained deeper insight into how the foundation was doing. After moving them into new office facilities, their work efficiency had risen dramatically. With the higher wages Edward provided, employee turnover had dropped significantly. Of course, the influx of applicants remained high, but that was largely because the foundation itself was expanding. Code's current plan was to set up sub-branches across every region of the league. This way, staff wouldn't constantly have to travel for work, operations could be standardized, and more people could be reached with help. Edward fully supported the idea. But naturally, it meant greater expenses. Whether opening new branches or hiring more employees, it required enormous financial input, a troublesome but necessary investment. Meanwhile, donations from society at large hadn't increased much yet. Most contributions still came from Hoenn. Edward guessed this was because the foundation's primary focus was still helping people in Hoenn, so outsiders weren't as eager to donate. Once the new branches opened in other regions, though, he believed donations would follow. After all, the Prayer Wall Foundation had an excellent reputation online. They were genuinely doing good work, and their financial reports were transparent and public. When their reach expanded, people in other regions would surely feel more inclined to contribute. In any case, the Prayer Wall Foundation was already helping more and more people, and the internet's evaluation of them was overwhelmingly positive. This, too, was part of Edward's achievements. I almost feel like I've become Code's employee now. Edward muttered as he sat in the car, gazing out the window. At one intersection, he caught sight of two people, a man and a woman, kneeling on the roadside, looking exhausted, holding signs. Behind them lay a person on the ground. But the car had already driven past, so he didn't catch the details. Even so, he could guess what was written on those signs. He shook his head. So be it, working for Code or not. Even if he himself couldn't save up much money, at least more lives were being saved. Not long after, Zoroark brought Edward to the film set. Since The Truman Show required outdoor scenes, it was impossible to cordon off entire districts as filming sites. So, for the gathering point, Edward had chosen Truman's house itself, a property that actually belonged to him, but that he had never lived in. Using it now as a film set was surprisingly convenient. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he saw Jim Carrey. The actor was sitting inside on a chair, staring into space. But when he noticed Edward's arrival, he quickly waved, smiling happily. Edward returned the smile and waved back. "Mr. Carey, how come you're here so early today?" Edward asked, surprised. He hadn't even arrived at the agreed meeting time yet. He'd only come ahead of schedule because there was nothing pressing left at the office. Better to show up early and take care of paperwork on set. But apparently, Jim had beaten him to it. "I was too excited, so I wanted to come early and get used to the atmosphere. After all, Truman has lived here for so many years. By rights, he should be intimately familiar with every detail of his home." Jim smiled. A few days without seeing him, and Edward noticed he now had a bit of stubble, which made him look more mature. Edward fell silent. This world's Jim was exactly the same as the one from his past life, the same acting style, even the same struggle with depression. Perhaps this was a burden carried by all great comedy masters. Life, after all, was rarely as cheerful as their art. Mr. Carey, I saw in one of your past interviews that you mentioned depression. Why is that? Edward couldn't help but ask. Right now, no one else was around. Zoroark was outside on a call, handling production matters, so Edward took the chance to chat. Yes, I've struggled with depression. Every time I film, I'm constantly thinking about how to make the audience laugh harder. But as movies pile up, routines get reused. Coming up with fresh jokes becomes harder and harder. Jim smiled wryly. Edward nodded in understanding. That made sense. If Jim had been a mediocre actor with no ambition, he wouldn't have faced such pain. But because he was an actor with high standards, someone who wanted to keep bringing joy to others, he had pushed himself into depression. When I first read the script for The Truman Show, I felt it was speaking directly to me, or rather, to every actor. Jim sighed softly. Looking at Truman, he saw himself. Truman lived trapped in a false reality, his everyday a performance. And Jim himself, though living in the real world, was always acting too, every move scrutinized, every word dissected. Fame brought constant media intrusion, even harassment of his family. And the public demanded he be funny even off-screen, always armed with gags. It was exhausting. Before Edward could reply, the crew arrived. So he gave up on continuing the conversation, smiled politely to Jim, and returned to his car to finalize some script adjustments. Jim didn't act haughty. He stood, glanced at the busy crew members who greeted him warmly, then turned toward Edward and the waiting camera equipment. For a moment, his gaze turned distant. He was Jim. He had carried many names, many roles. But at the core, he was still himself. After a lifetime of playing others, it was finally time to play himself. The Truman Show. He inhaled deeply. The smile on his face became more natural. His whole body relaxed. This time, he didn't need to force himself to think about how to make others laugh. He didn't need to calculate the perfect performance. He only had to be himself. Meanwhile, on the internet, discussion around the Grudge suddenly reignited. Full plot breakdown of the Grudge, detailed analysis, and future storyline speculation. I found the actual house from the Grudge. Damn, it looks terrifying just standing there. One after another, these posts pushed the horror film back into the trending charts. Many netizens were left baffled. Sure, The Grudge was popular, but no film stayed hot forever. With so much fresh news online daily, trends usually died down quickly. So why the sudden resurgence? The answer came soon enough. Filial siblings attempt double suicide in mental hospital, leave behind bloody letter accusing director Edward. What's the real story? This headline rocketed straight to the #1 spot on the trending list. Attached was a lengthy letter, scrawled in blood, accusing Edward of using malicious spirits to harm people. It was written by the Richirimi siblings. They had even sketched a crude drawing of Kayako. The sight of it sent chills down people's spines. How on earth did this mess flare up again? Weren't those two siblings already sent off to the psychiatric hospital? Edward sat in his director's chair, frowning in confusion as he scrolled through his phone. He honestly hadn't expected this troublesome incident to resurface after such a long time. He had long since stopped paying attention to those siblings. Even the cursed doll he had left with a single use remaining was tucked away at home, untouched. Boss, this whole thing blew up very suddenly. The PR department suspects someone paid to push it, Zoroark reported while standing by his side. Edward narrowed his eyes slightly. That explanation made sense. The internet has a memory, yes, but generally, it's not a very reliable one. Ever since Richie and Remy went mad and were committed to the asylum, netizens had spat once or twice in disdain, muttered, "serves them right," and then quickly lost interest. Now, for the matter to suddenly surge back into the spotlight was indeed strange. If someone hadn't bought traffic, Edward would never believe it. Then leave it to the PR department, Edward said calmly. Zoroark took note of it. In truth, it had only brought the matter up so Edward would be aware. Whether he said anything or not, The case would end up in the hands of PR anyway. Ghost Film's public relations team had grown increasingly professional. Handling minor flare-ups like this was no problem at all. By the way, how's the arrangement for those siblings' father? Edward suddenly recalled. He had ordered people to deal with Richie and Remy, the so-called filial children, but at the same time, he had instructed that their father be taken care of. Hearing this, Zoroark produced a file and handed it to him. Flipping through it, Edward found that the arrangements were quite sound. The old man was living comfortably in a nursing home. At first, he had worried deeply after hearing his children had gone insane. But once he came to terms with it, he simply started playing chess with the other residents, his mind at ease. Satisfied that everything was in order, Edward dismissed the matter from his thoughts. Filming preparations were already complete, the actors were in position, and he was ready to begin shooting the Truman Show. "Boss, there's another matter." Zoroark leaned closer again. Edward's mouth twitched. Running One Ghost Films already kept him scrambling. Once he had to take over Devon Corporation as well, how would he manage? Right now, he was counting on Fortune to hurry up and finish his studies so he could return and help shoulder some of the burden. But for now, Fortune was still buried in books, reading endlessly, relentlessly. He had pushed cramming to extremes, studying so intensely he had practically given up on sleep. His advisor had even urged him to rest, warning that too much studying was unhealthy. The thought made Edward laugh. Other students were nagged to study harder, yet Fortune was the one being begged not to overdo it, to take breaks and sleep. "What is it?" Edward asked irritably. Zoroark quickly handed him another file. Edward rubbed his temples in frustration. This woman, she's really that persistent? The documents showed that Jenny Cross was still investigating the case. She had even filed an official request with Ghost Films for assistance, questioned Takako, and come up empty-handed. More recently, she had gone to inspect the filming house for The Grudge, uncovering details eerily similar to what the two siblings had described. "Enough. Don't bring this matter to me again." Edward waved it off. Clearly, Jenny Cross suspected something deeper. But in the Pokémon world, even though ghost types and spirits existed, none of them actually harmed humans. Evil spirits simply didn't exist here. Since the siblings' descriptions matched Kayako from The Grudge perfectly, it was natural that Jenny Cross, with her dogged persistence, would not let it go. Edward felt helpless, but he didn't intend to interfere. No matter what Jenny Cross did, it would be useless. This case was destined to remain an unsolvable mystery. At least Richie and Remy wouldn't actually die at Kayako's hands. "Yes, boss." Zoroark wrote it down, though its expression was odd. Having collected the information itself, it couldn't shake the feeling that this wouldn't end so easily. After all, Jenny Cross was notorious for her persistence and had cracked plenty of cold cases before. With that nuisance brushed aside, Edward turned back to directing the Truman Show. Jim Carrey had already finished makeup and costume and was readying himself. "All right then, filming for the Truman Show begins." Hello everyone, I'm a new uploader on PokePokeF. You can call me Detail Geek. This time, the movie we'll be analyzing is the world-renowned horror film The Grudge. I believe many found it chaotic, hard to follow, but that doesn't diminish the fact that The Grudge is a masterpiece. After watching it 3 times carefully, I finally managed to straighten out the tangled timeline. Joseph leaned back on his sofa, setting his phone upright to watch the video while eating. Beside him, his secretary Kennedy sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "President, you have other business this afternoon. Shouldn't you review the documents?" Kennedy urged. Joseph immediately rolled his eyes. Kennedy didn't take offense. Their relationship was close enough that such casual gestures weren't considered rude. "What's there to review? I'm watching creators. And besides, this is my son's movie. Why shouldn't I watch it?" Joseph said self-righteously. Kennedy's mouth twitched, but he went back to his work. Grinning smugly, Joseph focused on his phone. He had long known about Edward's movies. After all, Edward was his son, so of course he paid attention. But The Grudge had been far too terrifying for him. He had bolted as soon as the jawless girl turned her head. The regret was that he had never finished the film. Now, watching this analysis was the perfect substitute. Let's begin from the very start. When Kayako Kawamoto was young, she was subjected to abuse from her mother. Later, in college, she fell in love with her classmate Shunsuke Kobayashi but never confessed. After Kobayashi got a girlfriend, Kayako started stalking him, even hiding under his bed to eavesdrop. After graduation, Kayako moved on and married Takeo Seki, with whom she had a son, Toshio. But she named Toshio after Shunsuke, which later led to tragedy. Honestly, Shunsuke Kobayashi is the unluckiest character in the whole film. None of this had much to do with him, yet he lost his wife, his daughter, and eventually his life at Kayako's hands. Joseph stuffed his mouth with rice, fascinated. This uploader really had talent. They noticed countless details and explained them logically, helping him finally understand the movie. People said my son's film was confusing nonsense. Clearly, they just didn't get it, Joseph said proudly. Kennedy remained silent, focusing on his paperwork. He had seen The Grudge and thought it excellent, terrifying, yes, but that was the essence of horror. While Takeo's death felt like karmic retribution, Kobayashi and the later victims were pitifully innocent. Kayako's killings were utterly unreasonable. Yet the fractured, non-linear storytelling gave the film a unique appeal. Despite his fear, Kennedy had watched to the end, and the sense of release afterwards was strangely addictive. Takeo Seki discovered he was infertile and suspected Toshio wasn't his son. Had he just done a paternity test, none of this would have happened. Afterwards, Takeo killed Kayako. Toshio vanished. Teacher Kobayashi, concerned that Toshio hadn't attended school for a long time, made a home visit. Meanwhile, Takeo tracked Kobayashi down through Kayako's diary, murdering his wife brutally. Kobayashi himself later died under the Grudge's curse, followed by the misfortunes of the Tokunaga family. In summary, director Edward did tell a complete story. It was fragmented in editing, yes, but in my view, that made it even more compelling. Kayako's mystery remained intact, and her stair-crawling scene became one of the most iconic moments in the history of Pokémon horror cinema. Director Edward is truly a rising star in the horror genre. Personally, I think his work alone is enough to crown him as one of the great masters of horror. Joseph chuckled gleefully. This uploader was excellent. Without hesitation, he dropped 2 coins in support. He even considered sending money, but the uploader wasn't live streaming. Otherwise, the delighted Joseph wouldn't have minded throwing them a generous tip. The poor uploader had no idea what they had just missed. President, you have a business meeting this afternoon. Do you want a nap first? Kennedy asked softly. Joseph nodded. His meal finished, he shut his eyes to rest while telling Kennedy to quietly boost the video's popularity. He wanted more people to see it and understand how amazing his son was. Edward, of course, had no idea his father was secretly investing in his reputation. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He was busy filming The Truman Show. With seasoned actors on set, shooting progressed smoothly. The only headache was the crowds of overenthusiastic bystanders. Their sheer numbers gave Edward a splitting headache, making on-location filming troublesome. Fortunately, the staff worked diligently, so filming continued. They were now at the scene where Truman notices a stage light fall from the sky and looks around in confusion. Jim, you really want the light dropped from that height? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Edward frowned. Jim, fully immersed, had insisted on realism. His dedication made Edward's scalp tingle. But wouldn't fake props affect the authenticity of the shot? Jim asked, perfectionist as ever. Edward quickly reassured him. With modern prop craftsmanship, creating highly realistic effects was straightforward, costly, yes, but easily achievable. Hearing this, Jim finally relaxed and prepared for filming. Boss, isn't Mr. Carey being too serious? Zoroark muttered. Now serving as assistant director, it was learning filmmaking directly under Edward's guidance. No, he's just excited, Edward replied. He could tell that Jim's intensity came from sheer exhilaration. Scratching his head, Edward couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected Jim Carrey to be this thrilled about the project, But in the end, such passion only strengthened the performance. A director who just joined our company is asking if we have any good scripts. After finishing a long day of filming, Edward ran into Zoroark, who looked a little rushed as it posed this question. Hearing it, Edward fell silent, sinking into thought. At this stage, Edward's Ghost Films productions had more or less entered a stable, professional track. At the very least, all the necessary operations were running properly. Even if he didn't direct a movie himself, there would still be other directors handling productions. The real difficulty lay in the matter of screenwriting. A good screenwriter and a good story were not things that could be obtained easily. Edward knew this very well. In his past life, how many scripts were written every single year? But among the thousands produced, only a tiny handful actually got filmed, and even fewer managed to achieve both popularity and praise. The same rule applied in the Pokémon world. Is Monica available? Edward suddenly thought of the company's first screenwriter, the female writer who had penned A Doll's House. Her talent was solid, and Edward had always held high expectations for her. But after that one work, Monica had not released any new scripts for quite some time. Edward didn't find this strange. After all, just because a writer had written something didn't mean it could be put directly into production. Many stories died before they were ever seen, collapsing halfway through. Edward himself was considered prolific, but that was only because he had the advantage of drawing from the many already well-known films of his previous life. Without that treasure trove, he wouldn't have been able to produce scripts at such speed either. Boss, Miss Monica is currently in seclusion writing. She hasn't left her house for an entire week, Zoroark reported helplessly. Hearing this, Edward's lips twitched. Not leaving home for a whole week? He almost worried Monica might have died alone inside. But he quickly shook the thought away. That was impossible. After all, Monica had Pokémon. If something happened, her Pokémon could easily seek help. In this world, thanks to Pokémon partners, lonely deaths were far less common. Still, given her current state, Monica obviously couldn't take on the role of screenwriter. But this situation sparked a thought in Edward's mind. He had tested before. Movies produced by his company that weren't directly his own work did not contribute to his fear points. But what if he personally wrote a script and let someone else direct it? Would that count? Edward couldn't split himself into multiple people. There were a number of promising horror films he wanted to adapt, but he simply didn't have the time and energy to handle every project himself. Writing a script and letting others direct seemed like a practical solution. I see. I'll just write one myself, Edward finally said, his interest piqued. During his recent shoots, a certain horror film had come to his mind, an unusual, highly controversial one. Over the years, countless people had produced different explanations and interpretations of this film, yet regardless of perspective, its ultimate effect was always the same, an overwhelming sense of despair. Zoroark blinked in surprise at his decision. But since its boss had already made up his mind, it certainly wasn't going to object. With a nod, it quickly jotted the matter down, then hurried away to handle some production arrangements. Then let's go with rule number 1, Edward murmured, tapping his fingers twice against the desk. He rushed back to his home, opened his laptop, and began diligently typing away. Rule number 1. It was a rather unique Hong Kong-style horror film. Slightly niche, perhaps, but not obscure. Enough people had seen it to give it recognition. Its greatest distinction from other horror films lay in its central rule. Rule number 1 of this world is that ghosts do not exist. Lee found his superior odd, but didn't question him. As he continued working, Lee discovered mounting evidence that ghosts did in fact exist. Yet Wang stubbornly repeated, "There are no ghosts in this world." Amidst this, cases of strange girl suicides emerged, dragging Lee and Wang deeper into a tangled web of eerie events. It was then that Lee learned of the terrifying existence known as the possessing ghost. These entities were horrifyingly powerful. If they touched someone, they could instantly take control of that person's body. The victim would then become like a vegetable, empty, gone, while the ghost lived on flawlessly within their shell. Worse still, if the ghost chose not to act, it could continue living life through that body undetected. The only way to destroy such a ghost was to kill the host's body it possessed. Only then would the spirit be trapped in a rotting corpse and perish. The twist? The very murderer Lee had shot, Chanfuk Lai, returned as such a possessing ghost. He slaughtered groups of schoolgirls before tormenting Lee directly, even possessing Lee's unfaithful wife, who had already betrayed him with an affair. Lee resisted as best he could, aided by Wang, but eventually Wang was killed. Lee believed he had finally triumphed, only to be outwitted in the end. Chan succeeded in possessing Lee himself, turning him into a puppet of the dead. The film closed with a chilling image, Lee standing before his superiors, being asked whether ghosts existed. His final words, "There are no ghosts." At first glance, the story seemed simple, but hidden within were layers of bleak implications. First, if possession ghosts had such overwhelming power, how many high-ranking officials, or ordinary people, were already replaced? Just brushing past someone on the street could mean instant possession. The scope was terrifyingly limitless. Second, Lee's shadowy superior. His full face was never shown, only his mouth endlessly chewing food. He, too, carried deep suspicion of being one of the possessed. In the closing shot, his clothes bore a coffee stain. Some analyses suggested this meant Lee had tried to possess his superior to climb higher, but had failed because the superior was already a ghost. It was a world designed to strip away all hope. Humanity's only defense against the supernatural was to kill the possessed, a cruel, stomach-turning rule. No divine powers, no sacred rituals, just cold-blooded execution. Some critics had attempted to explain the story from the "no ghosts exist" perspective, treating it as pure metaphor. But that reading was convoluted, leaving holes and contradictions. Edward preferred the "ghosts are real" approach. When adapting rule number 1, Edward didn't make sweeping changes. He mainly localized the names to fit the Pokémon world and added subtle foreshadowing throughout, heightening the film's oppressive despair. The original had relatively few overt jump scares. Its horror lay in the more you think, the scarier it gets type. Edward was eager to see how audiences in this world would react. But this style really is peculiar. And after I finish The Truman Show, I still have to assist Old Man Kirk with Rear Window. Edward yawned. He genuinely wanted to direct this film himself. In his eyes, rule number 1 wasn't the scariest, but it was fascinating. Its worldview and concept were brilliant. The problem was, he was simply too busy. The Truman Show was still piled on his desk. After wrapping that, he had promised to be deputy director on Kirk's Rear Window, mainly to provide energy for the special camera. Without him, Kirk couldn't operate it at full capacity. Still, Edward was looking forward to working with Kirk. Not only would it help the older director complete his project, but Edward could also learn valuable techniques to refine his own filmmaking craft. For now, though, he had to accept reality. Rule number 1 would have to be handed off to another director. By the time he finished adapting the script, night had already fallen. Stretching his arms, Edward leaned back with satisfaction, then rolled his neck to loosen the stiffness. Around him, the crew had all gone to rest. Outside, the city of Rustboro was lively. Word had spread that Edward was filming here, so many people wandered the streets hoping to catch a lucky break. Some even stood in the middle of the road, singing loudly to attract attention. Edward's mouth twitched. Fame always brought these kinds of problems. Still, his situation wasn't so bad. Thanks to the influence of the Stone family in Hoenn, his home security was strong. He'd heard of other internet stars whose newfound fame led to daily harassment, neighbors demanding loans they never repaid, or insulting them as stingy when refused. Edward, fortunately, didn't face such troubles, which made him feel all the more at ease. "I'll have Zoroark send the script to that director tomorrow," Edward muttered, yawning as he climbed into bed. The weather had turned cold lately. Even though the house was warm, he had developed the habit of going to bed early. With nothing else to do, he opened his phone and chatted idly in a group chat. Sometimes he picked up interesting tidbits from there. Suddenly, a news headline caught his eye. Curious, he tapped it open. Ghost amusement park explodes in popularity. Haunted house becomes a must-play attraction. The amusement park became this popular already? Edward was surprised. In the Pokémon world, amusement parks were everywhere. Usually, for one to rise above the crowd took years of steady development and strong word of mouth. Yet it seemed that with his brother and Wallace's participation, the pace had accelerated dramatically. Stroking his chin, Edward read the article carefully. The haunted house had already become a phenomenon, drawing large crowds. Many visitors, particularly young men, came specifically for it. The interviews made him grimace. I heard the girl working inside is super cute. I want to propose to her. Just seeing Miss Tomie makes the ticket worth it. I buy a ticket every day just to see Miss Tomie again. Is Tomie's charm a little too strong? Edward scratched his head. He knew she was stationed in the haunted house. He had arranged it himself. But he hadn't expected her allure to be so overwhelming. After only 2 days of operation, customers were already visiting daily just for her. Still, he shook his head. He was overthinking. Tomie, while dangerously beautiful, wasn't actually harmful as long as no one provoked her. As long as no fool acted recklessly, the guests were safe. Of course, if someone did cross the line and infuriate her, that was another matter. Hopefully there won't be too many idiots, Edward muttered. He would have to stop by soon to advise Tomie to keep a lower profile. The Grudge, 500,000. 500,000 fear points just from the film being pulled from theaters? Edward looked at the numbers floating before him, his eyes carrying a trace of thought. He had been wondering just how far the Grudge's fear points could go, but he never imagined that by the end it would pile up into a staggering 500,000. That number gave Edward a rather complicated feeling. 500,000 fear points was already incredibly high in his eyes. However, it only granted him 4 lottery draws. Edward couldn't help but think that the system's requirements for future draws would only rise higher and higher. Draw. Edward yawned lazily. Since that first time, he had never pulled again. His plan was to wait until the Grudge went completely off-screen, see how much fear value he had saved, and then enjoy a big spree all at once. Although 4 draws were already available now, it was still far from the 10-in-a-row lottery he had dreamed of. You have obtained Fear Juice Maker. You have obtained Advanced Stage Control. You have obtained Immersive Audio Expert. You have obtained Movie World Travel Voucher X1. Why are the rewards still so strange this time? Edward scratched his head in puzzlement. Of the 4 items, only 2 were immediately understandable to him. The other 2 left him uncertain. Advanced Stage Control enhances your ability to manage and control all details on a filming set. That much, Edward had more or less guessed. As soon as he saw the name, he knew it would be something to boost his filmmaking. But control over all kinds of details on set? That was a phrase he had never heard before, so he wasn't sure exactly how useful it might be. Still, since he would continue shooting The Truman Show later today, he would soon have a chance to test it out. Immersive Audio Expert makes your movie's audio effects more realistic, pulling audiences deeper into the experience. Edward's expression remained calm. This one was also within his expectations, especially since he had already gained a similar ability before, only now it had been upgraded. It was another solid improvement for his films. Of course, with master-level cinematography already in his arsenal, this sound enhancement was simply icing on the cake. Combined with all his other skills, his movies were destined to become more and more terrifying. That thought alone put him in a very good mood. Next, a strangely shaped juicer appeared in his hand. Edward studied it carefully. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary household appliance, plain, unremarkable. If it hadn't been directly summoned out by the system, he would have thought he had picked up his own kitchen's juicer by mistake. Fear Juice Maker. Insert a whole number of fear points to produce fear juice. Drinking it replenishes mental energy and relieves fatigue. If given to Ghost-type Pokémon, every 100 milliliters consumed increases 1 full effort value point. The corner of Edward's mouth twitched. Truly worthy of being a system product, it could even restore mental energy and soothe exhaustion. If ordinary, overworked people in the world ever caught sight of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even more interesting, it functioned as a kind of flavored alternative to fear candy. Edward was actually quite satisfied. With this, he could finally improve the taste experience for Q, Fortune, and Void. And if Jengar ever found out, he would surely be ecstatic. After all, the fellow had long developed an obsession with scarfing down fear candy by the handful. Still, the item that caught Edward's curiosity the most was the so-called travel voucher. Movie World Travel Voucher. Give yourself a holiday. Upon use, you may travel to any movie universe you have directed and shot, enjoying a leisurely vacation there. During your vacation, you're immune to all damage and malicious spirit attacks. He examined the slip of paper in his hand. It looked completely ordinary, with only the 3 words travel voucher printed in bold block font. Nothing about it suggested it could transport him to an entirely different world. The sheer simplicity of it piqued Edward's interest. But it has to be for movies I've shot myself? He scratched his head, counting them silently. He had made dead silence, 1 missed call, Alien, A Wicked Ghost, The Grudge, and The Truman Show, which was still filming. Sherlock Holmes didn't count. It was a television series, not a film. That narrowed the options. Most of these horror films shared fairly similar modern settings, differing only in era or location. Dead silence in the West, A Wicked Ghost back in his hometown, while 1 Missed Call and The Grudge were distinctly Japanese. All still rooted in contemporary settings. From a purely profit-driven perspective, Alien was easily the most attractive. Though labeled horror, Alien was essentially science fiction, and sci-fi worlds were full of fantastical technology. Cryogenic stasis pods, advanced weapons, even androids, all highly tempting. Androids might be stiff and costly, but they were undeniably practical, programmable, obedient, and a solid labor force. Even with the headache of maintenance and upkeep, any such technology transplanted into the Pokémon world would be revolutionary. Warning: Movie World travel vouchers do not allow you to bring back any items or powers from the movie world. Just as Edward's excitement rose at the thought of vacationing in Alien and maybe purchasing a few androids, the system issued this cruel notice. His enthusiasm deflated instantly. Seriously? I had it all planned out already. He sighed helplessly. If nothing could be taken back, then Alien was a poor choice. If he ended up stuck on a starship during its voyage, it would be nothing but dullness. Space looked thrilling in concept, but in practice, it was mostly endless black emptiness, with the occasional planet. Worse, given the technology of the alien universe, interstellar travel still required long stretches of cryogenic sleep. Depending on how much vacation time he was granted, he might wake up only to find his holiday over. Might as well call it a simulated space snap voucher. Had I known, I would have made more historical films instead. Edward shook his head. A gladiator piece, for instance, would at least let him stroll through ancient history. That would have been far more engaging. Thinking it over, he decided the Grudge's world might be his best option. He was curious whether Kayako's curse, so overpowering and relentless, had already spread beyond Naruma to engulf all of Japan. He was also eager to learn more about Kayako's personal experiences in the real version of the curse's universe. Such insights would help him tremendously in filming a sequel. The Grudge was an iconic horror property, but as its sequels multiplied, its ratings steadily declined. Edward remembered that before his transmigration, the latest installment had been Netflix's series adaptation. The last theatrical film, if memory served, had been the crossover Sadako vs. Kayako. And given that film's poor reception and box office flop, he doubted the franchise would ever be revived. One important question: if I use this voucher, does time here still flow normally? Edward asked cautiously. Once activated, you will be arranged a proper vacation itinerary. Time continues to pass normally. His lips twitched. He had half hoped the voucher paused real-world time. That way he could slip away whenever he pleased. Now, though, he would have to finish filming The Truman Show before considering a trip to the world of the Grudge. Yawning, Edward left his home and made his way to the set. By then, many people were already present. Today's filming covered Truman returning home and noticing his wife's strange behavior, deepening his suspicion of both her and the very world around him. Director Edward, here, have some tea. Jim smiled warmly as he sat beside him. Edward accepted the cup with a smile of his own, taking a sip and savoring the comfort. On a cold winter morning, a hot drink really did hit the spot. He rubbed his hands together. There was one skill he hadn't used this time, the one that allowed characters from the films to directly possess actors. The reason was simple: there was no real need. The Truman Show was essentially Truman's one-man performance, with the other roles handled by competent actors. Bringing in the real characters seemed unnecessary. As for Truman himself, Edward glanced at Jim. His performance was already outstanding, powerful enough to shock Edward into silence. Calling forth the true Truman might make the portrayal even more genuine, but honestly, it wasn't needed. Besides, Jim himself seemed genuinely happy. Edward had never seen such joy on his face before. Previously, the man had always carried a shadow of melancholy. But now he was smiling brightly. Meanwhile, inside the Ghost amusement park, 3 men clutched their tickets excitedly at the entrance of the haunted house, eyes glittering as they scanned the crowds. "Do you think we'll get to meet Miss Tomei today?" one asked breathlessly. At those words, their leader silently pulled a cloth strip from his pocket and tied it across his forehead. Bold words stood out on the band: "Tomei Kawakami forever." The surrounding people gave him strange looks, but the man showed not a hint of embarrassment, only solemn determination as he gazed at his companions. "My brothers, to see Miss Tomei today, I bought 20 haunted house tickets," he declared passionately. His friends lit up, their eyes brimming with anticipation. With firm resolve, they too pulled out headbands from their pockets and tied them across their brows. Though embarrassed by the stares of strangers, their spirits quickly rose as they stepped into the attraction. "Welcome. Which attraction would you like to try?" Tomei herself appeared before them, smiling serenely. Her gaze lingered briefly on their headbands. They caught her attention for only a moment, no more. She had seen far more extreme gestures in her time. Admirers had written her name in blood, even used their broken bodies to form letters of devotion. Compared to that, these simple cloth strips were hardly worth noticing. "Miss Tomei, is there an attraction where we can keep seeing you the whole time?" the leader asked, his eyes full of obsession. He admitted it. He was utterly captivated. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he had known his life was doomed to belong to this woman. Her beauty had shaken him to the core, leaving him unable to let go. For Tomei, he was willing to do anything. "Oh? You wish to play such a game?" Tomei's lips curved into a playful smile. She had already read his heart clearly, felt the raw desire he could not conceal. It amused her. She had deliberately suppressed her cursed charm. It was her boss's strict instruction. Yet, even with her allure restrained, fools still stumbled straight into her web. "Yes, we want to as well," the other 2 blurted out, trembling with excitement. Her smile widened, dazzling in its brilliance. To her, they were nothing but sheep marching willingly to slaughter. Her employer forbade her from harming guests, but surely bending the rules, just a little, was fair game. "Very well then," she said sweetly, her beauty shining all the brighter. The 3 men stared at her in enraptured silence. 50 tickets per play. Is that acceptable?" Without a second's hesitation, 3 pairs of hands reached for their wallets. "Lady Tomei is so beautiful, hee. Jay wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with obsession as he stared at the Tomei before him. In that gaze, the greed, the desire, and the urge to possess her were already overflowing. Yet, under such a look, Tomei only responded with a strange, unfathomable smile. "Yes, yes, Lady Tomei. Lady Tomei, I dream about you every night, Lady Tomei." Ham also stared eagerly at the woman before him. Ever since following her into this building and stepping into what looked like a classroom, he hadn't been able to move his eyes away from her for even a second. This Tomei was suffocatingly beautiful, a beauty that could drive people mad, a beauty that made one want to claim her entirely for themselves. Tomei's smile deepened as she gazed at the 2 men. These two were already her captives. A little tease here, a little seduction there, and they would soon learn the meaning of regret. Regret so deep they would wish they had never met her. But for now, what intrigued Tomi far more was the third man in the room. Mr. Jack, why is it that ever since we came in, you haven't said a word? Tomi twirled a lock of her long hair around her finger, looking at him with a half-smile, half-smirk. Jack swallowed hard, unable to stop the sound from escaping his throat. His eyes on Tomi were not filled with lust like the other two, but with fear. It had been just a moment ago, just a moment, when Jack, along with the others, had signed a liability waiver outside. The form stated clearly that anything that happened after entering the haunted house was the visitor's own responsibility, and the park would not be held accountable. Then, following Tomi, they had entered. And as Jack trailed behind her, he had seen it, at the back of Tomi's head. A pair of eyes had suddenly opened and looked straight at him. And then, right out of her hair, another face had emerged. Another Tomi's face, smiling at him. That instant had left him utterly stunned, as though his very soul had been pulled out of his body. When Tomi finally sat down, the face had vanished again, hidden in the curtain of her hair. Since then, a single question had been gnawing at Jack. Was this Tomi a human or a ghost? What he saw, was it just his imagination or some illusion cast by a ghost-type Pokémon working in the attraction? And Miss Tomi, just now, there was a ghost-type Pokémon staff member nearby, right? Jack asked nervously. Tomi laughed, a sweet yet chilling giggle, as though she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. The other two men, however, were far too entranced to notice anything strange. They only stared at her, intoxicated, as if bewitched. This bizarre sight only deepened Jack's fear. He knew his companions well. Yes, they admired Tomi. They had even chosen to come to this amusement park because of her, but their behavior now was far too abnormal. They shouldn't have been this obsessed, this blind to everything else. At the very least, they should still be capable of listening to someone else speak. Yet here they were, acting as though they could see nothing but her. The realization made Jack's heart pound with dread. "No, Mr. Jack," Tomi said sweetly, her eyes narrowing in amusement. "There's only me here in this haunted house." Jack's breathing grew ragged. If there weren't other ghost staff members, then what in the world had he just seen? "Mr. Jack, was it my enemies who told you something?" Tomi suddenly erupted in fury. Her voice rose into a hysterical scream as she leapt up and seized his shoulders, shaking him violently. Her twisted expression, contorted by rage, made Jack tremble all over. In panic, he shoved her away with all his strength. Tomi let out a cry as she stumbled, falling hard to the ground. Her head struck the edge of a desk with a sickening thud, and blood immediately gushed out, staining the floor. Weakly, she lifted her hand as if to reach for something, then went completely still. "Jack, what have you done?" Jay grabbed Jack by the collar, his face a mask of shock and rage, screaming in disbelief. Jack, meanwhile, stared in horror at the motionless Tomi. What had he just done? Had he killed her? Killed Tomi? And not only that, he had killed her inside someone else's haunted attraction. He was finished. In that instant, a crushing wave of fear and regret clenched around Jack's chest. He rushed toward Tomi's side in desperation, tearing Jay's hands off him in the process. That obsessed madman, Jay, who had been hopelessly infatuated with Tomi, he was the reason Jack's life had been ruined. Murder was a serious crime. He would have to pay with his life. Jay's lips trembled as he bent down, testing for Tomi's breath. After a moment, his face went pale. There was none. She wasn't breathing at all. "My goddess, my lady Tomi," Ham muttered blankly as he stepped forward. In his hand gleamed a utility knife, and his dazed eyes fixed only on her. "Ham, what are you doing?" Jack's voice cracked with terror as he instinctively backed away. This man was already beyond saving, completely insane. "You killed Lady Tomi, Jack," Jay roared as he tackled Jack to the ground, raining down punch after punch on his face. Jack struggled frantically, the two of them grappling in a frenzy that quickly threw the entire classroom into chaos. Meanwhile, in Ham's eyes, Tomi was beckoning to him. Though blood trickled endlessly from her lips, staining her smile, he saw only the most beautiful woman in the world. He moved toward her reverently, knelt by her side, cradled her head tenderly in his arms, and leaned his ear close to her mouth. "Is that so? Lady Tomi, I understand now. I know what you want. I will set you free from this body right away, Lady Tomi." A twisted smile spread across Ham's face as he raised the utility knife. Jay and Jack were too busy tearing at each other to notice. They traded blow after blow, grappling, clawing, screaming, until finally Jack grabbed a pencil case from a desk and smashed it against Jay's head, knocking him dizzy enough to loosen his grip. "You lunatic. Can't you see? That woman isn't even human," Jack shouted, wiping the blood from his own face. But when his eyes flicked toward the desk, he froze. Ham was kneeling in front of it, bowing reverently toward Tomi's severed head, her head lying neatly atop the wooden surface. "You're all mad. No, it's me who's gone mad, or maybe this whole amusement park is mad," Jack whispered. Then Jay struck him again, dragging him back to reality. Jack wrestled Jay's face toward the desk. One look was all it took. Jay fell silent, dumbstruck, his chest heaving with panicked breaths. Slowly, trembling, he staggered toward Tomi's corpse. There, he collapsed to his knees, clutching the headless body with a vacant grin. "My Tomi, my Lady Tomi, the tumor is gone now. I'll protect you." Watching the scene unfold, Jack nearly lost his mind. Were his companions truly hypnotized? Or was he the one going insane? Where were the staff? Where was Officer Jenny? Why was no one coming? Then a sharp, shrill voice tore through the room. "Kill the imposter. Kill her." Jack shuddered violently. The severed head on the desk had opened its eyes. It glared at its own body and shrieked. At the same time, from the body's torn neck, another face began to push its way out, screaming back just as fiercely. "Kill her. She's the imposter. My love, kill her." Jay seized a broken desk leg. Ham gripped his bloodied knife. Jack collapsed into the corner, hugging his knees. His whole body trembled as he stared at the nightmare before him. Tomi's head cursed her body. Tomi's body cursed her head. Each accused the other of being the fake. But which was the real one? "I can't tell. I really can't tell anymore." Jack burst into hysterical laughter, tears streaming down his face as he slapped the floor with his palms. The classroom devolved into chaos, Jack laughing madly, Jay and Ham savagely tearing at each other, and Tomi's head and body shrieking foul words at one another. Time passed. Jack, gasping for breath, lifted his head. The room had gone quiet. For a fleeting moment, hope lit his eyes. Maybe the police had come? Maybe help had finally arrived? But no. What he saw instead made his blood run cold. Jay and Ham lay lifeless on the floor, their eyes blank, staring straight at him. And crawling across the tiles toward him was Tomi's severed head, its wound sprouting writhing tendrils of bloody flesh. "Jack, help me kill her. I'm the real Tomi. I love you. I don't blame you for pushing me. Jack, I'm the real one. I'll give you anything, anything at all." The body staggered toward him as well. From the stump of its neck, tiny eyes blinked at him, watching. Both head and body closed in, step by step. Jack backed away frantically, but the walls left him nowhere to run. He suddenly remembered a thought he once had while watching Edward's horror movies. Back then, he had scoffed at the characters' cowardice. Why were they so afraid? If it were him, he'd just fight the ghosts head-on. But now, confronted with two Tomis, he could only tremble. His legs had gone soft, his strength gone. "Shut up!" Jack suddenly screamed, rising to his feet with wild eyes. Clutching the utility knife in his trembling hand, he charged forward. If he couldn't tell who was real, then he would just kill them all. A long time later, Jack slumped onto a chair, exhausted. He gazed at the carnage around him with a faint smile. But then, to his horror, the remains began to shift, sprouting faces, each one Tomi's face. "Jack. It hurts. Jack. They're all fakes. He. The voices swarmed around him, echoing endlessly. With a look of utter despair, Jack raised his knife once more. Wow, what kind of game did those three play? In the tourist rest area, a group of visitors who had just finished the attraction stared curiously at the three people lying on the ground. Tommy! Jack suddenly bolted upright with a scream. His terrified eyes darted around, only to see the smiling crowd and his two companions, Jay and Ham, also sitting up beside him. For a moment he was stunned. Hadn't they both died? Hadn't he watched them kill each other with his own eyes? Dear guests, how was the special attraction? A familiar voice spoke. Jack turned, trembling, to see Tommy herself, standing there with a cheerful smile. Jay, just now. Jack began angrily, but she cut him off. Just now was one of our amusement park's special immersive experiences. If you recall carefully, you'll realize it was all fake. Tommy explained sweetly. Jack blinked in confusion. And then, when he thought back, it did seem that way. The blood smelled faintly of paint. The fight between Jay and Ham had been staged with fake boxing gloves. No one had really died. Everything suddenly made sense. The three men left the attraction laughing, reassured. But that night, as Jack drifted into sleep, he dreamed again, dreamed of that final scene. Surrounded by countless Tommys, overwhelmed by their voices, he had raised the knife to end it all. He remembered the pain vividly, the sensation of writhing flesh crawling over his skin. I really couldn't tell, he murmured in despair. Boss, I was wrong. Edward rubbed his eyes groggily and looked toward the shadowy figure of the woman standing in the darkness. His mind was still muddled with sleep. Who is this person? Why had she suddenly appeared in his room? And why was she telling him that she was wrong? You weren't wrong, it was my fault, Edward replied instinctively. A soft giggle floated through the darkness in response, making Edward's mind snap awake a little more. He flicked on the light, and the sight before him left him speechless. Standing right beside his bed was Tommy, smiling serenely at him. Q and Void were still awake as well, laughing and playing with her as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Edward's mouth twitched. He didn't get startled only because Tommy was technically his employee, but the whole scene was enough to leave him speechless. He really hadn't expected her to just show up in his room uninvited. Why are you here? Edward yawned and glanced at the clock by the bed. He was staying in a hotel. During filming, he couldn't be bothered to travel back and forth every single day, so he had simply bought out a hotel nearby and let his filming crew live there. But still, shouldn't Tommy always be in the haunted house attraction? Why was she here of all places? The clock read 6:30 in the morning. Boss, yesterday afternoon 3 guests came. Tommy briefly recounted what had happened the day before. Edward listened half-heartedly at first, yawning every now and then, but as her story went on he slowly woke up completely. By the time she was finished, his gaze on Tommy had turned strange. He hadn't expected Tommy to pull off something like that. Did the guests get hurt? Edward unscrewed a water bottle and took a sip, then looked over at her. Tommy shook her head lightly. No, I can't really hurt them. I only made them experience some hallucinations, she explained calmly. Ever since coming to this world, she had realized she was unable to inflict actual harm on people here unless Edward lifted her restrictions. And clearly, Edward would never do that. Oh, then that's fine. Edward let out a breath of relief. For a moment he thought something serious had happened. If it was just hallucinations, that wasn't too bad. They could even pass it off as the company's newest feature. Tourists just had to play along. No one usually investigated too deeply anyway. Still, he couldn't help feeling a little exasperated. She had woken him up for this? Grumbling, he climbed back into bed. He was used to waking up at 8 every morning. Right now it was still early enough to grab some more sleep. But boss, that's not the part one wanted to tell you, Tommy suddenly added. Edward froze mid-turn and looked back at her. When I was playing with one of the children near the end, I accidentally lost a piece of flesh. The kid was a little too rough and tore off a chunk from my hand. He took it with him, and I only realized later. Tommy shrugged as if it were nothing. Edward just stared at her blankly. Sister, do you even realize what you're saying? Losing a piece of flesh might not sound like a big deal. Edward had even heard stories about chefs accidentally cutting themselves while cooking, dropping a piece of their own flesh into the pot by mistake. Usually they'd catch it right away, but by then it was already contaminated and couldn't be put back. No one wanted to eat food that had touched human flesh anyway, even if it had been taken out. But Tomi's flesh was definitely not ordinary flesh. Her most terrifying trait was her insane cellular regeneration and divisibility. If she was cut into pieces, each piece could grow into another Tomi. Absolutely ridiculous. On top of that, she carried an irresistible charm toward men, and even women sometimes couldn't resist her. Can you sense where it is? Edward was fully awake now. This was a problem that absolutely had to be solved. Yes, that man is staying in a nearby hotel. But I can only appear in the haunted house and by your side, so I can't go there myself. Her answer came quickly. Edward sighed in relief, got out of bed, and began pulling on clothes. As he dressed, he glanced over at Tomi. She was still smiling faintly at him, unbothered as always. Tomi, don't play games like that again. If you scare someone into madness, that's not good, Edward warned. The system prevented her from directly harming people, yes, but leaving them with psychological trauma was still terrible. Tomi just pouted. She enjoyed toying with people. To her, there was nothing more entertaining. And if she could mix in some possessiveness or desire while doing it, that made the game even more fun. Still, considering the strange and powerful creatures of this world, Tomi decided to hold back for now. In her own world, she had never seen such bizarre beings. The two of them left the hotel and followed her guidance to another hotel nearby. Inside, they quickly located the man in question, a certain Mr. Jack. He was sitting in the lobby, trembling in fear, his bloodshot eyes darting about nervously. Edward waved his hand, and Tomi disappeared from sight. "Where's the flesh?" Edward asked bluntly. The man's eyes were wide, his whole body quivering. He looked utterly broken. Edward frowned. Tomi might really have gone too far with this one. Not on him. On the 5th floor, Tomi said. Without another word, Edward took her upstairs. They stopped before room 504. Tomi slipped inside silently, and moments later she re-emerged, holding something in her hand. It was a piece of flesh. Not very large, but bizarrely, it had already sprouted a tiny face. The thing was wriggling, screaming shrilly in Tomi's grip. When it noticed Edward, it even batted its little eyelashes at him. "Boss, I'm the real Tomi. Please kill that woman. Once you do, I'll be yours forever," the little flesh chunk squealed in a piercing voice. Edward's lips twitched. Honestly, it did fit Tomi's style perfectly. "Sorry, boss," Tomi said casually. Then she popped the flesh into her mouth and swallowed it whole. The voice vanished instantly. Edward raised an eyebrow, scratched his head, and fell silent. Even knowing this was part of Tomi's ability, seeing it in person was unsettling. He felt a faint nausea just remembering that thing trying to flirt with him. "Don't worry, boss. No one else can see those flesh pieces. All they do is mess with people's senses, making them hear things. That's it." Tomi smiled as if nothing had happened. That eased Edward somewhat. If it was only auditory hallucinations, then it would fade. Still, the memory of that man downstairs lingered in his mind. He looked unstable, paranoid, and on edge. Edward decided he would arrange for him to undergo psychological counseling. If someone in that state suddenly lashed out at other park guests, it would be a disaster. They went back down to the lobby. Jack was still crouched on the sofa. A staff member had kindly draped a blanket over him, but even so, he remained jittery, scanning the room nervously. Edward cleared his throat and approached. "Who are you?" The man cried in panic, his eyes wild with fear. Edward sighed. Looking at him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. But clearly, this man was in no condition to hold a proper conversation right now. Best to let him calm down first. Later, Edward would have Zoroark and the PR department handle the matter. The other two guests had no problem. They assumed it was just advanced special effects. Only this poor fellow had been tormented too much by Tomi, and to make matters worse, he had taken a piece of her flesh with him, causing hallucinations. No wonder he cracked. "Boss, aren't you going to comfort him?" Tomi teased, smiling as she trailed behind him, her curious eyes wandering around the surroundings. Edward gave her a sidelong glance. Was she using this as an excuse just to sneak out and play? Since she could only appear by his side or in the haunted house, it wouldn't be surprising if she sought chances like this. What's the point? He wouldn't hear me anyway. Only after the hallucinations fade and he calms down will he be capable of talking. Tommy just giggled and turned her gaze toward a Mahoke jogging with its trainer on the street. Her eyes gleamed with fascination. Such creatures were unlike anything from her own world, some even had the power to harm her. It only deepened her curiosity about this world. Edward noticed and, with a wry smile, decided to humor her. He took her around Knez City for a stroll, treating it as a little bonus for her. Tommy was delighted, laughing along the way, though she wisely stayed invisible the entire time. "Tommy, what's your world really like?" Edward asked at one point, curiosity getting the better of him. Tommy tilted her head thoughtfully. "It's not too different from this one. But there are many dangerous things. For example, in one town, fog rises from time to time. When it does, a handsome boy carrying an umbrella wanders the crossroads," she said with a mischievous smile. Edward raised a brow. He had already suspected as much from the system's descriptions. If her world truly was the terrifying world of Junji Ito's works, then those people's daily lives must be a nightmare. He couldn't help lighting a candle for them in his heart. How were you supposed to survive if you suddenly ran into a giant floating head balloon, or had your own head turn into a slug shell, your consciousness intact but unable to speak? That was despair at its finest. "Boss, you're always welcome to come visit someday," Tommy said cheerfully before disappearing back to the haunted house. The amusement park was opening soon, and she had to prepare for business. "Visit your world?" "Yeah, no thanks." Edward shook his head. Even if his system would likely make him immune to harm, he wanted no part of that place. Just witnessing those mental terrors would be unbearable. Back at his hotel, Edward found Zoroark in the dining hall, hunched over its phone. Its golden-haired gyro disguise stared intently at the screen, hands clasped together in prayer. Edward leaned closer, curious, and realized Zoroark was pulling a gotcha. It tapped 10 roll and muttered under its breath, "Come on, drop, drop, please drop." The sight made Edward chuckle. He used to be exactly like that when he gamed, at least at the beginning, when the excitement of pulling was fresh. Later, once the grind set in, he barely cared anymore. Soon the results came out. Edward watched the entire process. When he saw the outcome, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Nice-oo," Zoroark hooped, ecstatic. The rarest prize had dropped. "You lucky bastard, go to hell." Edward couldn't hold back a curse. He had never seen such ridiculous luck. Out of a single 10 pull, 5 ultra rares had popped out, all different. Absolutely absurd. Zoroark flinched so hard it almost threw the phone to the floor. "Boss, are you a ghost? How do you walk without making a sound?" Zoroark panted, clutching its chest. For it to be startled like that was ironic. It was supposed to be the one scaring others, as a ghost-type trickster. Edward rolled his eyes. He had even coughed earlier, but Zoroark had been so absorbed it hadn't noticed a thing. "So, in this game, UR is the highest rarity?" he asked. Zoroark nodded proudly. Edward's lips twitched. He thought back to the time Zoroark had brushed his arm, and afterward Edward himself had pulled a master-level skill out of nowhere. Looking at Zoroark now, suspicion grew. Could this guy actually be a real-life luck emperor? Ever since he had known Zoroark, its luck was always strangely good. Not always, of course. Sometimes it crashed hard and hit pity guarantees, but on the whole, its fortune seemed absurd. In the end, Edward could only conclude, Zoroark's luck was like Schrodinger's box. When it was good, it was ridiculously, impossibly good. When it was bad, it was catastrophically awful. 1 month later, the very last scene of The Truman Show will be filmed. Looking at the bustling crew in front of him, Edward couldn't help but show a small smile. After rushing day and night, he finally managed to complete the entire filming of The Truman Show before the year turned over. Today marked the filming of the final scene. "Mr. Carey, are you ready?" the assistant director asked hurriedly. Jim took a deep breath, then smiled and nodded with determination. Edward clapped his hands lightly, and the crew immediately began working busily. At this moment, they were floating on the sea just outside Rustabaro City. This sequence was the ending of The Truman Show. In truth, movies were not always filmed from beginning to end in chronological order. Because of weather changes or the actors' schedules, sometimes the ending scenes were shot first. But Edward insisted on leaving this part for last. On screen, Truman steered his boat to the very edge of the cage that had imprisoned him for his entire life. In front of him stretched the endless expanse of blue sky and ocean, yet what he discovered was that it was nothing more than a painted backdrop. Truman was filled with emotions, excitement, liberation, and the bitter sting of realizing he had been deceived all along. From above came the voice of the director, persuading him to stay. The outside world, he said, was not as beautiful as it seemed. If Truman remained, he would forever be the protagonist, the central figure of this carefully crafted world where everything revolved around him. But Truman chose to refuse. Step by step, he climbed onto the set itself, found the door that led out, and placed his hand on the doorknob. Slowly, he pushed it open. Just as he was about to leave, Truman seemed to remember something. He turned his head, looked directly into the camera, and revealed his signature smile. "Good morning. And in case I don't see you again, good afternoon, good evening, and good night." Truman gave a bow, then stepped through the doorway, closing the door behind him. At that very moment, the entire filming of The Truman Show came to an end. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work all this time. I now declare The Truman Show officially wrapped. Edward applauded. Jim's performance had truly been outstanding, so realistic that it felt as though the real Truman was standing before him. Edward was deeply impressed. He knew this film would certainly leave a brilliant and unforgettable mark in the history of the Pokémon League's film cinema. Jim looked at the surrounding crew. He was still holding Truman's iconic smile, but as he gazed at the busy people around him, he suddenly felt as if he himself had walked out of the screen world and returned to reality. Watching him, Edward couldn't help but smile faintly. The Truman Show was a rather unique film, open to many interpretations. The mainstream understanding, however, was that it explored the question of whether one should face the cruel, unknown reality or remain in a false, but beautiful illusion. Others argued it was a metaphor by the director for the social conditions of that era. Edward, however, felt differently. If The Truman Show truly happened, not everyone would choose to return to reality. Just as the director in the story had said, reality was cruel, false, and full of risk. The person who swore they loved you today, who could say what they might be like in the future? Even if their promise was sincere at the moment, people changed, and so did feelings. For that reason, Edward had no plans to shoot an epilogue for Truman. To do so would be to pass final judgment on Truman's future life, which could only end up alienating part of the audience. Some would argue Truman should suffer after leaving, regretting the days when he was the adored star of a reality show. Others would argue Truman should live happily ever after, grateful for the choice he made. By not shooting a follow-up, Edward left Truman's fate entirely in the hands of the audience's imagination. "Mr. Carey, don't forget to attend the wrap-up banquet tonight," Edward reminded him with a smile. Jim had just changed clothes, his pants still damp from the sea spray when he'd walked up the stairs. "Director Edward, you truly are an extraordinary filmmaker. Please contact me if you ever have a role suited for me in the future," Jim said excitedly, clutching Edward's hand. Edward was momentarily stunned, but then smiled and nodded. In truth, few of his films were suited to Jim. Edward specialized in horror movies, and most horror characters did not fit Jim's style. Jim's career path had been somewhat restricted to comedy films. Not because he wished to stay in a comfort zone, but because his most famous roles had all been comedic. As a result, audiences instinctively associated him with comedy, no matter what he played. This was why Edward had him wear heavy makeup in The Grudge, masking his face to avoid recognition. It was much like the case of Rowan Atkinson. After starring in so many comedies, even his non-comedy roles made audiences expect humor. That was why many actors longed to expand their repertoire, lest they be boxed in and harm their future prospects. I don't have immediate filming plans right now. Once The Truman Show finishes its run, I might start something new. If there's a role that fits you, I'll let you know, Edward said honestly. He planned to rest for the new year, giving himself a much-needed break. Otherwise, he felt like a beast of burden, endlessly toiling without pause. I very much look forward to working with you again, Jim replied cheerfully, handing Edward a document. Curious, Edward took it, and to his surprise, it was a contract. Jim actually wanted to join Edward's company. Startled, Edward looked at him, but Jim only smiled back. Realizing he was serious, Edward wasted no time calling Zoroark over to handle the signing. This was no ordinary contract, it was a high-level agreement, befitting Jim's status as a first-rate star. Overall, Edward was the one who benefited more. Jim was already famous, and Ghost films would profit from the box office share of any future films. This opens up new possibilities. Edward mused. While horror films were his personal passion, and he had taken them to great heights, especially in the Pokémon world where horror cinema had previously been weak, he knew the true money lay in commercial blockbusters. Horror had gotten him far, partly because he had patents that made his films uniquely terrifying, but pushing further up was difficult. Thus, Edward considered venturing into commercial cinema. Commercial films, huh? He stroked his chin. In that field, the most successful had always been superhero films. The Avengers franchise had once created box office miracles. The profit margins were astronomical. But in the Pokémon world, ordinary superhero movies might not appeal as much. After all, this was a world where Pokémon existed. Heroes needed bigger cheats to win over the public's imagination. If it's superheroes, Edward thought deeply. At first, he considered starting with Marvel, but after some thought, he decided to begin with the DC universe instead. And naturally, the first character to debut would be Batman. Batman was just an ordinary man, his only superpower being wealth, but his personal charm was undeniable. Moreover, his rogues gallery could introduce a host of villains. It would also serve as a test to see which DC villains were most popular, laying the groundwork for future series, perhaps even Suicide Squad. Such films would rake in money hand over fist. With the IP libraries of both Marvel and DC, once those characters were established, Ghost films could practically coast on royalties alone. Well then, I'll spend some time writing scripts. With a yawn, Edward boarded the ship back to Rustboro. He had dinner with the crew, bringing the wrap-up banquet to an end. Boss, Mr. Carey's contract is settled, Zoroark reported afterward. Edward nodded, not bothering with the details. Zoroark could handle them. He only skimmed the contract briefly, confirming it matched Jim's status, then let Zoroark put it away. With Jim on board, the company's expansion could move even faster. Every industry had its own circles, and actors were most connected to other actors. Having worked in the entertainment scene for so long, Jim naturally had his own network. With him, Edward might even recruit more stars in the future. Boss, here's this month's financial report. Zoroark handed over another document. Edward twitched. He had seen this in the morning, but used filming as an excuse to delay it. Now Zoroark had brought it back again. Resigned, Edward rubbed his forehead and flipped it open. As usual, most of Ghost Films' income came from IP licensing, with additional revenue from the Grudge's box office split. The movie had grossed a huge amount, but after the split, the actual profit wasn't as impressive. Wait, the amusement park profits are that high? Edward was surprised. Ghost Amusement Park had only been open for a month, yet it was already doing so well that it would recover its costs in less than half a year. Everything after that would be pure profit. Boss, Ghost Amusement Park is packed with people every day, Zoroark explained, handing him more files. Edward looked. The daily visitor count was enormous, and nearly everyone bought tickets to the haunted house. So many for the haunted house? Edward was shocked. He had been so busy with filming lately that he hadn't paid attention, and he never expected the haunted house to become the park's main attraction. Boss, the staff member you hired was too good. Miss Tomi already has a fan club. Some people even asked if she would debut as an idol, Zoroark said helplessly. Edward glanced at the photos in his hand. Sure enough, Tomi even had her own website. To make things worse, Secretary Kennedy had learned about it and immediately designed Chibi Tomi merchandise and t-shirts. A single shirt with Tomi's Q-version face sold for 388 credits in the park. All Edward could think was, fans' money was ridiculously easy to earn. No wonder so many in his past life dreamed of becoming idols, and why idol companies were everywhere. Unbelievable. Edward felt a headache coming on. Tomi was an unregistered ghost with no official identity here. If the Alliance investigated for taxes, it could be troublesome. But realistically, the Alliance probably wouldn't bother. And even if Tomi made money, what could she spend it on? She was a vengeful spirit who couldn't go outside. Edward simply decided not to interfere, let her use her earnings however she wished. All right, Edward put the papers down and checked the rest. Now that he delegated his responsibilities on Devon Corporation, his monthly reports only concerned Ghost Films Pictures and the Prayer Wall Foundation, his other major enterprise. Looking at the foundation's huge expenditures, Edward swallowed nervously. He had donated a great deal already, yet it still wasn't enough. In such a short time, half the funds were gone. But that also meant more people were being helped. Money sitting idle is useless anyway. Better to spend it helping more people. He sighed, pulled out his phone, and donated part of the month's IP income to the foundation. Unless disease and hardship vanished from the world entirely, this kind of charity could never truly stop. All right, set aside a third of the funds for company development. And since the new year is near, make sure all taxes are reported and filed properly. Edward signed the documents. Yes, boss. And here's the recent work report. Zoroark shoved over another thick stack. Edward's eyelid twitched. There was no escape. Resigned, he accepted his fate. Director Edward has delivered a new movie again. The moment this news came in, the Regional Film Association of Hoenn broke into chaos. But very quickly, the majority of people calmed down, their expressions becoming indifferent once more. Only a few faces did not look very pleasant, among them was Corey. When Corey heard the news, he silently rubbed his face with both hands. He didn't even know why, but it seemed as though fate always tied him to Director Edward. Ever since watching The Grudge, Corey had been so terrified that for a long time, he could barely stay in his own home. He even considered selling the house and moving elsewhere. But powerful economic pressure and the burdens of daily life had forced him to abandon that idea. After spending quite some time adjusting himself, Corey finally managed to return to a relatively stable state. He carried out his work shifts as usual, living a routine life that allowed him to breathe a small sigh of relief. Yet, just as he thought he had escaped that nightmare, the nightmare returned again. Sigh. Corey let out a long sigh. He cast a glance at his fellow reviewers for the day, and his gaze quickly landed on two familiar figures, the middle-aged colleague he had seen before and that pale-faced actress. Corey gave a wry smile. It seemed that it wasn't just him who shared this cursed bond with Director Edward. His two colleagues were also caught in it. Truly, their ill-fated connection with him ran deep. What's the title of the film Edward sent in this time? Corey asked, already resigned, as he looked at the colleague carrying in the edited reels. But the man's expression was somewhat strange. It's called The Truman Show, the colleague said with a hint of surprise. Corey blinked. The Truman Show? That didn't sound like a horror film at all. After all, looking back at Edward's previous works, his horror films always had very direct titles, like Dead Silence, One Missed Call, things that screamed horror just from the names alone. But this time, the title was The Truman Show. That left Corey confused. Still, no matter how confused he was, work had to be done. So, he followed the rest of the review group into the familiar screening room and sat down. Quite a few people were already gulping down water like crazy, because the more water you drank, the sooner you'd need to use the restroom. That way, you could sneak out during the scariest parts. Over time, this had become their own little trick for survival. Sigh, Corey, we meet again. The middle-aged man sat beside him, his face full of misery. He loved watching movies, but the sole exception was anything directed by Edward, because watching one of his films was nothing short of torture. Brotherly, I guess this is just fate, Corey chuckled as he leaned back in his chair with an air of resignation. After all, there was no quitting this job. What else could he do? Life was like, well, if you couldn't resist, you could only try to enjoy it. I've already developed psychological trauma from Edward's films, Lee sighed, lifting his teacup to moisten his throat. After watching The Grudge last time, I had to stay in a hotel for 7 days straight before I started to recover. Every night I was hiding under my blanket. Tell me about it. That Grudge was way too terrifying. Even now I don't dare to take the stairs. I keep imagining Kayako crawling down toward me. A female colleague beside them spoke up, her face as pale as chalk. Corey glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and almost blurted out, compared to Kayako, her own complexion right now looked even scarier. But this Truman Show. I don't think it'll be a horror film. Something tells me it might not be, Lee muttered, confused. Though I feel like I've heard the name Truman somewhere before. Corey thought hard, but nothing came to mind. By then, the screen had already darkened. The movie began. We've had enough of actors pretending. We've had enough of staged performances and Pokémon special effects. As soon as the film opened, Corey saw a man speaking eloquently on a TV screen, yet the setting looked like he was casually seated on a sofa. This made Corey frown in surprise. Just what was director Edward up to this time? Though Truman lives in a fabricated world, he himself is not fabricated. Watching this man on the TV, Corey felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Very quickly, however, he realized the man was the director of a reality show, explaining what it was about. Then the camera shifted, and a familiar face appeared. Jim Carrey. Corey instantly recognized him. He had seen many of Jim Carrey's films before. Those comedies had often been his way to unwind from fear, and he had grown quite fond of the actor. Jim Carrey, huh? Corey rubbed his chin. Could this be a comedy? But then again, maybe not, after all. Jim Carrey had also appeared in The Grudge. But soon, the bright and cheerful tone of the film made it obvious. This was not horror. Not only that, it felt even more unique than anything Corey had expected. As the film played on, the screening room gradually grew silent. Everyone watched intently, watching Truman slowly come to realize the strange cracks in the world around him, daring to test it, only to be scared back, until at last, he found the courage to break free. When the credits rolled, Corey was still sitting there, dazed. The entire room remained hushed. This isn't a horror film at all. The pale-faced girl was the first to speak. There was thoughtfulness and complexity in her eyes. She had been bracing herself for sheer terror, only to find that Edward had delivered not a horror, but a drama. In fact, it was far deeper and more meaningful than she had imagined. I just remembered Truman. That's a special word in the League's language. It means a real person. So, the title actually translates to the world of a true man. What a clever idea. Lee exclaimed with growing excitement. Corey was also surprised. Thinking it over, he realized that was indeed the meaning. From the title alone, this film had already set itself apart. The door creaked open. Several staff members peeked in. They had been waiting outside for screams, but none ever came. In fact, the room had been deathly silent, to the point that they worried something might have gone wrong inside. To their shock, everyone was not only fine, but even engaged in animated discussion. This film. I have to say, I'd happily watch it in theaters 3 more times. Corey was now genuinely excited. While watching earlier, he had kept bracing for a horror twist, so he hadn't paid full attention to the details. Now, he felt sure there were many subtleties he had missed. The filming location was in Rustboro, wasn't it? I recognized it instantly, another colleague said with a grin. Do you think it's possible that we two are each like Truman? Living under the gaze of some unseen director, our lives broadcast for others to watch, a female colleague asked suddenly. Her words left everyone silent for a moment. Regardless of what the others thought, in Corey's heart, The Truman Show instantly ranked in his personal top 10. In fact, he believed it might climb even higher in the future. Regretful that he couldn't watch it again immediately, Corey and the others returned the film to Ghost Pictures staff, along with their official rating, suitable for all ages. Of course, most children probably wouldn't go watch it. After all, kids preferred cartoons or superhero action shows that grabbed their attention. And this film wasn't really made for children in the first place. If kids saw it, they would likely only be confused, unable to grasp its deeper meaning. "Boss, The Truman Show has passed review," Zoroark reported to Edward. Edward nodded. This was exactly as he had expected. The Truman Show was his carefully prepared awards contender. At first, he had considered adapting Manchester by the Sea, but the moment he saw Jim Carrey, he realized no film was more fitting than The Truman Show. Now, he was already working on his next script, a commercial project. But considering the unique nature of superhero films, Edward felt it would be best to promote them starting with comics. Or rather, push comics and movies forward together. That way, the effect would be much stronger. "Zoroark, how is the plan to acquire a comic company coming along?" Edward asked. Ever since deciding to expand into commercial films, he had been making long-term arrangements. If he was going to launch a superhero franchise, then naturally, the comics had to follow as well. "Boss, there are currently 3 main comic publishers in the Hoenn region. First is Shonen Comic, which is published across the entire league. Then there's Hoenn Comic, quite famous locally. Finally, there's Youth Comic from Lily Cove, though they focus mainly on shoujo works." Zoroark handed him a report. Edward glanced through it. Of course, the best option was Shonen Comic, with its vast readership across the league. Unfortunately, it couldn't be acquired. It was league-owned and never for sale. "In that case, we'll buy a smaller company first and nurture some comic artists. They can create for us." He sighed inwardly. His ideal choice was Shonen Comic, but since it wasn't possible, he would have to settle for the next best thing. Negotiate with Hoenn Comic. Acquire the whole company. Youth Comic might be smaller, but it was focused on shoujo comics, which didn't fit the superhero theme. Thus, Hoenn Comic was the most suitable target. "Yes, boss," Zoroark nodded, jotting it down. Hoenn Comic was a decent company, but one that Devon Corp could easily afford to buy. According to Devon's analysis, the acquisition was entirely feasible. Waving Zoroark away, Edward returned to his scriptwriting. When it came to Batman, there were countless scripts to draw from. After all, Batman was already hugely popular. Edward's only struggle was deciding which story to choose for Batman's very first appearance in this world. Getting off to a strong start was crucial. The Dark Knight trilogy as the opener? Edward muttered, deep in thought. He hesitated at first, but after careful consideration, decided to make The Dark Knight the opening film for Batman. He hoped this distinctive story would earn recognition across the league. Batman, The Dark Knight was, without question, an excellent film. Its character portrayals were compelling, and above all, Heath Ledger's performance as the Joker had become one of the most iconic renditions of the character, though earlier portrayals were also praised. Even so, it was undeniable Ledger's Joker had left an indelible mark, inspiring countless cosplays. The psychological duel between Batman and the Joker laid the very foundation of The Dark Knight's success. That was why Edward decided to adapt this film. He wanted Batman and the entire DC universe to step into this world. But Edward himself did not plan to direct it. He already had too many projects, churning out films like a workhorse. It was time to ease the load. Once the film captured the audience's attention, he could then roll out Hoenn Comic under a new name, pushing it beyond Hoenn and into the entire league. But for such a film, we need a truly outstanding director. Edward scratched his head. He had originally thought of handing it to one of his in-house directors, but most were inexperienced. The few well-known ones had been poached from elsewhere, and one of them specialized in idle romance films. Judging from recent work reports, that director was preparing to shoot something titled The Arrogant Champion Falls in Love with Me. Profitable, perhaps, but clearly not suited for The Dark Knight. So Edward searched online, looking for someone with the right style. To his surprise, he found one. Angel Dorn. Though the name sounded gentle, this director's filmmaking style was anything but. Bold, distinctive, and masterful in storytelling. After reviewing some of Angel's works, Edward decided this was the one to direct The Dark Knight. Of course, on the condition that Angel would join his company. After all, superhero films promised long-term development. Having the director inside his own studio would prevent disputes down the road and give Edward much greater peace of mind. Although Edward was busy, those matters were things for later. For now, there was only one thing occupying his mind: today's New Year's Eve celebration. In the Pokémon world, the New Year was celebrated on the very first day of the calendar year. Tomorrow was that day, which meant that tonight was New Year's Eve. Edward had given his company employees a full 7-day holiday in advance, and after that, he himself returned home to Rustboro, keeping busy alongside the old butler, Robert, as they handled various household affairs. Grandpa Robert, thank you for your hard work during this time. Edward glanced at the neatly decorated home, a smile tugging at his lips as he clapped his hands lightly and spoke to the loyal old butler standing nearby. Young Master Edward, you've done quite a lot yourself these days. The master has been very pleased. Why, he even smiled and had a few sips of red wine last time. Butler Robert chuckled warmly. Edward raised his brows slightly at that, his smile widening. He had not expected that his father, Joseph, would actually enjoy drinking on occasion. Stretching lazily, Edward lay back on the sofa, relaxing as he looked around the house. In the Pokémon world, people were also quite enthusiastic about the new year, though compared to his previous life, there were not as many rituals or customs. For the most part, families did whatever they wished, but the one common tradition was that everyone would gather together for a meal. That meant his older brother, Stephen, and his father, Joseph, would definitely be coming home tonight. This was precisely why Edward had given himself a break and stayed at home, waiting. Once the holidays were over, he planned to meet with director Angel to discuss the filming details of The Dark Knight. Q suddenly jumped down, its gaze fixed toward the door. Turning his head, Edward's eyes lit up in surprise as he spotted a familiar face he had not seen in a long while. Fortune. On Fortune's head sat a rather unique hat, which made Edward blink in astonishment. That hat. Fort, welcome home. Edward smiled warmly. Fortune ran over excitedly, spreading its little arms, and Edward lifted it up in an affectionate embrace. Butler Robert stood to the side, smiling kindly at the reunion. Fortune then pulled something out and handed it to Edward. Taking a look, Edward realized it was a master's degree certificate. So ever since Fortune had gone off to pursue graduate studies, it had already completed all its coursework and successfully graduated with a master's? Edward was surprised. He had guessed as much when he saw the graduation cap Fortune was wearing, but he hadn't expected things to happen so quickly. Just how intensely had Fortune been grinding every single day to manage this feat? Do you want to pursue a doctorate next? Edward asked curiously. In the Pokémon world, universities also had doctoral programs, though PhDs were far rarer and much more challenging to complete. If Fortune decided to go for one, graduating quickly would be almost impossible. But at this question, Fortune shook its head firmly. Back when it was studying, Fortune had already understood one principle. Most of those who continued to pursue higher and higher academic degrees were usually people who had no family business to inherit or no established career path. So they relied on stacking up degrees in order to secure positions in large corporations in the future. Besides, after completing graduate studies, Fortune found that while it had learned a lot, much of it felt impractical, mere theory that didn't translate well into real life. Even its advisor had recommended more hands-on practice as the next step, to integrate theory with reality. Well, that's fine too. In that case, how about coming to work at my company? Edward chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Fortune's hair. He didn't mind at all that Fortune wasn't pursuing a doctorate. In fact, this might be better. As the saying went, reading 10,000 books is no substitute for walking 10,000 miles. True mastery came only when knowledge was tested in practice. Theoretical study was good, but most disciplines only bore fruit when applied to reality. Otherwise, many students would graduate only to realize that what they had learned hardly matched the world's actual demands. To Edward, what fortune needed now was to slowly adjust its mindset, gain practical experience, and start from smaller tasks, perhaps by taking over a department, to gradually build up competence and confidence. A department. Edward tapped his chin thoughtfully. Ghost Films had plenty of departments, but every employee there was diligent, and it wouldn't be proper to simply parachute fortune into a leadership position. After some thought, Edward's mind drifted to the Hoenn comic company he had recently acquired. While Edward was mulling this over, Q bounded over to Fortune, tugging Void along and introducing the two. Void still looked a bit absent-minded and dazed, but Fortune smiled politely, extended a hand, and quickly struck up a bond. After all, they were all Edward's Pokémon. Naturally, they shared a close connection. Watching the three little ones happily playing together, Edward smiled faintly. Lately, he had been too preoccupied with filming and managing company matters, leaving him little time to focus on his own Pokémon. That thought made him glance down at his waist. 4 Pokeballs hung there, the fourth one containing Groudon. These days, Groudon had been uncharacteristically calm, sleeping constantly without any sign of awakening. Because of this, Edward often forgot he was even carrying 4 Pokémon. Meanwhile, Team Aqua had quieted down after their loss of high-ranking cadres at the recent charity gala. But as long as Archie and Maxie remained at large, Edward doubted they would truly give up. After all, anyone capable of leading a villainous team could not be a simple person. To reach such a position required talent, persistence, and determination. In fact, villains were often even more driven than protagonists. They had unshakable goals and were willing to accept any sacrifices to achieve them. A protagonist only needed to walk their own path. Villains, however, bore the burden of plotting and maneuvering. That was why Edward was certain Archie and Maxie were biding their time, hiding somewhere while waiting for their chance. But since they remained in the shadows, it wasn't easy to track them down in the short term. For now, he could only leave them be. Oh right, what about Mutwo lately? Edward muttered, pulling out his phone to send Mutwo a message. These days, Mutwo had been frequently uploading video game guides on the Pokepoket streaming platform. Because of its high output and comprehensive coverage of nearly every game, it had amassed a huge following, now at 930,000 fans. At this pace, it would soon become one of the platform's rare million-subscriber creators. The achievement was astounding. Its videos garnered immense viewership and comment engagement, making it a unique phenomenon in the gaming community. Of course, where there were people, there was drama. Where there were profits, there were disputes. Mutwo had not been spared from controversies either. For example, when it posted guides for niche games, some accused it of hiring others to play for it, or even plagiarizing. But Mutwo had silenced doubters by live-streaming for 10 days straight, grinding 3 entire games to 100% completion in full view of the public. After that, the internet hailed it as the Grind Emperor, joking that no one could accomplish such feats without having hundreds of livers. It became famous for endurance as well, attracting sponsorships from energy drink companies and even brands specializing in late-night care products. With money pouring in, Mutwo eventually told Edward, while he was still filming The Truman Show, that it had already saved up enough to buy its own seaside villa in Moss Deep City, retreating there in seclusion. Edward understood. Mutwo had grown weary of its constant battles of wits with Team Rocket. By disappearing into Hoenn, a region beyond Rocket's influence, it could finally enjoy peace. If it had stayed in Kanto or Johto, Team Rocket would never have left it alone. Soon, a reply came. Mutwo, I've been busy streaming lately. Ah, right, it's New Year's Eve today. I'll come visit you later. Edward blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Mutwo to show up in person. Still, he didn't mind. Though technically a Pokémon, Mutwo was far too unique to be described as such. In Edward's heart, he regarded it more like a true friend. Grandpa Robert, a friend of mine, will be visiting later. Could you make some preparations? Edward instructed the butler. It was still morning, and visits from friends were perfectly normal. Evening, however, was reserved for family dinner. Oh? Edward, which friend of yours is coming? Is it Shizuka? Stephen's teasing voice rang out as he stepped inside with a broad grin. Edward's mouth twitched in exasperation. His brother was older than him and still hadn't dated anyone, yet he had the nerve to tease him about romance. No doubt their father would be bringing up marriage soon as well. Shizuka's having dinner with her family tonight. She doesn't have time to visit me. Edward sighed helplessly. He reached into his coat and placed a peculiar stone on the table. He had stumbled upon it earlier and bought it because of its uniqueness. The crystal-like gem was pink and oddly shaped, resembling a Pokémon's former dwelling, though it was difficult to tell exactly which one. Isn't this a product of Diancie? Stephen's eyes lit up as he examined the stone, quickly identifying it. Edward raised a brow, so it really was related to Diancie. Then again, it made sense, as pink diamonds were Diancie's trademark. The mention of Shizuka softened Edward's expression. Though their relationship had not yet crossed the final threshold, they were already very close, speaking often during their free time, their feelings for each other growing rapidly. Edward had already decided, once Shizuka was a bit older, he would marry her. But that was for the future. By the way, why did you return so early, brother? Edward asked, genuinely curious. As champion of the Hoenn League, Stephen usually had an overwhelming workload. The year's end, especially, was filled with summaries, reports, and endless paperwork. He had expected Stephen to come home only in the evening, yet here he was already. Q chirped happily at Stephen. Stephen chuckled, extending a hand to tease the playful Pokémon. He could tell Q wanted a battle, but that would have to wait until the new year. Of course I came to keep an eye on you. What if Team Aqua and Team Magma still haven't given up? Stephen said cheerfully. Edward rubbed his face in mild annoyance. Clearly, his brother was using him as a convenient shield. Still, the League had its reasons. After all, the Groudon at his waist was far too important to risk. Stephen glanced at the Pokeball on Edward's belt. Edward, do you know how many champions and elites I've had to turn down on your behalf? All of them want a battle just to witness the power of a legendary Pokémon. Stephen smirked, slipping the Diancie stone into his pocket. It was well preserved, and since it was a gift from Edward, he planned to keep it in his private collection. They won't get to see much. I may have caught Groudon, but it won't obey my commands anyway, Edward muttered. To him, Groudon was just looking for a new place to nap. Catching a legendary Pokémon was one thing, actually controlling it was a whole other story. Even just witnessing it is enough, Stephen sighed wistfully. As a champion-level trainer, he too longed for the chance to battle against such a Pokémon. To face Groudon, even at the cost of defeat, would be an honor. As the brothers conversed, their father, Joseph, entered the room in haste. One look, and Edward noticed the worry in his father's eyes. Though Joseph quickly forced a smile, the unease lingered. Moreover, he carried a bag marked with the League prison's insignia. Had father gone to the prison? Was it about Zinnia? Such concern on his father's face could only mean one thing. And sure enough, if the League had dispatched him, then the Moss Deep Space Center must have already discovered the incoming meteor. Edward's expression grew heavy. Time was running out. The meteor was indeed headed straight for the Hoenn region. The Hoenn region could truly be described as a land plagued by misfortune. First there were the insane schemes of Team Aqua and Team Magma releasing Groudon and Kyogre into the world. The region was thrown into chaos, half of it scorched beneath blazing sunlight, the other half drowned under torrential rains. Panic spread everywhere. And just when things were finally settled, when Rayquaza descended and forcefully persuaded Groudon and Kyogre to leave, the next disaster came in the form of a falling meteorite. What made matters worse was the limitation of technology in the Pokémon world. Even if they could observe the meteorite, they had no effective means to deal with it. The eventual solution, as everyone knew, was for the protagonist of the game to gain Rayquaza's approval, ride upon its back, undergo Mega Evolution and shatter the meteorite to save the region. Edward remembered that segment of the story vividly. What impressed him most was not just the spectacle, but the emotional detail in the Delta episode. If you played as the male protagonist, there was even a faint romantic subplot tied into the meteorite shattering sequence. Of course, it was only a short cutscene without any follow-up, but at that time, to a younger Edward, it left a deeply profound impression. But now is the New Year's Eve. Clearly, it wasn't the right moment to talk about meteorites and disasters, so Edward said nothing. Instead, he smiled brightly and joined his father and older brother to celebrate. In the middle of their gathering, Joseph casually mentioned Stephen's love life. After all, in Joseph's eyes, Stephen had already achieved great success. He had reached the very pinnacle of trainers. Surely it was about time to think about marriage. Stephen could only wear a helpless expression. He nodded obediently and promised that he would consider it in the future, though the reluctant look in his eyes said otherwise. At one point, he even shot Edward a resentful glance, as though to say, "Why aren't you the one getting pressured like this?" Edward nearly laughed aloud. Unlike his brother, he had Shizuka. He had already told Joseph about their relationship, so their father wasn't worried about his marriage at all. That said, Edward himself was too busy building his career to be thinking of marriage just yet. He wanted to spend more time with Shizuka, and he would eventually need to visit her parents in the future. For now, though, he was content to sit back and watch his brother squirm under their father's nagging. When the lively night finally passed, Edward welcomed the dawn of a new year. Lying in bed, he patiently replied to the flood of New Year greetings on his phone. There were far too many. For acquaintances he wasn't close with, a simple, "Happy New Year" reply was enough. But for closer friends, he crafted longer, more thoughtful responses. Once he finished, Edward yawned, then pulled out his laptop and began searching. Resolving the meteorite crisis Hoenn was facing was no simple matter. Rayquaza and Mega Evolution were both indispensable. The greatest hurdle was obtaining Rayquaza's recognition. On top of that, one also needed a special meteorite that would allow Rayquaza to Mega Evolve. The second problem might be solved through alternative methods, but the first was unavoidable. "Grandpa Robert, I need your help with something," Edward said. The old butler was in the kitchen preparing hot tea for them. Hearing Edward, he quickly wiped his hands and turned toward him with full attention. "Grandpa Robert, starting today, please help me purchase any meteorites that have fallen in Hoenn, and even meteorites from other regions. Let's start by buying about 100 million worth." Edward handed over his bank card. He had no idea where the specific meteorite found by the game's protagonist was located, but he had what the internet jokingly called cash power. He could buy his way forward. Rayquaza was known to feed on meteorites, after all. Even if most of the stones they collected turned out to be useless for Mega Evolution, feeding them to Rayquaza wouldn't be a waste. "Understood, young Master Edward," Robert replied immediately. To him, it was a simple matter. He had already done countless errands like this for Joseph and Stephen. Whether it was rare materials, stones, or research equipment, he had managed it all. Meteorites were hardly an exception. Edward let out a breath of relief. Spending 100 million should be enough to gather nearly all the meteorites scattered across Hoenn. As for identifying them, that wasn't an issue. Devon Corporation had a specialized machine for stone analysis, originally created by his father for his own hobby, but later often used by Stephen. Now, Edward was simply continuing the family tradition. That leaves only one question: finding the sky pillar. Edward stood up. Meteorites were no longer a big concern. If 100 million wasn't enough, he would spend 200 million. Money was just numbers to him. As long as it could solve the crisis, anything was worth it. The real issue was the sky pillar's location. From memory, Edward recalled that in the game, it was situated above a coastal town to the right of Littleroot Town. He checked his notes and soon spotted a familiar name on the map, Pacificlog Town. So it should be here. Edward studied the map carefully. Pacificlog was a unique place, a town built entirely on the sea, resting atop a network of rafts. To reach it, one could either fly on a Pokémon or take a ship. There were also water planes available, but they were far less cost-effective than simply riding a flying Pokémon. Edward wasn't worried about transportation. What mattered was searching for the sky pillar near Pacific Log. In the game, surfing across the ocean would bring you to it. But reality was different. Hoenn was vast, and its ocean even vaster. Finding the sky pillar would not be so easy. And there was another problem. The sky pillar was supposed to be tall, towering enough to pierce the sky. It should be visible from afar. With so many people passing through Pacific Log, surely someone would have noticed it. Yet Edward hadn't seen a single mention of it online. Wait, maybe Father knows. A memory stirred. His father, in his youth, had once assisted the League in capturing Rayquaza. If anyone knew about the sky pillar, it would be him. With that thought, Edward went to the study, where he found Joseph fiddling with a collection of stones. "Dad, I want to ask you something," Edward said. Joseph looked up with a smile, amused. "What is it? Do you know about the sky pillar?" Edward asked directly. The gentle smile on Joseph's face froze instantly. His expression turned serious, eyes narrowing with a trace of doubt. Slowly, he stood. Of course, he knew the sky pillar. Back then, when the League wanted to capture Rayquaza to strengthen their space project, they had partnered with him. Though Devon was already a large company at the time, it still had competitors, such as Macrocosmos. To secure Devon's growth, Joseph had agreed to cooperate with the League. But what followed left a scar on his heart that would never fade. Many lives were lost in the battle at the sky pillar, and the place was partially destroyed. This guilt was part of why Joseph always felt a pang of remorse when facing Zinnia. "Why are you asking? Did you already find out?" Joseph asked solemnly. He recalled meeting with Zinnia recently. She had told him about the meteorite crisis and said she had wanted to speak with Edward about it. But Edward hadn't shown up, so she spoke to Joseph instead. "Yes, the meteorite crisis. And if we want to resolve it, we'll need Rayquaza's help," Edward said firmly. Joseph sighed deeply and sank into the sofa. Easier said than done. Solving this is close to impossible. According to the reports from Moss Deep City, there was no way to stop the meteorite with their current technology. Their only chance was to try something after it entered the atmosphere, but even then, success wasn't guaranteed. That was why Joseph had been quietly troubled during New Year's Eve, though he hadn't wanted to ruin the family's mood. Now, seeing his son determined to help, Joseph didn't know what to say. "Dad, then where's the sky pillar?" Edward pressed. To gain Rayquaza's recognition, he first needed to find Rayquaza. And the sky pillar was the only confirmed location tied to it. "Back then, I went with the League to capture Rayquaza at the sky pillar. The battle destroyed much of it, and many people died. Since then, the League has taken control of the place. Ordinary people can't enter," Joseph explained. So that was why no information existed online. The League was guarding it. But Edward was no ordinary person. After explaining his situation to Officer Jenny, he received official permission to enter. "Edward, be careful. The sky pillar may once have been Rayquaza's resting place, but after what happened, it has long since been abandoned," Joseph said, worry evident in his tone. "I will," Edward promised. On the first day of the new year, he rode on one of the League's flying Pokémon to the sky pillar. Though fast, the journey was long, and by the time he arrived, the sun was already setting, painting the horizon in gold. "Mr. Edward, the sky pillar has fallen into disrepair. Wild Pokémon live inside. Please be cautious," Officer Jenny, who escorted him, warned. Edward nodded and stepped into the sky pillar. It was a massive tower, far larger and taller than he had imagined. According to Officer Jenny, this was already shortened by the battle years ago. In its prime, it had stretched so high it seemed to hold up the heavens themselves, hence the name. Inside, Edward found nothing remarkable. The place had been stripped clean during League management. Only a few Pokémon wandered about, darting around happily. Most were timid, scampering away the moment they saw him. At least the floors weren't too broken. The place, though abandoned, was still navigable. He climbed for what felt like hours, his body pushed harder than ever before. Thankfully, he had Q and the others to accompany him, keeping his spirits up. Finally, he reached the top, where bright light spilled down from above. He emerged at the summit, where the structure had been sheared off. The sea breeze whipped at him as he stood upon the tower's peak. His stomach clenched. It was dizzyingly high. Even damaged, the sky pillar was still more than 50 meters tall. The view was breathtaking and terrifying. But disappointment clouded his heart. Rayquaza was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Rayquaza can only be summoned through Zinnia's clan's ritual? Edward wondered aloud. Unfortunately, Zinnia was still imprisoned by the League and unavailable. Q cried out sharply. A sudden gale pressed down around them. Edward turned his head just in time to see, against the dimming sky, a long, emerald figure streaking toward him. His fingers clenched around Groudon's Pokeball. Rayquaza had come. With a thunderous roar, it soared above him. Its serpentine body twisted gracefully through the air, gliding effortlessly without wings. Truly a wonder. Rayquaza's gaze fixed on him, or more specifically, on the Pokeball at his waist. Edward's pulse quickened. He wasn't sure if it could understand human speech, but he had to try. He pulled out a bottle of fear juice. He had tasted it himself. It was delicious, the best juice he'd ever drunk. While it didn't increase effort values for him, it was still exquisite. Rayquaza, want a drink? Edward twisted the cap open and offered it. Where's Rayquaza? Didn't it descend just now? Moments later, Wallace hurriedly flew up to the sky pillar, with several League investigators trailing behind him. He looked around in search of something, but at this moment, the vast spire had only one figure, Edward, standing alone. Rayquaza has already left, Edward said calmly. His gaze was fixed on the sky above, his eyes carrying a trace of deep thought. Wallace glanced at him. If it had been anyone else, they would likely have already been escorted away for questioning. But Edward's identity was unique. He carried the confidence and qualifications to not be held accountable so easily. Because of this, Edward wasn't worried about being taken in. Instead, he was still mulling over what had just happened. A few minutes ago, when he pulled out that special fear juice, Rayquaza had actually drunk it, finishing the whole thing. Afterward, it hadn't said anything, merely staring at Edward quietly. Edward didn't hesitate. He told Rayquaza directly about the crisis he was facing. Rayquaza listened silently from beginning to end before finally flying away. Edward still didn't know what that meant. However, seeing how Rayquaza casually took the rest of his fear juice with it before leaving, Edward felt it was at least somewhat willing to help. Edward, did you really just meet Rayquaza? Wallace asked sternly, his sharp gaze fixed on him. Edward nodded slightly. Even though he wouldn't be forced into interrogation, basic questioning couldn't be avoided. But Edward didn't mind, after all. He had come here precisely to find Rayquaza. Yes, I spoke with Rayquaza, but, my apologies. It seems you don't have clearance for that level of classified information. Edward had originally intended to explain further, but then recalled that the League had not yet made the meteorite incident public. Clearly, they were not ready to release such information. Smiling, he shook his head at Wallace and stopped there. Wallace waved his hand, signaling the investigators to retreat. Then, with his full attention on Edward, he narrowed his eyes. Edward raised an eyebrow. Did Wallace know about this already? Well, it wasn't strange. Wallace's strength was considerable. Had he not devoted himself so much to contests, he would probably already be one of the Elite Four. Perhaps even champion wasn't out of the question. Is this about the meteorite? Wallace finally asked. Seeing this, Edward understood. Wallace indeed knew. Since he did, Edward no longer needed to hold back. He gave a simple rundown. He had requested Rayquaza's help, but Rayquaza hadn't agreed or refused, merely taking his juice and leaving. For now, Edward had no idea what Rayquaza truly intended. At the very least, that's a good start, Wallace said. You know, ever since the League discovered the meteorite, we've been trying to reach Rayquaza for assistance. But it's never responded to us, not once. His expression carried a faint trace of envy. The League had tried many methods to contact Rayquaza, yet it ignored them entirely. Edward twitched his lips. Rayquaza, respond to the League. He thought it was already remarkable that Rayquaza hadn't attacked humans. After all, it had once been captured by humans. Strictly speaking, that blame rested partly on his own father, so when Edward approached it, he had immediately offered juice, fearing Rayquaza might recognize him as Hibiscus's son and lash out in fury. But Rayquaza hadn't. Tell me, can the League's rockets really not launch? Don't you have some kind of backup plan? Edward asked, skeptical. Since arriving in this world, he had understood just how terrifying the power was that the Pokémon League had once overthrown. That kind of victory had to be soaked in blood and suppression. To believe the League didn't have secret weapons, Edward couldn't accept it. I don't know. Wallace shook his head. He truly wasn't certain. But judging from the earlier emergency conference, he suspected the League still had some measure of confidence. The chairwoman had looked rattled, yes, but beneath the panic there was steady calm. Wallace had sensed a firm assurance in him. Otherwise, he would never have radiated such confidence. Edward nodded. Wallace might be the champion to be, but even he couldn't possibly know everything. Still, from his manner, Edward could guess that Wallace had drawn some conclusions, which in turn proved that the League did have a hidden trump card for the meteorite crisis, though nothing so straightforward and efficient as having Rayquaza intervene directly. So, the first and best option remained persuading Rayquaza. Once the matter at Sky Pillar was resolved, Edward prepared to leave. But before that, he was required to give a brief written statement. Wallace personally handled the record, compiling the details to pass along to the League for later reference. When everything was done, Edward boarded a League-provided flying-type mount and set off for Rustboro. Officer Jenny, thank you very much for taking the trouble to bring me back to Rustboro so late at night. Inside the small cabin beneath the flying mount, Edward sat on a sofa sipping tea. Across from him sat Officer Jenny Rico, assigned to escort him. The mount was a specially trained Corviknight with extraordinary carrying capacity. Inside, Edward felt no wind at all. The ride was as smooth as sitting on a train. You're welcome, Mr. Edward, Jenny Rico replied with a polite smile, her demeanor perfectly calm. Edward studied the teacup in his hand, then raised his eyes to her expressionless, professional smile. With a sigh, he set the cup down. What's wrong, Mr. Edward? Does the tea not suit your taste? She asked curiously. Waving his hand, Edward placed the cup aside, pulled a drink bottle from his bag, twisted it open, and took a sip. The sweet and sour flavor was more to his liking. Then, narrowing his eyes, he said slowly, I can't help but feel, isn't it a little excessive to send a high-level undercover operative like you just to arrest me? A rich second-generation heir? Jenny Rico's smile froze faintly, as if puzzled by his words. Edward sighed. I'm quite familiar with Officer Jenny's face, you know. No matter how hard you've tried, the traces of cosmetic alteration are still there. These people, why were they always so persistent, refusing to give up until the very end? He looked at the woman across from him helplessly. Her smile changed subtly. Applauding softly, she looked at him with playful amusement. Edward, however, showed no alarm, only curiosity. Which organization was this woman from? Neither Team Aqua nor Team Magma seemed capable of producing someone with such skill. Mr. Edward, where is Mutwo? She asked sweetly. Edward's lips twitched. Of all things, he hadn't expected her to be from Team Rocket. Their reach extended this far? Denial never crossed his mind. For her to be sitting here now meant they already had most of the information. I don't know. Mutwo said you people were too annoying, so it moved away, Edward replied honestly. He truly didn't know. Mutwo had given him an address once, but he never bothered to check. Their communication was entirely online. Hand me your phone, Jenny Rico said cheerfully, extending her hand. Edward chuckled. Where did she get this confidence? Even Giovanni himself wouldn't be so bold before him. Not to mention, he had noticed her oddities the moment he boarded, and had already alerted Wallace. Did she really think she could restrain him before Wallace intervened? Edward wouldn't have stepped aboard otherwise. Right on cue, Q erupted, unleashing a blinding surge of light. The Corviknight let out a shriek as the cabin plummeted. Edward, meanwhile, was instantly lifted and set down safely right behind Stephen. "Brother," Edward exclaimed, surprised. He had assumed it would be Wallace, since Wallace had been positioned nearby as backup. "I got League orders earlier, so I came," Stephen explained with a glance. Steering his Mega Metagross, he used psychic power to knock out the Corviknight instantly, binding the unconscious Jenny Rico before descending. They landed just outside Mizuho Town. Though unharmed, and even exposing a hidden mole within the League, Edward still received a fierce scolding from Stephen. Next time, he was warned, don't recklessly climb aboard with suspicious strangers. Just notify Wallace to apprehend them directly. Edward scratched his head sheepishly. He hadn't really thought himself in danger, but Stephen's concern was genuine. That alone was worth accepting. "This one's probably from Team Rocket," Edward added. He also realized the capture might not be an accident. After all, she had surrendered almost too easily. Perhaps she wanted the League to know of her existence, forcing Edward into a corner, either to change his approach or abandon Mutwo entirely. Stephen's expression grew complicated. Edward certainly had a way of stirring trouble. But the League couldn't ignore a powerful artificial Pokémon like Mutwo. It was something they would inevitably have to address. The next 2 months, Edward immersed himself in filming Rear Window alongside the veteran director Kirk. From him, Edward learned various filming techniques and camera languages. To his surprise, his cinematography skill actually showed a progress bar, now at 10%. That discovery hinted there was a tier beyond master level, possibly something unattainable through lotteries. If master-level cinematography was already this powerful, then what lay above? Edward couldn't help but feel excited. Meanwhile, the Mutwo and Team Rocket issue remained on his mind. Yet after brief contact with the League, Mutwo continued its life as an online content creator, while the League chose not to interfere. That reassured Edward. He knew Mutwo's temper all too well. Force it, and the outcome would backfire spectacularly. As for Team Rocket, the League's suppression had left them licking their wounds, temporarily in hiding. During this time, Edward also acquired a number of meteorites, though Rayquaza never appeared again. The massive meteorite headed toward Hoenn wouldn't arrive until year's end. There was still time. He also had Ghost Films Productions begin promotions for The Truman Show, officially setting its release date. If he didn't, advertisers would start voicing complaints. The Truman Show, director Edward's long-awaited comeback masterpiece. An upcoming wave of terror, but this time rated suitable for all ages? Why? Director Edward claims The Truman Show is purely a drama film with no horror elements. If I hadn't seen One Missed Call, I might almost believe him. Online buzz soared immediately. Not many good movies these days? Edward, now noticeably tanned from constant filming under Kirk's blazing sets, sat in his office absent-mindedly scratching peeling skin from his arm. He had gotten darker, yes, but the knowledge he gained made it worthwhile. "Boss, there are plenty of films. But quality horror movies? Almost none." The highest-rated horror release recently only scored 4.5, Zoroark reported, handing him a dossier. As his secretary, it didn't need to film, but it did handle his schedule. Edward scanned the file. The top title was Silent Midnight After Burial, with a pitiful score of 4.5. The rest, Death Phone, Terror Signal, Haunted Inn, all hovered below 3. He shook his head. Just by looking at them, he knew they'd be terrible. Then again, that was the state of horror films in the Pokémon world before he introduced true masterpieces. They had always been a tiny, neglected niche. "Well, we've got time anyway. Want to go see a movie, Zoroark?" Edward asked with a smile. Zoroark stared silently at the papers in his hand, then shook his head decisively. It would rather waste its life on games than throw away money on such garbage films. Watching them was nothing but pain to suffer. The Truman Show, directed by Edward? Then it should still be quite good. Film critic Roger held his movie ticket in hand and sat inside the theater waiting for the screening to begin, a faint weariness flickering in his eyes. As a film critic, this was both a painful yet somewhat fortunate profession. The painful part was that he had to watch movies every single day. The fortunate part was, naturally, that he also got to watch movies every single day. Roger had once believed that he didn't need to watch films daily. After all, the number of movies available in theaters was limited. A cinema typically scheduled no more than a dozen films each day, sometimes fewer than 10. Each film lasted only about 2 hours. So what? Watch it once, and that would be that. If one were ruthless, the moment a film was released you could go watch it immediately, and after that, you could rest for a long time. Wasn't that exactly Roger's image of an ideal job? Short working hours, high salary, and plenty of freedom to arrange your time however you pleased. But ideals were like Gojo Satoru declaring victory, only to be cut clean in half by Sukuna, harsh reality striking it down without mercy. Short working hours? Technically, yes. But to write reviews that were fair, insightful, impressive, and stood out from the crowd, sometimes a single movie had to be rewatched several times. This was so that a critic could uncover Easter eggs and hidden details before other reviewers, securing traffic and attention. If it were a commercial blockbuster, that was still fine. The logic of such films was usually very simple and straightforward, like the answers placed right in front of you. All you had to do was trace them out. At most, wait to see if there was a post-credit scene. That was the end of the job. But the problem was, not every movie was a commercial blockbuster. Some carried suspense, some contained veiled satire. Those required careful pondering, one viewing not enough, 2 or more needed until one had confidence in the interpretation. That was why most critics deliberately cultivated good relations with directors. This way, when writing reviews, they could appear more authoritative. After all, by asking the director whether the film carried any hidden meaning, they could save themselves a great deal of labor. So, while the job looked short in hours, in truth it wasn't short at all. The intensity was maxed out. A competent film critic not only had to maintain their fanbase, but also keep constant track of the entertainment industry so that they could seize trending topics at the earliest possible moment. On top of that, they sometimes had to compete with peers, handle haters, edit videos, and much more. In reality, the job was exhausting. High salary? That too depended. In the beginning, Roger couldn't even afford meals. He relied on his parents' support. Only after building a small fan base did he gradually earn enough to feed himself. Now he had reached the stage where he could send money back to his parents as a show of filial piety. But the deepest impression he carried was, money is hard to earn, and food is hard to swallow. Or in other words, plenty of people would rather eat shit if it meant earning more money. In this world, perhaps being born the child of a wealthy family was the only truly easy thing. Everything else was never that easy. But director Edwards' films are relatively easy to understand, Roger thought, just not too friendly to the heart, and sometimes the depth is hard to dig out. The announcement for admission rang through the hall. Roger picked up his ticket and entered the theater. The hall was packed. Edward had won the hearts of countless audiences with his endless supply of high-quality films. Roger himself quite liked Edward's work. They looked simple, didn't require overthinking, then suddenly scared you half to death. Afterwards, they still left you with a strange sense of satisfaction. So yes, Roger genuinely enjoyed watching them. Still, for the sake of releasing reviews at the earliest opportunity, he worked hard. To speed things up, he had even prepared templates. Depending on the genre, he only had to slot in scores and polish accordingly. That way he could publish as quickly as possible. Of course, typing speed was critical. If your fingers weren't fast, you couldn't grab the traffic. As the theater darkened, the film began. Roger watched intently. But the moment he saw the first human face, and then Truman, a faint sense of unease crept into his heart. Something didn't feel right. This doesn't look like a horror movie. You can't give up, buddy. Even if you're only on tiptoe, you've got to climb the peak. Truman spoke softly to his reflection in the mirror. Then the film cut between the director's narration, Truman's own monologues, and 2 actors smiling into the camera as they declared The Truman Show was the ultimate reality show, completely authentic. Roger fell silent. Could it be a sci-fi horror film? But the lines, Truman's words combined with the actors' claims, carried a strange sense of absurdity. Roger sat up straighter, focusing hard. He wanted to see. He wanted to know just what kind of film this was. Day 10,909. 10,909? If you divide by 365, that's about 30 years. Roger. Truman's wife even slipped in product placements while talking. Roger felt angry. Truman was being kept entirely in the dark. Later, Truman confided in a male friend, once again speaking of leaving for Alola. But his friend discouraged him. Truman sat alone by the ocean at night, staring at the waves. Then came a flashback. In it, Roger learned why Truman feared the sea. As a child, he went sailing with his father, only to encounter a storm. His father drowned before his very eyes, leaving young Truman scarred with deep oceanic terror. This is control, pure control. Wait, could Truman's father also have been an actor? A chilling thought struck Roger. He tensed. If so, then Truman's despair was unfathomable. His entire life arranged from the start. The story advanced. Truman noticed strange events, rain falling only on him, even chasing him when he moved. His wife opposed him, spoke of having children. Meanwhile, the camera cut to the security staff in a garage, chatting as they watched the Truman Show. They even revealed that during intimate moments, the production crew deliberately turned the cameras away to avoid exposing privacy. The next day, Truman went to work and saw a homeless man who looked exactly like his father. He tried to confirm it, but a group of people blocked him, and the vagrant was whisked away. Truman never got the chance. Troubled, he visited his mother. Roger realized his mother was also an actress. So, in the Truman Show, Truman is the only real person? Roger suddenly grasped it. Truman's mother denied everything. His wife reassured him not to overthink and slipped in yet another advertisement. Truman grew suspicious. He pulled out a red piece of clothing and fell into thought. Through another flashback, Roger finally saw Truman had once met a girl in school and fallen for her. Though she was an actress, she wasn't cast as Truman's love interest. They weren't scripted to have romance. Still, Truman confessed, and the girl dragged him to the beach, whispering cryptic warnings. "Damn Riddlers," Roger muttered, shaking his head. Why couldn't she just say it directly? Tell him everyone around him was fake, just actors, that he was living on a set? Why speak in half-truths? The result was Truman staring in confusion as his love was taken away. Her father claimed they were leaving for Alola the next day. This became one of Truman's reasons for longing to go to Alola. What the hell? Even this is on videotape. Roger cursed inwardly. Only when he heard the commentary of in-film viewers did he realize the flashback itself was also a recording. Truman's entire life, everything, was captured on film. But this only made Roger more curious. If that was the case, how would director Edwards steer the story forward? How would he develop it? Truman couldn't remain a reality show actor forever. A film needed conflict. And conflict tested the director and screenwriter. Mishandled, even a masterpiece could collapse into garbage. When Truman took out his wife's photo frame, assembling the torn pieces of another woman's face behind it, the shot zoomed out to reveal the actress herself was also watching The Truman Show. Then Truman accidentally tuned into the cruise frequency while driving, discovering oddities. His suspicion grew. He began doubting everything around him. Roger leaned forward, heart racing. What choices would Truman make? How would he uncover the truth of this false world? Truman began to test the waters. He started doing things that were out of the ordinary, making strange and uncharacteristic moves, and quietly observing everything around him. His eyes were like those of a startled fawn, filled with fear and unease toward the world he was living in. Through these tests and accidents, he eventually wandered into a tall building. After pressing the elevator button and stepping inside, he was shocked to discover that what lay behind the doors was not an elevator at all, but rather a backstage resting set. Inside, there were even actors eating snacks and lounging around. Truman tried to say something, but before he could, people rushed forward, grabbed him, and forcibly threw him back outside. A wave of overwhelming terror seized Truman's heart. In his panic, he decided to confide in his best friend, Marlon, hoping to find solace. Yet what awaited him was only another trap. Marlon's words were deliberately crafted to bind Truman emotionally to this place, coaxing him into cherishing the town rather than doubting it. When Truman returned home, his mother came bringing along a photo album, gently urging him to recall the beauty of his past. Roger squinted his eyes as he watched, like a butterfly trapped and struggling to flap its wings, desperately yearning to escape this cursed place. But at the same time, the spider was already spinning a fresh new web to keep him caught. Later, Truman's mother and wife both temporarily left. On television, programs were being broadcast that also tried to rekindle Truman's attachment to the town. Truman irritably flipped through the photo album. When his eyes suddenly froze, he discovered that in one of the wedding photos, his wife's middle finger and index finger were crossed. That subtle hand gesture carried a hidden meaning. I am lying. Please forgive me. That revelation sent a chill through Truman. He began to recall all the peculiar behaviors his wife had displayed in the past. At the time, he had simply assumed she had a strange obsession with recommending products to him, but now, in light of this clue, it seemed the truth might be something far more sinister. The only thing that had ever felt truly genuine to Truman were Pokémon. Yet, ironically, he had never once been able to own a Pokémon himself, because whenever he hugged one, his entire body broke out in red rashes due to his supposed allergy. Determined to seek the truth, Truman began testing his wife. He pursued her all the way to the hospital, insisting on witnessing the surgery she claimed to have that day. Along the way, countless people tried to block him and hinder his path, but Truman still forced his way into the operating room. What he found there, however, was nothing more than a ridiculous performance. There was no patient being operated on at all. He had been deceived yet again. Worse still, Truman accidentally stumbled upon the truth behind his so-called allergy. The reason he broke out in rashes whenever he hugged a Pokémon was not due to any natural cause, but because their fur and feathers had been deliberately sprinkled with medicinal powder to trigger the reaction. The director feared Truman might one day develop a genuine bond with Pokémon. Such a relationship could ultimately destroy everything they had so carefully constructed. This crushing despair drove Truman into a frenzy. He tried to buy a plane ticket to Alola, only to learn that the next available flight would not depart until a month later. Undeterred, he purchased a bus ticket instead, but when the time came to depart, the driver practically slammed the gas pedal to the floor and still, somehow, the bus never left the station. From this, Truman realized something chilling. Whenever he tried to leave, the entire town itself would conspire against him to keep him in. This discovery, rather than discouraging him, only strengthened his resolve to escape. So, Truman confronted his wife. Dragging her into a car, he told her everything he had uncovered. And indeed, events played out exactly as Truman had predicted, confirming all of his suspicions. This made him even more desperate. He drove recklessly with his wife at his side, racing aimlessly, until finally the police stopped them on a bridge. In his breakdown, Truman even went so far as to hold his own wife hostage. At that moment, Marlon appeared again. His presence calmed Truman somewhat, and the two of them went to the broken bridge to talk. Marlon appeared to be speaking sincerely, but in reality, every word he spoke was being fed to him by the director behind the scenes. Yet when Marlon uttered the line, "I will never lie to you," he hesitated ever so slightly. That hesitation made Truman's eyes widen in shock. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. In that instant, Truman realized the painful truth. Even his best friend was just an actor. His entire life had been one enormous lie. His wife was an actress, his friend was an actor, and everything around him was staged. The theater audience, watching all of this unfold, fell silent. They watched Truman's dawning realization with heavy hearts, waiting to see how he would break free from these chains of deception. Then Marlon suddenly produced Truman's father, staging a heart-wrenching father-son reunion. It was a performance designed to tug at the heartstrings of the viewers outside the set, drawing their sympathy and attention. But the cold, mechanical commands of the director behind the curtain only made Roger shiver. Truman was nothing more than a puppet, a doll manipulated by others. Soon after, during a televised interview, the director of The Truman Show even declared his plans to release Truman's very first intimate moment on broadcast, all for the sake of higher ratings. Such an announcement meant Truman's future would be stripped of every shred of privacy. The despair was suffocating. Yet strangely, Truman seemed to regain himself after the return of his father. He resumed his daily routine, smiling, laughing heartily, speaking his usual lines as though nothing had happened. Everything appeared to be spiraling toward tragedy, until one day, Truman went down to the basement to sleep. Everyone monitoring him thought nothing was wrong. But the director, upon reviewing the camera footage, noticed something unusual. He rewound and replayed the tape, then caught a fleeting glimpse of a hand where it shouldn't be. Alarmed, he ordered Marlon to go check. What Marlon discovered was shocking. The Truman asleep in the basement was not Truman at all, but a dummy stuffed with a tape recorder that played fake snoring sounds. Even more terrifying, Marlon uncovered a hidden passage that led directly outside. Truman had deceived them all. This loss of control terrified the director, who immediately ordered the entire Sea Haven town to be searched. Every street, every house, every corner was combed, yet Truman was nowhere to be found. Finally, the director realized the truth. He turned the cameras toward the sea, and there, out on the open water, Truman was found. Against all odds, he had overcome his lifelong fear of the sea. This director made a foolish mistake, Roger muttered, shaking his head. By giving Truman back his father, he inadvertently helped him conquer his greatest fear. If he hadn't reunited them, Truman might still have been terrified of the ocean. But now, everything has been ruined. Roger had already learned from earlier broadcasts that Sea Haven was nothing more than a massive soundstage, with its sky and horizon painted on backdrops. If Truman kept sailing forward, it was inevitable he would eventually crash into the wall of the set. The director, unwilling to lose Truman, dialed up the storm machines, whipping up towering waves to put Truman's life in danger. Yet Truman did not yield. Exhausted and soaked, he continued sailing on. Watching him, even the director felt a flicker of hesitation. After all, he had raised Truman, watched him grow up, and inevitably developed some attachment. But Truman roared defiantly, "Is that the best you can do? You'll have to kill me to stop me." His furious cry infuriated the director, who pushed the storm to its maximum setting. The boat nearly capsized. Yet as he watched Truman's unyielding struggle, the director finally relented. The storm ceased and the sea grew calm. The sun broke through the clouds once more. Truman's boat drifted onward until its bow suddenly pierced through a wall, the painted horizon. Stunned, Truman realized that the sky he had always seen was nothing more than an artificial set. He slammed against it, pounded his fists in despair, and after venting his grief, he calmed down. Walking along the edge of the sea, he discovered a staircase. At the top stood a door, labeled simply, "Exit." At that moment, the director spoke directly to him. He tried to persuade Truman to stay, telling him that if he remained, he would continue being the protagonist of this world, adored and central. But if he stepped outside, he would face the harshness of reality, a reality that, in truth, might be nothing more than another stage. Truman was faced with a choice. He smiled. Looking up at the sky where the hidden camera lens watched, he seemed almost to meet Roger's gaze, and he spoke his iconic farewell. "In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night." With elegance, Truman bowed deeply, then stepped through the door, leaving forever the stage that had been built to trap him. Outside, the audience erupted in cheers. They wept, they shouted, they celebrated. Even Truman's first love dashed out of her apartment, hurrying to find him. It seemed like the perfect happy ending. The director removed his glasses, looking dejected, as the broadcast of The Truman Show came to an end. And yet Roger couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. The conclusion was good, but somehow it still lacked a final touch of brilliance. That touch came in the film's very last shot. Two security guards who had earlier celebrated Truman's escape were now sitting blankly in front of a television, asking, "So, what else is on? Check the TV guide." With that, the film truly ended. Roger's pupils quivered violently. That single exchange between the two guards elevated the ending to an entirely new level of depth. Barely 20 minutes after the premiere ended, Roger published a lengthy review online. First, this review contains spoilers. If you haven't watched the film yet, please see my other spoiler-free review. Only readers who provide proof of purchase may view this version. In my opinion, The Truman Show is a profound and highly creative film. Director Edward was right, this is not a horror movie. It is a comedy on the surface, but more than that, it is a philosophical exploration of human nature, free will, and the essence of reality itself. Through the life experiences of its protagonist Truman, the film constructs a grand metaphor that compelled me to re-examine the authenticity of my own world and life. The most captivating element of this film is its ingenious premise, a massive television production team secretly constructing a vast false world for 30 years, solely to entertain audiences by watching an unwitting man's life. This concept is not only bold and original, but it also cleverly intertwines modern media culture, elements of reality shows, and reflections on privacy and moral boundaries. It paints the portrait of a technologically advanced yet morally bankrupt society. The Truman Show profoundly explores the complexity of human nature. Truman's yearning for freedom, his pursuit of truth, and his ultimate courage to escape his false world embody humanity's eternal longing for free will and authentic living. At the same time, the film also lays bare the voyeurism of its audience, the way outsiders, myself included, consume others' lives as entertainment. It raises the uncomfortable question: in our world where reality and entertainment blur more each day, are we too, in some sense, the audience of someone else's Truman, ignoring the real emotions and lives of those around us? The film blurs the line between reality and fiction, provoking deep reflection on the question, what is real? Seahaven is a carefully designed lie. Yet when Truman seeks truth and attempts to break free, he is resisted by both his creator and his audience. This mirrors society's restrictions on individual freedom, while also posing a chilling question. In a world that can be manipulated and constructed, how can we ever be certain our experiences are real? Sometimes, I even fear, what if my own world is false as well? Then Roger posted a spoiler-free review as well. In my evaluation, this is a film fully deserving of the title Best Film of the Year. Without a doubt. The very next morning, Edward was bombarded by phone messages. 9 hours and the box office has already broken 50 million? Edward glanced at the news on his phone, yawned, and showed little reaction. The Truman Show had always been his award-season film, carefully tailored for Jim Carrey, and he didn't particularly care about box office results. After all, the film didn't generate any horror-related points, and Edward planned to use the proceeds to develop his company, further expanding ghost films and thus achieve greater profitability. What truly concerned him now was his next film project. He had already decided it would still be The Grudge. This time, however, he planned to adapt Ju-on, the Curse 2, as the basis for the plot. Kayako would continue her killing spree, and he would also include the subplot originally placed at the end of the first film, where the real estate agent and his sister enter the haunted house. This arrangement would make the storyline flow more cohesively. Of course, Ju-on's plotlines were always chaotic by nature, but Edward had long since gotten used to it. In the end, the key was simply to escalate the horror gradually, intensifying the audience's sense of dread step by step. Ju-on, huh? Edward scratched his head. The Curse 2 was indeed quite good, perfect for terrifying audiences. Since viewers had now enjoyed a few months of relative calm, this would be the right time to plunge them back into fear. He had briefly considered making other films, such as Shudder or even The Curse, Noroi. But after some thought, he abandoned those ideas. To him, The Curse felt too inauspicious. It began with chanting, paired with hand gestures, guiding the audience to recite along. Only later would viewers realize that this ritual was a way of spreading the curse among themselves. Although the production team's intent had been to break the fourth wall and give the audience a sense of participation, in reality it did the opposite. It only infuriated viewers, evoking the same sickening feeling as those old-fashioned chain letters: share this, or you're not truly one of us. Forward this to 10 people, or your relatives will die. To protect his reputation, Edward had decisively discarded the project. Better to let such a film sink forever into the sea of disdain. Young Master Edward, the old butler said, pouring him a steaming cup of tea. Grandpa Robert, do we still have funds left for meteorite acquisitions? Edward asked, taking a sip. The butler shook his head. 100 million might sound like a lot, but after months of continuous purchasing, their reserves were running dry. Seeing this, Edward said nothing more, but calmly allocated another 100 million to continue the search. If even after throwing this much money at the problem they still could not find a meteorite that satisfied Rayquaza, then it could only be chalked up to fate. Just as Edward lifted his cup for another drink, a loud crash shook the house. A rock smashed through the roof and fell straight onto the table before him. What's going on here? Edward stared blankly at the ceiling above him. A massive hole had already been smashed through the roof. One had to know that his house wasn't just 1 story tall, it had 3 full levels. The attic on the top floor was used for storing miscellaneous items. The second floor was where everyone slept, with his own room, Stephen's room, and Joseph's room all situated there. The first floor contained the kitchen, dining room, living room, and even a gym. The Stone family would often go in there to exercise and keep their bodies in good condition. There was also a special piece of equipment custom-made by his father to simulate mining work. Supposedly, training with it regularly would help improve mining speed and make one's technique more refined. Edward himself didn't understand the appeal, but his father and brother would frequently use the contraption. What was more, when the house had been built, his family hadn't been stingy at all. They had invested heavily in strong construction materials. Even an ordinary earthquake wouldn't cause much damage. Yet, out of all things, a random stone had actually crashed through the house, piercing straight through the 3rd and 2nd floors before landing right in front of him. A meteorite? Edward felt a guess forming in his heart. But just as he thought of this, the old butler rushed in at top speed, dragging Edward away in case another stone fell, and directly smashed him on the head. After all, even though one might say the human skull was tough, it obviously couldn't compare to reinforced concrete. If a meteorite could pierce the 3rd and 2nd floors, it could just as easily smash through his head. Fortunately, no more stones came crashing down afterward. The rock that had landed in front of Edward was quickly sent to Devon Corporation for inspection. The results confirmed it. This really was a meteorite. Edward was simply unlucky. Out of all the places such a thing could have fallen, it just had to land in his home. But in another sense, one could say he was lucky. After all, the odds of a meteorite falling right in front of someone were even lower than winning the lottery. Edward, I heard a meteorite almost hit you. His father hurried over, anxious and out of breath. Edward had just put down his phone. His brother Stephen had also called earlier, asking about the meteorite. If not for the fact that Stephen was currently on a mission assigned by the League, Edward suspected he would have flown straight over. Dad, don't worry. I'm fine. Edward smiled, then hefted the meteorite in his hand. It wasn't particularly heavy. According to the inspection report, it weighed precisely 3.213 kilograms, 3,213.41 grams, calculated with great accuracy. Seeing his son so relaxed, Joseph finally exhaled. Earlier, when Robert told him that Edward had almost been struck by a meteorite, his heart had leapt to his throat. Now it finally began to settle down. Yet his eyes inevitably fell on the meteorite itself. It looked plain and unremarkable, its surface dark and black. Joseph picked up the inspection report from the table and skimmed through it. The meteorite was a metallic type, primarily composed of iron with trace amounts of other metals, but all of them were common to this world. There was nothing especially rare about it. Tests also showed no viruses or bacteria present, so there was no danger of infection. Looks like we'll need to install some kind of interception net over the house from now on, Joseph muttered, still shaken. He had already decided to have one installed the moment he got back. Such an incident had never happened in his lifetime, but what if? This time Edward had been lucky, the meteorite hadn't struck his head. What about next time? He would rather spend extra money than risk such a possibility. Edward understood his father's worry. Though he felt the precaution was unnecessary, he didn't object. Still, he took the meteorite with him. He couldn't help but wonder, was this perhaps the very stone capable of resonating with Rayquaza? If so, then he truly was a child of destiny. To always have exactly what he needed fall into his lap, if that wasn't fate, then what was it? Just a daydreamer? Daydreamer. Edward raised a brow. That stray thought reminded him of a certain film. In his previous life, The Secret Life of Walter Mitty had only grossed $190 million worldwide, respectable, but not a huge hit. It was a classic case of a film praised by some but ignored by audiences. The reviews had been polarizing. Some critics hailed it as outstanding, while others blasted it as little more than a clumsy vehicle for product placement. But clearly, those critics had never seen just how jarring and awkward bad product placement could be. Compared to those disasters, Walter Mitty actually handled its brand tie-ins rather well. Still, Edward had no intention of remaking Walter Mitty. For one, its tone was closer to The Truman Show, well-rated, yes, but not at all within his preferred horror genre. The film's protagonist, Walter, was a timid film negative manager who constantly escaped into elaborate daydreams. He longed for adventure, romance, and success, but in real life he was too introverted to even talk to the woman he liked. When his company was bought out and his magazine prepared to close, the final cover required the elusive photographer Sean's prize, negative number 25. Walter set off on a journey to find it, encountering dangers and wonders along the way. Through his adventure, Walter grew into a braver, more complete person. He found the negative and, more importantly, he found himself. The story was actually short, originating from a brief short story only a few pages long. Maybe I should just let the company handle it. Edward stroked his chin, forming an idea. He didn't have time to film it himself. He was busy preparing Ju-on 2. But he could easily hand the project to a company director, keeping a screenwriter credit for himself. By the way, Edward, what are you doing collecting so many meteorites lately? Joseph suddenly asked, breaking his son's thoughts. His gaze carried curiosity but no suspicion. After all, Joseph himself often spent large sums to collect odd-looking rocks. His son buying meteorites wasn't strange to him, it was just pocket change. Dad, I went to Sky Pillar recently, and I met Rayquaza. Edward chose not to hide anything. He trusted his own father completely. Rayquaza. Joseph's expression grew complicated, touched with both reflection and sighs. He sometimes regretted the past, but not the decision itself, only the people it had hurt. If given another chance, he would still have chosen to cooperate with the League. It was that decision which had allowed Devon Corporation to defeat its rival, Great Cosmos Company, and later rise into one of the most powerful enterprises in the entire Pokémon League. That turning point had determined everything. Business wars were brutal. Cosmos was gone now, its founding family ruined after failed investments. They had left Hoenn entirely. Some hinted they could help Joseph retaliate, but he had refused. He had no interest in striking fallen foes. After all, Cosmos had once pushed them to the brink. Without Devon's new energy technology, they would never have recovered. A worthy opponent, Joseph thought. That was how he chose to remember them. Dad, about the meteorite. I've looked into it. Zinnia and the Draconid people have prophecies. To save Hoenn from crisis, Rayquaza must shatter the darkness. It should mean Rayquaza has to destroy an oncoming meteorite. Edward spoke calmly. Apologies, but knowing the storyline really did let him do as he pleased. Especially when he was strong enough to back it up. After his run-in with Team Rocket, Edward had already reported Giovanni to the League. Though there had been no action yet, Edward knew Giovanni's days were numbered. No criminal boss kept his hands clean. Investigate hard enough, and dirt would always surface. And since Team Rocket had even infiltrated the Jenny's ranks, once the family found out, Giovanni would be in for a harsh reckoning. That alone would keep him too busy to worry about Mutuo. My son, you've really grown up. Joseph looked at Edward with pride. He had thought he alone would shoulder the meteorite problem, but now his youngest son was stepping up too. It warmed his heart. Edward scratched his head in mild embarrassment. His father, in his good mood, gave him a staggering $1 billion in funds to buy up meteorites. Edward nearly choked. With just $200 million, he had already cleaned out almost all of Hoen's supply. Even Butler Robert had reported that acquisitions were slowing down and had begun extending to other regions. Edward didn't object. If money could solve it, then money it was. Who knew if another region's meteorite might be the key Rayquaza needed? Still, $1 billion was overkill. Especially now, with this sudden meteorite literally landing in front of him, Edward strongly suspected this was the destined one. After seeing his father off, Edward returned to his company. It was time to draft Walter Mitty's script for internal production and prepare the Grudge 2 screenplay. Soon, they would begin filming, and he would harvest fear from audiences once more. That one famous scene, I've been looking forward to it for ages. Edward rubbed his hands together. Ju-on was filled with iconic moments. Kayako crawling down the stairs, Kayako's sudden face-to-face appearances, or her emerging from under the covers. But another scene often came up in discussions too. On a rainy day, in a schoolyard, countless girl ghosts standing outside, climbing windows, trying to get in. That image had left deep impressions. Edward wondered with amusement, would schools across the league see a wave of truancy after the film? Probably not. The Grudge 2 would almost certainly be rated adults only. He personally felt kids could handle it, especially with the masterful cinematography's cleansing effect on negative emotions, but he had no interest in fighting the league over ratings. "Boss, are we making a new movie?" Zoroark asked eagerly. But then its eyes caught sight of the first two words on Edward's script draft, The Grudge. Its body stiffened, and it immediately backed out of the room. Edward's mouth twitched. "That timid, huh? Fuji. Director Edward wants you for his sequel." Across town, Fuji's mother excitedly pushed open a door. But just as she did, she froze, seeing a long-haired head slowly emerge from the closet, its eerie eyes gleaming. Her breath nearly stopped. "Mom, I'm just getting into character," Fuji snapped. Though she had played Kayako and even scared herself watching the film, when it came to filming, she was utterly serious and professional. Edward was in the middle of writing the storyline for The Grudge 2. However, although the name was The Grudge 2, it was not the version where the infamous Ghost Queen appeared. Instead, Edward chose to work with the continuation of The Grudge, videotape version. This installment's plot primarily revolved around the Suzuki family. Suzuki Tatsuya could, to some degree, be considered the protagonist this time around. Strictly speaking, the only true main character in The Grudge was Kayako, but as a living human, Tatsuya naturally had quite a significant amount of screen time. His younger sister, Kyoko Suzuki, also received substantial focus, enough that she could be regarded as the female lead of this version. Originally, the siblings were supposed to make their first appearance at the very end of the first Grudge, surveillance tape, setting things up for the second part while also introducing the unfortunate Kitata couple. But Edward felt that such an arrangement was not ideal for the pacing of his film. So he simply brought the Suzuki siblings forward, placing them at the very beginning of the second part as the central characters of the story. This adjustment had its benefits. For one, it prevented audiences from wondering at the end of Part 1 why the Suzuki siblings had not died. It also spared Edward from being affectionately mocked by viewers as a plot hole hack. All in all, it was a clever decision that achieved multiple goals at once. Suzuki Tatsuya, in this narrative, was a moderately successful real estate agent. He managed a small agency of his own and, in the aftermath of the first videotape, had come into possession of the Murakami family's house, the infamous haunted residence central to The Grudge. Tatsuya bought the property cheaply, as befitting a stigmatized, haunted house, intending to resell it at a much higher price for profit. After all, while people had indeed died there, its location was prime, making it a highly desirable property, despite its sinister reputation. But whether it was caution or carelessness, no one could quite say. The fact remained that Tatsuya, who was a rather superstitious man, decided before selling the house to take his younger sister Kyoko, who possessed psychic sensitivity, to inspect it. He wanted to confirm for himself whether anything truly unusual lurked within. Kyoko followed her brother to the haunted house. Yet the moment she merely gazed upon it from the outside, a wave of unease swept over her. Once inside, the feeling only grew stronger. On the second floor, she caught sight of Kayako's shadow. She insisted that the Murakami family could not possibly have been the only ones to die there. And as she climbed further upward, she came face to face with Kayako herself. Kayako even performed her iconic head-down kill, but Tatsuya, who lacked Kyoko's sight, saw nothing, merely following his sister into the rooms. Kyoko, however, sensed the deep, suffocating grudge that saturated the house, and she promptly decided they must leave. Before departing, though, Kyoko took a sip of sake, then told her brother that if anyone ever wanted to purchase this house, they must also drink from the sake. Only if the drink tasted normal could the property be sold. Puzzled, Tatsuya asked her why. Kyoko explained, once touched by a vengeful spirit, sake would turn unbearably bitter, and people could detect it instantly. If a buyer drank the sake and found it foul, it meant they were already marked by the ghost. Tatsuya accepted her advice, though Kyoko herself, as she left, cast one last glance back at the house, her body trembling with cold dread. Unexpectedly, some time later Kyoko received a call from her brother. He said the house had been sold, and he had followed her instructions, making the buyer drink the sake. Since the buyer claimed it tasted fine, the transaction had gone through. Still, Kyoko could hardly believe it. But Tatsuya's real concern was not the sale. Over the phone, he confessed that his son Nobuyuki had recently been acting as though possessed, and he begged Kyoko to come take a look. Naturally, she agreed. Nobuyuki was her nephew, after all. Yet on her way to see Nobuyuki, Kyoko's curiosity got the better of her. She decided to stop by the cursed house again. From the courtyard, she saw Mrs. Kiteda, the neighbor, who by now had already been possessed by Kayako. Just looking at her filled Kyoko with overwhelming fear, and she dared not approach. So, she hurried instead to find her nephew. But upon checking the address and house number, she realized with horror that even this residence was no ordinary home, but another haunted property connected to the Grudge. "This Suzuki Tatsuya is unbelievable," Edward muttered as he wrote, shaking his head with exasperation. "He's a real estate agent himself, yet not only does he buy and sell haunted houses, he even dares to live in one. His professional competence is truly questionable." In Japan, belief in ghosts and spirits was deeply ingrained. Most Japanese held genuine fear of haunted houses, which were commonly marked as stigmatized properties. Under normal logic, a realtor, especially a successful one, should have been well aware of such matters. Even if not an exorcist himself, he should never have been so oblivious as to buy a haunted property and move into it. But the truth was, Tatsuya really had been oblivious. Even Kyoko had not known her brother was currently living in a cursed house. Once inside, though, Kyoko could immediately sense something was terribly wrong. She armed herself with a wooden plank for protection and noticed the protective talismans her brother had hung, though of course they were useless. She eventually found Nobuyuki, shook him awake, and confirmed he was physically fine. But just then came a knock at the door. Opening it, Kyoko saw a neighbor who mentioned hearing the sound of a baby crying. Realizing instantly that such cries could only mean a ghostly presence, Kyoko urged the neighbor to leave quickly, not wanting to drag them into danger. When she returned, she found Nobuyuki sitting on the floor in terror, staring at a glowing crack in the doorframe, as though a light was shining from inside. Rather than escaping with the boy or seeking outside help, Kyoko, whether out of courage or reckless compulsion, opened the door. Behind it replayed a gruesome scene of the past, Takeo Seki breaking into Shunsuke Kobayashi's home, murdering Manami, and cruelly cutting her unborn child from her womb. Takeo noticed Kyoko's presence, turned toward her, and began approaching. Terrified, Kyoko's entire body trembled before she finally fainted. Later, though Tatsuya rushed over, all he could do was take his deranged sister and his blank-eyed son back to their family home, leaving them in the care of his parents for the time being. It was then that Tatsuya learned something shocking. Not only Kyoko, but their father also possessed psychic sensitivity. His father warned him, if this matter was not resolved, Tatsuya too would fall victim to the grudge. Panicked, Tatsuya set out to question the Kiteda couple for answers. But as soon as he left his parents' house, intending to drive off, his phone rang. A subordinate from his company reported that his sister Kyoko was waiting for him at the office. Fear chilled Tatsuya to the bone. If he had already brought Kyoko home, then who was at the office? He dared not go, dared not think further. He fled. Back at the company, when an employee checked on the supposed Kyoko, she merely nodded faintly. Yet when the employee later brought in tea, the room was empty. Meanwhile, the grudge had already seeped into his parents' home. Tatsuya's father sternly told his wife not to keep staring at Kyoko. But the old woman sat smiling blankly, whispering, "Kyoko is smiling." Sensing something amiss, the father turned, only to see Toshio's head emerging from beneath the floorboards, gazing straight at him. Both parents perished. Kyoko, clutching a doll, knelt in the room rocking back and forth, her head shaking like a madwoman's. Nobuyuki alone rose mechanically, wandering dazed into the courtyard to sit in silence. In fact, Edward muttered thoughtfully as he stroked his chin, at this point, Kyoko should technically already be dead, or rather, she died in Minami's room. Her body is now possessed by Minami's ghost, while her soul is what appeared at the company. It wasn't merely speculation. Kyoko's erratic behavior, her obsessive rocking of the doll, her fixation on children, it all revealed that her body had become the vessel for Minami's spirit. Meanwhile, Mrs. Kiteda, upon checking her mail, came across drawings and a diary belonging to the Seki family. Immediately influenced by the grudge, she became possessed and, upon returning home, struck her nagging husband dead with a frying pan. That afternoon, Tatsuya himself went to the Kitedas. He dared not return to his company, so he sought them out for clues instead. At first, Mrs. Kiteda appeared normal as she opened the door, but once he stepped inside, her demeanor twisted. She claimed that the eerie drawings were her son's and the diary her own. But Tatsuya knew full well that the Kitedas had no children. Alarm bells rang. He tried to flee, but too late. The phone rang. Picking it up, Tatsuya heard only a cat's meow. Turning around, he saw Mrs. Kiteda rising, and beside her squatted Toshio, meowing like a cat. Overcome with terror, Tatsuya collapsed as Mrs. Kiteda crawled toward him, revealing Kayako's horrific face. He too met his end. Back at the police station, two officers visited a colleague's home, only to find his wife refusing them entry. From the yard, they glimpsed their colleague sitting dazed within. When he noticed them, he shrieked in terror and fled deeper inside. Returning to headquarters, the bald-headed detective recounted the strange incidents at the haunted house and showed photos their deranged colleague had taken. Though the subject was Mrs. Kiteda, her face, on closer inspection, was unmistakably Kayako's. The detective burned the photograph, declaring it cursed. At that very moment, the colleague who had taken it slumped in a corner of his home, staring at the ceiling as life drained from him. His wife, rushing over, found him dead, only to look up and see a grotesque face twisting across the ceiling. Overwhelmed, she too perished. Later, another officer reported seeing Kayako herself walk into the bald detective's room. Moments later came a scream, and the man stumbled out shouting that there was a ghost. His colleagues rushed inside, just as he noticed something moving below. From under his chair, Kayako's head suddenly lunged upward. He too was gone. The last to fall was Nobuyuki. Though the only survivor thus far, at school he stood by the window watching Kayako's figure in the rain-soaked courtyard. He knew instantly his time had come. Kayako approached. His classmates fled the building, leaving him alone. He ran desperately, but no matter where he turned, Kayako's forms surrounded him. Cornered, he finally collapsed into her arms. Outside, the storm raged, and countless female ghosts crowded the schoolyard, a sea of vengeful spirits. The story closed with a final chilling scene, a mid-shot of the haunted house. A group of schoolgirls entered, giggling nervously about exploring. They found a cup of sake, drank it, and grimaced that it tasted awful. At once, Kayako's bubbling croak echoed through the house, joined by Toshio's meowing. Their fate, needless to say, was sealed. Still feels like something's missing, Edward mused, rubbing his chin again. Maybe I should add a scene about a broken futon barrier? He toyed with the idea, but after some thought abandoned it. It wouldn't fit naturally into the flow of the plot. Boss? A gloomy voice spoke behind him. Edward jumped so hard he nearly dropped his phone. Turning, he found Zoroark standing silently, its expression pitifully resentful as it stared at him. Edward's lips twitched. He hadn't been frightened by the horrific Grudge script playing in his mind, but by Zoroark sneaking up behind him. Truly, people scaring people was far more terrifying than ghosts. Wait, Zoroark wasn't human, it was a Pokémon. So, what exactly did that count as? Bah, he couldn't be bothered to figure it out. What are you doing behind me? Edward asked irritably. Zoroark sighed. I just came in to deliver some documents, boss. I saw you typing away at the script, so I took a look. Its voice trailed off, sounding more depressed the more it spoke. Watching that script had left it feeling dreadful. It feared it might have nightmares. Edward could only sigh helplessly. And how did you feel after reading it? He asked, curious for Zoroark's impression. After all, Zoroark had seen its share of horror films. It's really good, Zoroark admitted with a shrug. But I bet people will end up filing complaints against our company again when this comes out. As for Zoroark's mention of complaints, Edward did not care much at all. After all, this wasn't the first time he had been complained about. Having been complained against so many times already, he had gradually built up plenty of experience. Moreover, every time the Grudge had to go through official review before release. As long as it met the requirements of the Film Review Board, the League wouldn't bother themselves with trivial complaints. After all, there were always warnings before screenings, along with clear audience guidelines. The League had strict prevention measures and reminders in place. If people still chose to go watch a horror film after all those warnings, then it meant they had already prepared themselves to bear the risks. Edward actually quite liked such laws because they prevented people with weak hearts, who still insisted on watching horror films, from coming out afterwards to make trouble for the film studio after being frightened. If the laws were to go further, demanding movie companies compensate under the guise of protecting vulnerable groups, then there would be no point in making films at all. No matter what kind of film was made, someone would always find an excuse to file a claim. Horror films that aren't scary, what's the point of even calling them horror? Edward was in a good mood. For The Grudge, being able to terrify audiences was exactly the effect he wanted. And with the success of The Grudge 2, he would be able to naturally introduce the other classics in the series, like the Western The Grudge 1 and The Grudge 2. Those two were considered classics, inheriting some elements from the theatrical releases while also explaining the origins of the Grudge curse itself. They were full of classic terrifying sequences, representative works of the series. However, as more and more sequels were churned out, the quality of The Grudge steadily declined. In the end, it fell into the category of bad films. This was simply the nature of Capital's exploitation of an IP, utterly unreasonable. As long as the series could make money, investors never cared what the fans thought. The worst of them all was undoubtedly The Grudge, the final chapter. Just from the name, Edward had naively believed that this would truly be the final installment of The Grudge. Back then, he had even been curious, how could such a terrifying and unsolvable curse ever be resolved? So, Edward had followed the film seriously all the way to the end. But in the final scene, when a character grabbed an unlucky victim and said, "The curse of the Grudge will never end," Edward nearly laughed in exasperation. It was like reading a novel that had supposedly reached the end, only for the protagonist to suddenly declare, "This story will never truly end, you know." Exactly the same ridiculousness. Feeling deceived, Edward had unhesitatingly left a 1-star review. Of course, he could also understand the situation. For the sake of profits, Capital never respected the director's intentions. As long as they could find someone to write scripts and exploit fans, that was enough. But Edward himself had no such concerns. He filmed whatever he wanted to film. He was the Capital, and he had no need to squeeze an IP dry to its last drop of value. Alas, the audiences of the League are truly fortunate, Zoroark sighed, gazing at his boss. To have a director who only cared about scaring audiences, what a blessing for moviegoers. Edward just chuckled and said nothing. Films at their core were always about enriching people's lives. Of course, some films tried to deliver deeper meaning or satirize aspects of reality. But most of Edward's horror movies were purely about giving audiences a fright. After all, if a horror movie wasn't horrifying, there would be no reason to call it horror. Once he had finished writing the script for The Grudge 2, Edward instructed Zoroark to begin casting. A movie like The Grudge required many supporting roles due to the large number of characters involved. For Kayako, however, Edward had already chosen the actress in his mind, Fuji Takako, whom he believed to be the most suitable choice. As for Suzumiya Kyoko and Mrs. Kateda, Edward thought it best to let the crew select some beautiful, skilled actresses. After all, Kyoko was supposed to be attractive, and if Mrs. Kateda's looks were elevated too, then while audiences were being terrified, they could at least receive a bit of psychological comfort. At least, that was how Edward saw it. When Kayako sent audiences screaming in fright, they could catch a glimpse of a pretty face here and there to ease the tension in their hearts. In Edward's opinion, that was him being far too kind. Surely, the audience would be grateful. By the way, boss, there's some new information about the Ghost amusement park. Zoroark came back and holding a stack of documents. Edward glanced at him and noticed the faint smile in his eyes. Clearly, it wasn't anything troublesome. If it were something serious, Zoroark wouldn't be smiling like that. Having worked with Zoroark for quite some time now, Edward had come to understand his small habits. When faced with serious matters, Zoroark's expression would be stern, his gaze sharp. But when he smiled like this, it usually meant the matter was light-hearted or even amusing. What happened? Edward rubbed his temples. The Ghost amusement park had many sources of income and was frighteningly profitable. Though it had only been open for a short while, thanks to Tomi's well-managed haunted house, the park had developed a unique charm. It was now considered one of the top 3 amusement parks in the entire Hoenn region. The first was the League Amusement Park. The second was the Dreamland Amusement Park, which specialized in theme parks and had many outstanding ride designs. And the third was Edward's Ghost Amusement Park. To have clawed its way into the top 3 was no small feat. You'll see once you read this. Zoroark chuckled as he handed over the documents. Edward flipped through them, first seeing a profit report for the Ghost Amusement Park, along with data comparing visitor numbers. Edward was no uneducated second-generation heir. Though he had never gone to college, he had studied under many great teachers arranged by his father since childhood. When it came to business management, he was already highly skilled. Just one glance told him exactly what Zoroark wanted him to notice. The haunted house tickets at the Ghost amusement park were selling like wildfire, so much so that reservations were required. People were extremely curious about the park's ultra-realistic horror experience, flocking from all over to visit, which left the park overcrowded. This was a good thing. To enter the park, visitors first had to buy tickets, and while waiting in line they would often try other attractions as well. The park had already recouped its costs and was now firmly profitable. Furthermore, the park's unmanned amusement model had earned praise. Though some visitors occasionally complained that the ghostly staff reacted slowly, such cases were rare. Secretary Kennedy had also arranged for professional training. Overall, the park had quickly outgrown its dependence on Edward's funding and was now supporting itself. That's good. And about salaries. Edward paused. Salaries? Of course, Ghost Pokémon also received wages. But since they didn't have much use for money, most of it was spent on buying scare permits or specialized ghost-type Poffins from the League. So, raising their pay didn't seem very useful. For ghost Pokemon, frightening humans was their greatest joy. With the park filled with abundant fear energy, they were already feasting happily. They hardly needed money. Later, I'll prepare 10 liters of fear juice for you. Deliver it to Miss Magius. Tell it that this is an end-of-year benefit to be distributed quarterly. Edward said seriously. Zoroark stared blankly at the large jug of juice, then swallowed hard. She could feel the powerful allure radiating from it. It was so tempting, even she struggled to resist. Edward cast a sidelong glance. Oh, right. Originally, Zoroark had been Shizuka after her death, transformed into a Pokemon. With part of her soul, she had been immune to the temptation of fear juice. But now that Shizuka and Zoroark had separated, she was no longer immune. Do you want to drink it? Edward asked with a half-smile. Zoroark's throat bobbed, her eyes locked on the massive bottle, burning with desire. And yet, I refuse. Zoroark declared solemnly. Edward raised his brows. This fellow could resist even this temptation? How interesting. Still, he didn't mind. If Zoroark wanted to drink, she only had to ask. Edward had more fear points than he could even count, enough to drink for an eternity. Watching Zoroark leave, Edward settled into his seat and continued flipping through the files. Fear juice would certainly be immensely attractive to ghostly employees, but Edward was prepared. It was his way of giving staff benefits. Still, only Miss Magius could be trusted to handle the distribution. If given to any other ghost, they might just hide it away for themselves. Only Miss Magius, the responsible leader, could be trusted to divide it fairly. Has the comic division been purchased? Edward smiled as he looked at another report. Hoenn Comics had now been bought by him and renamed Stone Comics. The departments remained intact, the writers, editors, and coordinators unchanged. That was Edward's deliberate decision. And now that he owned the comic company, he could finally begin laying out plans for a superhero universe. He intended to start with DC, beginning with Batman and Superman. Originally, he had planned to open with Superman, since Superman as the starting point would grab readers' attention on a grander scale. But considering his preparation for filming Batman, The Dark Knight, Edward decided to develop Batman's storyline alongside Superman's, hoping to build up fans for both. He was confident. After all, in his previous world, these works had become globally beloved due to their unique charm. In the Pokémon world, where there were no such superhero comics, Edward was excited to see the reception. As for the comic itself, Edward hesitated. He knew how to draw it, but he simply didn't have the time. He was far too busy, and even if he had spare time, he didn't want to commit to drawing. These two series were extremely long, he couldn't possibly afford the time. So, he would hand the job to someone else. But given the bright future of these comics, he had to ensure the artist signed a kind of contract for life. Of course, not literally. But he needed to guarantee that the artist stayed with his company, and that the adaptation rights and copyrights remained firmly in his hands. In return, he would pay handsomely. If the artist created stories that satisfied him, Edward was even willing to grant them partial rights to certain characters. Still, he wasn't well-versed in legal matters, so he called in the head of the legal department to discuss. Boss, Richie, and Remy, the brother and sister, have already been detained. Their assets have been left for their spouses and children, with some set aside to support their father, the department head reported upon entering. Edward blinked, then realized, he was talking about those two filial children, Richie and Remy. They had once tried to blackmail him by bringing their father to a screening of the Grudge. But thanks to Edward's masterful use of cinematic language, they had failed. Edward had cursed them and left the matter to the legal department, never bothering about it again. He hadn't expected to hear the aftermath today. I wasn't asking about that. Here's what I want to know. Edward briefly explained his idea. The department head listened quietly, then quickly gave his response. It could be done. A contract would simply need to be drafted. In that case, all that's left is to find a comic artist. Edward felt much more at ease. And finding a comic artist, that was the easy part. The comic industry was highly competitive, endlessly cutthroat. The income gap between creators was wider than the gap between man and beast. Top-tier comic artist or mangaka earned over millions a year effortlessly, while those at the bottom struggled to survive each month. What's that? You say you draw very well and are even willing to color your own work? Sorry. There are countless others who draw better than you. And coloring isn't just filling in areas, it requires mastery of tone, gradients, and light effects. Can you compete? This was simply the nature of the industry, hyper-competitive, relentlessly exhausting. And above all, it needed stories. If the story was compelling, even rough artwork could sell, sometimes even attract adaptation offers. So, for Edward, finding a comic artist was no trouble at all. There were plenty of people eager to draw for him. How exactly does one go about finding an artist who not only has solid technical skills, but also a good grasp of panel composition and storyboarding? Edward honestly had no idea how to search for such a person, so he simply decided to let Zoroark reach out to the editors of Stone Comics to help him find one. At the same time, Edward also provided the editors with the specific conditions he wanted. Originally, he thought this would take a long while, but to his surprise, he received resumes the very same afternoon after bringing it up in the morning. 10 different comics artists are all willing? Is the work efficiency really this high? Edward had just finished his lunch when he saw Zoroark carrying a stack of documents over. His face was full of astonishment. This was simply too ridiculous. Edward had originally believed that finding the right person would take quite some time. After all, while there were many comics artists out there, very few would agree to such specific conditions. But unexpectedly, in just a few short hours, 10 people had already been gathered. The efficiency of it all could only be described as outrageous. Boss, this is already after filtering. All of these artists are very experienced, with mature art styles and strong panel composition. If we relax the requirements a little, this number could be multiplied by 30 times. Zoroark adjusted the glasses on its face. Edward cast him a glance. This fellow really was amusing. Because Secretary Kennedy wore glasses, Zoroark also decided to wear them, and even chose the exact same brand. In Edward's opinion, it seemed Secretary Kennedy had already become something like Zoroark's idol. 30 times more, huh? Edward shook his head in disbelief at that enormous number. He could only sigh. No matter what world one was in, being a comics artist was not an easy job. No wonder some artists began their careers by drawing doujinshi just to scrape by, only officially debuting with original works once they had built up a solid fan base. Of course, this didn't apply to those prodigies with extraordinary talent. Have you already discussed the contract terms with them? Edward asked as he flipped through the stack of resumes. The first one belonged to a heavyweight. Edward had actually read this person's comics before. Though not a superstar, their work was relatively well known. He hadn't expected even someone of that level to show up. Edward had originally thought only those desperate to make ends meet would accept this job. Yet not only were there plenty, but some with achievements and modest fame also came knocking. I have. All of them are willing to sign. Zoroark nodded. In fact, it was precisely because he had explained the contract details in advance that so many had applied. According to the comics editors, their phones had been ringing nonstop, practically blowing up with requests for the application channels. Edward nodded again. That made sense. While the top mangakas and comics artists could earn incredible amounts of money, reaching a higher class of society through their work, the majority of ordinary comics artists lived barely above the poverty line. Some even survived by working under bigger artists just to put food on the table. Others still needed to maintain day jobs and could only draw comics in their spare time, doing what they loved without knowing if it would ever pay off. It was only thanks to the advent of digital drawing tablets and software that things weren't even more miserable. Otherwise, their struggles would have been even harsher. And though Edward's contract did have some strict conditions, the salary and benefits were absolutely top tier by Alliance standards. For those determined to become professional comics artists, the pay he offered was more than enough to allow them to walk this thorn-covered road without needing to rely on financial support from their parents. Naturally, this attracted a flood of applications. Boss, according to the chief editor's suggestion, if you plan to have these artists work on a long-running serialized comics, and you also want guaranteed quality, then the best approach would be to have them form a studio and collaborate together. Zoroark added another piece of information. Edward's eyes lit with curiosity. You can do that. In his mind, mangakas and comics artists had always fit a single stereotype: otakus and nerds with thick glasses, working alone at their desks. Yes, boss. After all, if a single person works alone, it takes a huge amount of time, which isn't ideal for weekly serialization. Multiple people working together is much more efficient. These artists have also been carefully screened. Their art styles are similar enough that if you let the most experienced among them handle the storyboards, they can ensure a steady output of high-quality comics. Zoroark didn't mention the part about the editor hinting they could save costs by only hiring 6 of the artists and squeezing more work out of them. He didn't think his boss was someone who needed to cut corners for money. In that case, hire all of them. No, better yet, put them on probation first. Have them draw a single chapter for me based on this story outline. If I'm satisfied, they'll be formally hired. Edward made the decision quickly and handed Zoroark 2 prepared outlines, one for Superman and one for Batman. He planned to use these 2 figures as the opening shot in introducing superhero-style comics and movies into the Pokémon League. As for the future, he had plenty of other models to copy. Once he was done with DC, he could always bring in Marvel. If the response was strong, he could even spin them off into standalone series, turning them into massively popular IPs and raking in profits. In his past life, many companies had realized the value of IPs. They would hype them up crazily, pour in money, and make them household names. Even works that weren't all that famous could, under the weight of financial backing, become known worldwide. As long as even a tenth of the audience was converted into loyal fans, the IP would stand tall, and the money would start pouring in. Understood, boss. Zoroark jotted everything down and hurried off. Edward stayed in the office a little longer before deciding to leave early. After all, he was the boss. He could get off work whenever he wanted. The streets of Rustboro were still lively that afternoon. Edward carried Q in his arms as he strolled down the avenue, occasionally passing some flashy trendsetters. Because Ghost Films was based here, many young people chasing stardom came to try their luck. This also attracted fashion-conscious youngsters looking to take photos. But when Edward looked at their bizarre outfits, he honestly couldn't appreciate them. One passerby in particular was wearing clothes that looked like nothing more than a burlap sack thrown over his body. Q nudged Edward with its head, its tail flicking toward the other side of the street. One look and Edward already knew what it wanted. What is it? Do you want to watch a movie? Edward chuckled, patting its head. Q nodded eagerly. Seeing this, Edward carried it straight into a nearby cinema. On the way in, he also let out Void, but Void disliked being outside. The moment it emerged, it dove right back into its Pokeball, leaving Edward a bit helpless. Different Pokemon had different personalities. Some loved roaming about and hated being confined, while others preferred to stay in their Pokeballs, quietly pondering life. As Edward glanced at the cinema's listings, he suddenly thought of Fortune. Ever since graduating from graduate school, Fortune had been placed by Edward as the head of Stone Comics. Apparently, he was doing quite well. The former company president still remained, now acting as Fortune's mentor, training him to grow quickly. Edward had already informed the president that Fortune wouldn't stay long in the comics company. Eventually, he would come to work directly for him. So, the president put in genuine effort, motivated by the idea of grooming Fortune quickly and then reclaiming his comfortable office lifestyle. This season's movies. Edward frowned at the list. They were hard to judge. In the Pokémon League, movies generally fell into a few categories. The most mainstream and popular were trainer-themed, like the classic Fame in a single battle. That story told of an ordinary man whose life was going nowhere, yet who persevered through training battles, eventually winning a decisive fight that propelled him to stardom as a celebrity trainer, changing his life and even challenging the Elite Four and champion. These kinds of heroic tales were what the people of this world most longed for. After all, who didn't dream of becoming a champion when they were young? Next came romance films, youth dramas, comedies, and other standard genres. Horror films did exist, but there weren't many. After Edward's rise to fame, however, horror films had gained more audience interest, which naturally led to more being made. He spotted 3 titles on the billboard: Child's Spirit, Night of Terror, Who's Behind You, and Ghoul vs. Monster. Of the 3, only Who's Behind You caught even a little of his interest. Edward suddenly noticed a poster for I'm Too Strong, I Just Want to Be an Ordinary Gym Leader, which prominently featured Diantha. In the end, though, he decided on Elementary Death, Mystery of the Field Trip. It was an animated movie, and the simple reason was that Q wanted to watch it. So, Edward accompanied it in. The film wasn't very long, standard for an animated feature. But after watching it, Edward felt a bit stunned. He knew the source material was a famous anime, but the plot of this particular movie was so absurd that much of the logic made no sense. Still, since Q seemed delighted, he didn't complain. TSK, maybe I should just produce an animated film myself to save the market. If I remember correctly, Tom and Jerry even had a theatrical release. Edward scratched his head. It even had a live-action adaptation once, though the reviews for that were complicated. He quickly messaged Zoroark, instructing it to contact Ada and the team to prepare a Tom and Jerry movie. The story content could be left to the creative team, though Edward would personally review their scripts. If it didn't work, they'd just revise it. Having made arrangements to address the decline in animation film quality, Edward returned home carrying Q. The ceiling at home had already been repaired, the hole patched up. The fallen stone that had once landed in front of him was now carefully placed in his room. Edward couldn't shake the feeling that this meteorite was unusual. But he had been too busy with company affairs to visit Sky Pillar and consult Rayquaza about life and destiny. Conveniently, I've gathered some other meteorites as well. Edward mused. He planned to bring this new collection to Rayquaza. Who knew? It might prove useful. Of course, the one he placed his greatest hopes in was still that peculiar stone brimming with the aura of destiny. After sending a quick message, he was soon seated in a helicopter. Can the meteorite be tracked yet? Edward asked calmly as he sat beside Officer Jenny. Ever since his last visit with Rayquaza, getting to Sky Pillar had become much easier. The League now provided him with chartered flights, pick-up and drop-off included. With flying-type Pokémon escorting, safety was never an issue. His life was well protected. Based on calculations, the meteorite will crash into the Hoenn region by the end of the year. It could cause massive earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and even tectonic shifts. Officer Jenny's tone was calm, as if this were no big deal. But Edward could see the tension in her eyes. She was clearly worried. Edward yawned, gazing down at the forests and towns passing swiftly beneath him, then toward the distant sea. He couldn't help but wonder, would Rayquaza give him face this time? He absent-mindedly rubbed the stone in his pocket. Was this truly the Stone of Destiny? Officer Jenny glanced at him but said nothing. The League had shown little resistance to Edward's involvement with Rayquaza. Though he already possessed Groudon and now seemed to be inching toward claiming Rayquaza as well, the League was actually quite pleased at the prospect. Everyone knew humanity's confinement to this planet was partly due to limited technology and partly because of Rayquaza. And although Rayquaza's species existed throughout the ozone layer, the one above Hoenn was the most critical. If it were no longer a threat, that alone would be good news. In reality, most legendary Pokémon did have small groups, though their numbers were extremely rare. Only some of the most unique legends truly existed as single entities. As for whether Edward, owning 2 legendaries, might harbor ambitions he shouldn't, there was no real need to worry. After all, he was a wealthy second-generation heir, the successor to Devon Corporation. What more could he aspire to? The position of League Chairman? Psychological profiling had already confirmed Edward had little desire for political power. Besides, the League had survived overthrowing the old Dark Empire and reaching its current strength for a reason. It wasn't some naive rabbit, it was a dragon with fangs. Soon, the helicopter reached Sky Pillar. The officer Jenny stayed below, not daring to follow, afraid their presence might sour Rayquaza's mood. The moment Edward reached the summit, Rayquaza descended from the skies. Immediately, he felt the meteorite in his pocket grow hot, almost scalding to the touch. So this is what it means to be the child of destiny? Edward smiled faintly. At least half of the problem was already solved. Rayquaza, this rock, can it let you return to your primal form? Edward held up the meteorite in his hand, looking happily at the majestic dragon before him as he asked. Rayquaza's golden eyes stared silently at him, and only after a few seconds did it give a small nod. Edward finally let out a breath of relief. With this problem settled, the next step was simple. He just needed to obtain a spacesuit from the rocket launch center. Then he could ride Rayquaza and head into space. But a new question still lingered. Would Rayquaza even allow him to ride on its back? That was something worth pondering carefully. After all, Edward knew full well that legendary Pokémon all carried pride and arrogance within them. And Rayquaza, standing before him now, had a grudge against his family. After all, his own father had once helped the League capture Rayquaza. Although it hadn't truly been kept for research, the fact that it had been hunted surely left some resentment in Rayquaza's heart. Rayquaza, a meteorite is about to fall, when the time comes. Edward said nervously, his heart pounding harder than when he had confessed to the girl he once liked for the very first time. At least if you failed a confession, you could always try again later, or else simply bury yourself in your studies and work. But if Rayquaza rejected him, that would be troublesome. He couldn't possibly go searching for the main character of this world, could he? And besides, Ash was still in the Kanto region. A sharp cry roar suddenly rang out. In the next instant, Rayquaza's claws seized Edward, and it soared upward with explosive speed. The sky pillar beneath them shrank rapidly in his vision, the vast ocean below becoming smaller and smaller. Edward was fortunate he didn't suffer from acrophobia. But then, Rayquaza released him. He plummeted straight down through the open sky. Before he could even cry out, Rayquaza appeared beneath him in a flash, allowing him to land securely on its back. Clutching his chest, Edward realized belatedly how wildly his heart was racing, thump, thump, thump. The adrenaline coursing through his veins surged stronger than ever. The speed. Edward swallowed as he glanced at the shadows of towns streaking by far below them. The Pokédex often described Pokémon with flashy notes. Some supposedly could circle the globe, others boasted impossible speeds. Yet in the actual games, their speed stats weren't always the highest. Those descriptions often left fans debating their accuracy. But now Edward had a clear, first-hand understanding of Rayquaza's speed. This mighty legendary truly was that fast. At full force, it could easily outpace most passenger aircraft, its speed reaching an awe-inspiring level. Roar! Rayquaza cried again. The meteorite in Edward's hand suddenly grew hotter, unbearably so. At the same time, his heartbeat quickened in tandem, as though resonating with Rayquaza. Edward instantly understood what it meant. Clutching the meteorite tightly, though it was somewhat large, he still felt the strange power surging within it. His breathing grew rapid, his vision blurred faintly. He realized that this was him calling out, summoning Rayquaza, urging it to respond to his will, and to ascend into its mega evolution. The next moment, Rayquaza beneath him blazed with dazzling light. In a flash, it transformed Mega Rayquaza. Its speed skyrocketed instantly. Moments ago, Edward could still faintly make out towns beneath them. Now everything blurred so quickly it felt like he was watching a slideshow, the world whipping past in disjointed flashes. Rayquaza shrieked sharply, and then its speed leapt even higher. Edward could no longer make out any scenery below at all. By the time Rayquaza stopped, he found himself once more above the sky pillar, the dragon gradually descending. Thank you, Rayquaza. Just now, did you circle the entire world? Edward patted its scales, then suddenly thought of something and asked. Hearing this, Rayquaza nodded. Its golden eyes glanced at him again, leaving Edward stunned. Already? They had only just taken flight, and it had already completed a full lap around the world. That was terrifyingly fast. And though he couldn't clearly see much of the scenery below, he still noticed many islands and even a massive continent they passed. Clearly, there were regions within the Pokémon world that the League had yet to publicly disclose. Edward felt a twinge of regret. If only he could go down and take a closer look, then he could spoil things for his friends. But thinking again, even if he did discover unknown Pokémon and regions, what good would it do? His friends hadn't transmigrated here, so he couldn't tell them anyway. Rayquaza carried Edward back to the Sky Pillar. On its summit, a group of people were busy at work. When they saw Edward return atop Rayquaza, shock spread across their faces. Leading Officer Jenny let out a long breath of relief, putting down her phone. Jumping down from Rayquaza's back, Edward landed firmly. Rayquaza gave him one last glance before soaring back into the skies. As it rose higher, Edward felt his heart slow slightly. The Mega Evolution link had ended now that Rayquaza was too far away. Edward, just now Rayquaza. Officer Jenny looked at him in amazement, unable to resist asking. Edward instantly knew what she meant. He gave a small nod, and her eyes widened in disbelief. The League knew of Rayquaza's standard form, of course, but what she had just seen was something entirely different. And somehow, it was connected to Edward. Yes, it should be something like Mega Evolution, Edward said casually. Now, I need a spacesuit capable of functioning in outer space. When the time comes, I'll ride Rayquaza up there and shatter the meteorite. Hearing this, Officer Jenny froze in silence for a moment, then nodded. And so, unexpectedly yet inevitably, Hoenn's meteorite crisis was essentially resolved, thanks to Edward's bold maneuvering. Although he hadn't yet received a spacesuit, that wouldn't be a problem. Humanity might lack deep knowledge of outer space, but basic spacesuits were well within their capabilities. With that, Edward and Rayquaza could head up together when the time came. Edward thought this marked the end of his troubles. But he soon discovered that the moment people learned he could travel into space, his life became busier than ever. Boss, the head researcher from the Alola Institute wishes to arrange a meeting with you. 3 days after Rayquaza's Mega Evolution incident, Edward was sitting in his office when Zoroark entered with a stack of documents, delivering news that made Edward's head ache. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he sighed. How troublesome. How many is that now? Since the news spread of him going to space to solve the meteorite problem, his phone had been ringing nonstop. Every contact channel he had exploded with requests. Researchers from countless institutions hounded him like madmen, all eager to discuss outer space with him. Some even wanted to mount measuring devices directly onto Rayquaza to gather extraterrestrial data. And each new person seemed to carry more weight than the last. Even meeting the head of an institute was the simplest case. Edward had even been approached by professors who regularly attended the League's highest-level conferences, respected old scholars who carried immense authority. Rejecting them outright was awkward, but agreeing was equally troublesome. Boss, based on current requests, you'll need to meet with 32 more directors. Most are doctors, and 5 are academicians. Zoroark reported calmly. Edward groaned, rubbing his face in pain. He had never expected this many. Yet he couldn't ignore them either. He was the future president of Devon Corporation. These connections were invaluable for the future. Fine, I understand. Edward exhaled. Wealth brought him what exactly? It was satisfying, yes, but also came with countless burdens. Still, he couldn't deny he enjoyed it. Being a rich second-generation heir truly was wonderful. He could never bring himself to spout nonsense like, my happiest days were when I had no money. Oh, right, boss, famous film critic Brad, who has served on the panel at many League film festivals, just published a review of The Truman Show. Zoroark added, offering some good news. Oh, Edward's interest perked up. He knew of Brad, once a dashing actor, even a Best Actor winner, who later became a successful director before retiring. Now a film critic, he still held enormous influence. Though, admittedly, his name always made Edward feel a little out of place. Regardless, his opinion mattered. His review could determine whether The Truman Show succeeded in clinching major awards at the festival. Edward quickly pulled out his phone, searching. Within an hour of its posting, Tom's review had already broken 30 million views. His influence was undeniable. The review read, "The Truman Show is a deeply thought-provoking science fiction drama. Personally, I even feel that director Edward Stone has crafted an autobiographical film, in a way, for certain unique individuals within the film industry itself. The film tells Truman's story. But to me, it was not only Truman's. While watching, I sometimes felt as though I myself were a part of it. Truman grew up in what appeared to be a normal town, yet beneath the surface it was all fabricated. From his birth, his life was recorded and broadcast as part of a reality show named The Truman Show. Billions worldwide tuned in daily to watch every moment of his life. His father, mother, wife, friends, even strangers on the street, all were actors. His life followed routine, driving to work, chatting with neighbors, shopping at the supermarket. Ordinary, just like any of us. Yet as he aged, cracks appeared. A stage light fell from the sky. Strange radio transmissions leaked through. His memory sometimes didn't add up. His wife's exaggerated product placements. A bizarre thunderstorm. These signs planted seeds of doubt. He began to search for truth. Every step of the way, obstacles blocked him, with everyone around him striving to maintain the false world. Truman's plight reflects the extreme development of our own entertainment industry, where an individual's life can be commodified, consumed as mere entertainment for the masses. At times, even I felt as though I, too, were merely an actor, watched by unseen eyes. What thrilled me most, however, was the performance of the lead, Jim Carrey. I know him. A remarkable actor. Precisely because of his talent, he once faced many difficulties. Yet it seems he has emerged stronger. His brilliant acting vividly conveyed Truman's transformation from naive acceptance to yearning for truth to determined rebellion. When Truman at last uncovered the truth, breaking through barrier after barrier to reach the boundless ocean of reality, he defied the director's control. He rejected the false comforts of that fabricated world. The film delivers a powerful message. In our own lives, we too may be lost within illusions. Only by clinging to truth as Truman did, can we realize our true value and free our souls. I eagerly look forward to presenting director Edward an award at the League Film Festival. The review wasn't overly long, but Edward was delighted nonetheless. For Brad to write this meant he had already secured a strong step toward Best Picture. All that remained was to see his competitors. The film world was strange sometimes. In a given year, there might be only a handful of excellent films. At award season, everyone expected film A to win. If not A, then B or C would suffice. Yet, out of nowhere, the award sometimes went to D, a film few considered in the same league. But Edward wasn't worried. If corruption and backroom deals ever influenced results, then he was the one most capable of pulling strings. Well, those haters can't say I've never won anything now, right? He chuckled. Boss, they're saying you've never won Best Picture. Zoroark added quietly. Edward's face darkened. These people always loved bringing up the Best Picture award as a topic of conversation. Still, with The Truman Show and all the positive reviews that had followed, Edward felt that winning Best Picture was practically a certainty. After all, an entire quarter of the new year had already passed, and yet no other film of outstanding quality had emerged. In this respect, Edward was quite confident. But boss, didn't Old Man Kirk also shoot a film? Zoroark suddenly recalled something else. Hearing this, Edward froze for a moment. Right, Kirk had indeed filmed a movie, and Edward had even witnessed the entire shooting process from beginning to end. However, after watching from the sidelines, Edward still couldn't be certain whether that film was the same Rear Window from his previous life. The title was identical, yes, but Edward couldn't confirm for sure. He understood very well that what one saw at a film set and what eventually came out after editing could be two very different things. Take The Grudge, for example. During filming, it was not nearly as dark and oppressive as the final cut. Many of the scenes were scattered and messy, requiring actors to arrange props themselves on set. The cast was large, and the performers deliberately acted as though they were being frightened, but in reality, no one was truly scared. Yet when the Grudge was completed, edited, and paired with sound effects, even Takako Fuji, the actress who played Kayako, ended up frightening herself badly when she watched it. What's more, even with the same footage, a different editor or editing style could create a completely different experience. This was why Edward couldn't guarantee what Kirk's Rear Window would ultimately look like. Just thinking about it gave him a bit of a headache. Rear Window, after all, was one of Alfred Hitchcock's most famous works. It could be considered a pioneering classic of its genre, and its reputation was firmly established. Naturally, Edward had watched it before. Horror films didn't always produce masterpieces, and rather than risk watching trash films that would disgust him, he often revisited old classics to expand his knowledge and perspective. The plot of Rear Window was actually not complicated. In short, it told the story of a photojournalist who broke his leg and was forced to stay home. Unable to bear the boredom, he began spying on his neighbors' lives from his window, picking up bits of gossip here and there. Eventually, he accidentally discovered that one of his neighbors seemed to have murdered his wife. Determined to uncover the truth, he began searching for evidence. After enduring setbacks and danger, he ultimately succeeded in proving the crime and sending the murderer to prison. Such a short and simple plot, yet it had achieved extraordinary results, earning widespread praise and being hailed as one of the greatest voyeuristic films of all time. Its evaluation was extremely high. Judging from the scenes Edward had witnessed on set, he felt that this Rear Window was most likely the same as the one from his past life. That in itself was rather amusing, leaving Edward with mixed feelings. The reason he felt conflicted was because Rear Window in this world only existed thanks to him. Originally, Old Man Kirk had no intention of returning to filmmaking, and in this world Rear Window did not exist. But when Edward introduced his new technologies, it reignited Kirk's desire to make a comeback, leading to the creation of Rear Window. That film is indeed excellent. But overall, I still think I hold the greater advantage, Edward said, coughing lightly. He was a little concerned, but not overly so. He knew clearly that Rear Window had certain limitations. Although the protagonist exposed a murder case through voyeurism and even helped the law bring the criminal to justice, strictly speaking, the act of peeping into others' lives was itself illegal. That alone presented some constraints. And when it came to the League's Best Picture award, while the judging was based on artistic merit, one couldn't ignore the fact that this was an official festival organized by the League itself. Matters of public morality inevitably had to be taken into consideration. On that point, Edward's The Truman Show had a relative advantage. Of course, if one insisted on nitpicking, Truman's entire life being manipulated could also be seen as unlawful imprisonment. Boss, what's the title of the movie? Kirk still hasn't finished editing it, right? Zoroark couldn't help asking curiously. It had watched parts of Kirk's work before and had to admit the man's style was remarkable. Rear Window, Edward replied calmly. There was nothing secretive about the title. The film was still in editing, and once the old man finished, a trailer could be released. Then again, Edward felt that even without a trailer it wouldn't matter much. Kirk's reputation was more than enough, and news of his return had already made headlines earlier. Zoroark scratched its head. From the name alone, it could only guess that the movie had something to do with a window, but as for what style or story it contained, it had no idea. It didn't press further either. Asking would only spoil the fun with spoilers, and spoilers ruined everything. Edward yawned and picked up a folder in his hands. This was something sent over by Devon Corporation for him to review, more precisely, by Kennedy. Although his father Joseph had returned as company president, it was obvious that age had caught up with him. Devon would need a successor sooner or later. Stephen had shown no interest in stepping into the role. If Edward had never been born, then Stephen would have had no choice but to take over, giving up his champion seat. But now that Edward existed, Stephen didn't need to make such a sacrifice anymore. Devon Corporation, They're planning to branch into new energy vehicles? Edward glanced through the documents. Devon's development had always been diverse. With their massive resources, it was natural that they had the money and time to expand in multiple directions. After skimming through, he set the file aside. He already had some of his own plans for Devon, nothing too outlandish, just ideas inspired by companies from his previous world. Once Devon's business was settled, Edward clocked off work. Though the Grudge 2 had already entered early planning stages, he still had free time to attend to other matters. One of those was Zinnia's situation. He needed to inform her that the meteorite issue had been fully resolved. When Edward arrived at the prison, Zinnia was out in the yard for exercise. When summoned to meet him, her face still carried a look of hatred. Seeing her like this, Edward knew she still couldn't forgive his family. But he had no intention of arguing on this point. Unless he could go back in time and undo the mistakes his father Joseph had made back then, there was no way Zinnia would forgive him. "What are you here for now?" Zinnia asked casually as she sat down. She had only a month left before her release. Her crime wasn't particularly severe, and with some meritorious contributions, she wasn't required to serve a long sentence. "The meteorite issue is resolved. I found a meteorite capable of resonating with Rayquaza, allowing it to mega-evolve," Edward said, sipping his tea as he looked at her. Zinnia froze, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. She didn't think Edward was lying. There was no point in deceiving her. Tormenting her brought no benefit, and Edward wasn't so childish. But it was still hard for her to accept that Rayquaza had acknowledged Edward, resonated with him, and achieved mega-evolution. "I came only to tell you this. The crisis foretold in the prophecy of the Draconids has been averted by me," Edward continued. At these words, Zinnia clenched her fists tightly, her eyes growing cold as she glared at him. Even after her arrest, she hadn't let go of her desire for revenge. Still, she had revealed the meteorite issue, partly because she hoped to use the League's power to pressure Joseph. After all, while Devon was indeed a leading enterprise, the League ruled this world not through pretty words about coexistence between people and Pokémon, but through pure, overwhelming strength. Seeing Zinnia's silence, Edward said no more. He wasn't the kind of person who believed talking could heal such hatred. Words couldn't erase the pain of losing one's father. He knew he was incapable of that. He had already learned the truth. When Rayquaza was captured, casualties had occurred, and Zinnia's sister was among the dead. There was no way she could ever forgive Joseph. Knowing this, Edward didn't bother pressing her further. "Humans." Edward sighed softly outside the prison, feeling a wave of melancholy. Some mistakes could be repaired. Others could never be undone. His father had long wished to make amends with Zinnia, but it was impossible. Unless her sister were brought back to life, forgiveness would never come. That was simply who she was. "Hey, brother, you just got released today too?" As Edward was sighing, a voice came from nearby. Turning his head, he saw a man. "Huh?" At first glance, the man looked just like Tony Leung. Well, not exactly. There were subtle differences, but overall, he bore a strong resemblance to the actor famous for Infernal Affairs. His clothes, however, were plain and modest. "You too?" Edward asked with a smile, not revealing that he was only visiting. Pokémon World prisons didn't require inmates to shave their heads, only to keep hairstyles reasonable, so the man hadn't realized Edward wasn't actually a prisoner. "Yeah. Back in the day I was reckless and foolish, ended up in here for a few years," the man replied with a hearty laugh, his attitude carefree. That actually piqued Edward's interest. He decided to strike up a conversation, curious about this man's past. The moment he laid eyes on the man, a classic film had popped into his mind, Infernal Affairs. The status of Infernal Affairs needed no explanation. In the era before Hong Kong cinema declined completely, it stood out as a landmark work. The film even gave rise to many popular lines and memes, like, "I want to be a good person," or "There's a mole, abort the deal." The story took place in 1991. Lau Kinming, played by Andy Lau, was a triad member planted in the police academy by boss Han Sam, making him a mole in the police force. Meanwhile, Chan Wingyen, played by Tony Leung, was a cop assigned to infiltrate the triads as an undercover. Lao steadily rose in rank within the police, becoming part of the Criminal Intelligence Bureau's A-team, while Chan gradually gained trust within the underworld but remained trapped by his double life. The film also featured the classic line, 3 years, then another 3 years. After a failed drug deal exposed the existence of undercover agents on both sides, suspicion grew, and both men faced identity crises. In the end, Chan confronted Lao on a rooftop. Lao tried to confess his true identity, wanting to be a good man, but Chan, for the sake of justice, refused to give him that chance. Ultimately, Chan was killed. Lao survived, but he was left racked with guilt and torment. This was the essence of the unending hell in the title, not a literal hell, but the ceaseless pain and struggle inside Lao's heart, which would haunt him forever. Infernal Affairs had been nothing short of a phenomenon when it was released, a massive hit. Naturally, sequels Infernal Affairs 2 and 3 followed. While their ratings remained strong, they stirred more controversy than the original. Over a meal at a restaurant, Edward soon learned the man's story. The more he listened, the stranger it felt. The man's name was William Maine. He had once entered the police academy, but because of his rebelliousness and unwillingness to follow rules, he was expelled after just 1.5 years. He then drifted through society, eventually joining a dark organization, which ultimately landed him in prison. Though William didn't reveal much, Edward guessed from his expression that his imprisonment had likely been a case of taking the fall for his boss. Since the man didn't say it outright, Edward didn't ask. But the more Edward thought about it, the more William's life really did resemble that of an undercover agent. In the Pokémon world, there were dark organizations and officer Jennies alike, so naturally, undercover work existed as well. After exchanging contact information, Edward casually revealed that he wasn't a prisoner, but a director. There was no need to hide, it was something people could verify at a glance. The heir of Devon Corporation? William's expression turned to shock after looking up Edward's information. He hadn't expected this young man's background to be so powerful. During his 4 or 5 years in prison, William had completely missed Edward's rise to fame, so he hadn't seen his films. After chatting for a while, William eventually took his leave. Edward had wanted to invite him, but William declined. Could he really be an undercover? Edward scratched his head, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Although Edward was indeed a little curious about whether this man named William was an undercover agent, that was obviously not something he could just go up and ask about directly. After all, walking up to someone and bluntly asking, "Are you an undercover?" No matter how you looked at it, that was nothing but a foolish thing to do. So, Edward did not dwell on it too much. In the end, even if William truly was an undercover agent, it had nothing to do with him. At present, throughout the entire Hoenn region, the only 2 organizations that had any real presence, Team Magma and Team Aqua, had already been heavily suppressed by the League. Their current state was miserable. They could only hide pitifully in the shadows, licking their wounds while searching for a chance to reemerge. So, even if William really were an undercover, Edward figured that the man had nowhere else left to infiltrate. Who knew, maybe the next time they met, William would have already gone and thrown himself into either Team Aqua or Team Magma instead. The world is truly full of strange coincidences. I've heard that there are indeed cases where 2 people, not relatives and sometimes not even acquainted with one another, somehow look astonishingly alike, Edward remarked as he took a sip of fruit tea, sighing with a sense of wonder. Just like in his previous life, there had been certain crosstalk comedians who looked strikingly similar to famous singers, and the resemblance really was uncanny. Or all those countless imitators of celebrities that had appeared back then. As long as you looked somewhat like a star, you could make a living off it. The same went for impersonators of famous athletes as well. What he was hesitating about instead was whether he should take out Infernal Affairs and contribute it to this world. Of course, Edward himself did not have the spare time to slowly shoot it. He was far too busy, preparing for the filming of the Grudge 2, among other things. So even if he really were to film Infernal Affairs, he would only write the script and then hand it over to some director, letting them film it instead. Speaking of filmmaking matters, Edward suddenly remembered something else. Thus, the very next day, he returned to the company and sought out Zoroark. Zoroark, didn't I tell you before to start preparing the crew for rule number 1? How is the preparation coming along? Edward asked as he looked at him. Upon hearing this, Zoroark quickly pulled out a folder and handed it over. Boss, regarding the crew arrangements for rule number 1, the preparations are already nearly complete. The only thing we're lacking is the main director. This is a list of directors the company has found. Please have a look, Zoroark explained. Edward took the folder. He did not recognize most of the names on it, but each director had a few representative works listed beside them. That made Edward think back to something hadn't Zoroark said earlier that only one director had been interested in coming to ask about this project? So why had several new candidates suddenly appeared? Boss, I did send it to that one director at first. But somehow, the other directors applying for positions here also found out. After reading the script, several of them expressed their strong desire to film it as well, so Zoroark said helplessly. The matter had turned into quite a fuss, leaving even him feeling it was a bit troublesome to handle. The corner of Edward's mouth twitched, but after scanning through the materials and works, he decided in the end to hand rule number 1 to one particular director. This director specialized in making films with depth, and of the 6 movies he had directed so far, 4 had received fairly solid ratings. Conveniently, he was also the very same director who had initially sought out the script. The man clearly had some skill, and he had also signed a long-term contract with the company. Naturally, Edward had to give him some benefits. Thus, under Edward's arrangement, the script for rule number 1 was entrusted to this director named Luis Rhoda. The man was so excited that he thumped his chest repeatedly, assuring Edward that he would definitely make the film well, and that he would ensure rule number 1 became a success in the history of League cinema. Director Luis, what kind of story do you think rule number 1 is? Edward asked with a smile as he sat back on the sofa. Zoroark brought tea and then quietly left, not staying to eavesdrop. Luis, hearing the question, immediately understood that this was his boss testing him. Although Luis was an adult and already a mature director who had made 6 films, Edward still wanted to hear his understanding. After all, even many seasoned and celebrated directors could produce vastly different results depending on how they interpreted a script. A misinterpretation could ruin an entire film. From the script, the film opens with what seems like a straightforward case of a policeman shooting down a serial killer. But it's actually a facade that hides deeper mysteries, immediately seizing the audience's attention. As the protagonist is transferred to the miscellaneous department that deals with supernatural events, he gradually encounters all kinds of eerie phenomena. Each paranormal incident functions like a piece of a puzzle, seemingly isolated, yet ultimately pointing toward one massive secret lurking behind everything. That kind of gradual linkage is very important. For instance, the inexplicable noises in the swimming pool or the television that switches on by itself. These details cleverly exploit the audience's natural fear of the unknown, steadily amplifying the sense of suspense. And this suspense isn't just built on jump scares or visual horror, but on the lack of clarity about the underlying logic of events. It keeps viewers curious and tense right up until the final twist at the end. In my opinion, from a purely script-based perspective, rule number 1 can actually be interpreted in 2 ways. Either there really are ghosts or there are none. But boss, your script seems to lean toward the idea that. Luis spoke at length, and Edward was very pleased. Luis had indeed perceived the unique charm within the script. Even the name rule number 1 carried significance. It originated from a religious doctrine in Edward's past life, though he himself could not speak too much about it here. Interpretations of rule number 1 had always varied widely. Edward did not wish to declare which camp he belonged to, but personally, he leaned toward the belief that there were indeed ghosts involved. After all, the suicides of the students and the many bizarre occurrences hardly seemed like things that could happen without supernatural influence. The literal meaning of rule number 1, however, was rather intriguing. It essentially meant firmly believing that there are no ghosts in the world, and no matter what happens, one must not waver in that conviction. But of course, in the story, that conviction ultimately wavers. My initial idea for rule number 1 was simply to highlight some social phenomena, Edward explained calmly. But later I realized that if filmed that way, probably nobody would want to watch it. So I decided to weave in supernatural elements. You can understand it as having ghosts involved. There were plenty of films that reflected social realities. Foreign countries had them too, such as India's Toilet Hero or the well-known Dying to Survive. But earning good results with such films was never easy. And since the setting of rule number 1 was itself rather ambiguous, Edward decided to frame it in this way. Luis eventually left, carrying with him a large sum of funding from Edward. He would begin filming rule number 1, though compared to Edward's own projects, the resources allocated were somewhat less generous. Even so, the advertising budget was still considerable. The investors were not fools. Just by looking at the script, they could tell the film's potential quality. The only difference was that without Edward personally directing, their confidence in it was naturally lower. After sending Luis off, Edward could finally begin preparing in earnest for the Grudge 2. The filming would still take place at the same location as before, which Edward trusted very much, since he had already purchased the property. It had not been used for anything else since, so it could be cleared and set up again immediately. This time, Edward thought of Fuji Takako. Her acting skills were undoubtedly excellent. And since Edward had even summoned Kayako herself as an employee, Takako's performance could be considered practically playing herself. At times, Edward even felt that if he wished, he could have her directly reenact certain movements that only the dead could perform. But ever since Fuji Takako had been possessed by Kayako last time, there were moments during filming when Edward would find her gaze truly chilling. That kind of almost primal performance put the other actors under immense pressure as well. That had been one of the main reasons why The Grudge had required so many retakes. The other actors simply couldn't keep up with Fuji Takako's performance. In the end, Edward had decided to simply incorporate the actors' genuine unease and breakdowns into the film itself, which sped up production. Otherwise, who knew how long The Grudge would have dragged on? This time, however, filming would not be any easier. While Kayako remained the protagonist, another role would be added, Junko Nami. But this would not require much, since her scenes could be represented by reused footage from the first film. The real challenge lay with Suzuki Kyoko's role. She needed to embody a chillingly unhinged state of madness, which was exactly what Edward wanted. Junko Nami's deepest obsession was the unborn child that Seki Takeo had cruelly ripped from her body before birth. Thus, after Suzuki Kyoko became possessed by Nami, she would constantly carry a doll in her arms, treating it as if it were her child. And it was here that the inescapable curse of the Grudge revealed itself. The Suzuki siblings' parents had never even set foot in the cursed house, yet, because of their children's involvement, they too became infected by the curse and perished. Every time Edward thought about it, he couldn't help but complain. If the curse of the Grudge was truly so overwhelming, how could there still be any living people left in the entire country? After all, the curse would even kill off random security guards who had only had the slightest contact with the victims. By that logic, just being around those doomed people would mean death. Considering how some were students and others were from the police force, constantly interacting with countless others, the curse's spread should have wiped out half of Tokyo already. Zoroark, let's go take a look at the Grudge house, Edward finally decided. Zoroark stiffened from head to toe, but forced a strained smile as he followed Edward to the infamous house. The house looked quite normal. Edward had been paying people to clean it regularly, keeping both the interior and the surrounding area tidy. After all, it was his property. Even if it was mainly used for shooting the Grudge, it still had to be maintained properly. Many people online wanted to visit the real-life filming location of the Grudge, but Edward had never disclosed where it was. And since houses like this detached one were extremely common in the Pokémon world, even those who speculated about the general filming area could not pinpoint the exact house. Looks like it's been kept in good condition, Edward said with satisfaction as he gazed at it. The house had not been broken into, nor had anyone come to take photos. It was simply because no one lived there that it felt a little eerie. Yes, Zoroark swallowed nervously. She had watched The Grudge before. After that, she had never again been able to look at similar houses without fear. Now, standing in front of this cursed home, she felt nothing but dread. She knew that Edward had deliberately arranged for Kayako to have scenes where she tore apart Pokémon with her bare hands, just to emphasize the curse's inevitability. Inside, Edward ran his hand along the banister, no dust. Clearly, the cleaning staff had done their jobs well. But that wasn't his main concern today. The real reason he had come was because the cleaners had previously reported signs that someone might be living in the house. They had searched, but found no one. Worried, they informed Edward, who then decided to check it out in person. In the Pokémon League, there were indeed homeless people. Some vagrants, or people unwilling to pay rent, would sneak into empty houses to live. Fortunately, unlike in some places, the League did not have laws saying an unoccupied house became yours if you lived there long enough. Such cases were rare, but not unheard of. "Zoroark, do you sense anyone here?" Edward asked as he looked around. He had already walked through every room, and there were no obvious signs of anyone. The facilities looked like they hadn't been used in quite some time. Still, it was possible that someone had been using it just as a place to sleep. "I don't sense anyone alive," Zoroark replied with a shake of her head. That was when Edward remembered something. For the filming of The Grudge, the second floor had been specially modified. The closet connected directly to the crawl space above the ceiling. Which meant, "Zoroark, go check the ceiling. See if anyone's hiding up there," Edward said. In his opinion, the only possible hiding place left in the entire house was the ceiling. At those words, Zoroark's face went pale. The ceiling? Did his boss want her to risk coming face-to-face with Kayako herself? "Boss, could you please act like a human being for once?" Zoroark looked at Edward with a face full of grievance. Edward's mouth twitched. What on earth was this girl throwing a fit about? When Edward asked Zoroark to go up there, it wasn't because he wanted to give it a fright. He genuinely wanted to eliminate any potential hidden danger. After all, if there really was someone hiding above, then sending Zoroark up was the perfect solution. Whoever it was wouldn't be able to hurt Zoroark anyway. Otherwise, what if one of the crew members later went up and got injured? That would be far worse. Zoroark sighed helplessly and eventually dove upward. After a short while, it reappeared, shaking its head at Edward with an expression that clearly said, "There's nothing." The ceiling held absolutely nothing, no Kayako, no shadowy figure at all. There was only a thin layer of dust, which was expected. After all, ceilings were usually not cleaned deliberately, so the housekeeping staff had never gone to tidy it. Maybe it was just a mistake? Edward scratched his head. He figured perhaps one of the cleaning staff had been mistaken, or maybe some Pokémon had noticed the place was unoccupied and wandered in to look around. Such a thing wasn't impossible either. "Boss, in that case, can we start preparing for filming now?" Zoroark asked earnestly. Since it had just gone up and confirmed that no one was there, its courage had returned. With no people and no ghosts, what was there to fear? It didn't even tremble. Edward nodded. The cast for The Grudge 2 was already mostly recruited, so starting filming now was no problem at all. Zoroark, acting naturally, pulled the curtains closed. The season's sunlight was still somewhat glaring. "Then I'll make a call and have the crew come over." Zoroark picked up the phone. Once the crew members arrived, the eerie atmosphere would disappear. After all, no matter the situation, having many people together always gave one courage. Thud. The sudden sound interrupted Edward and Zoroark's conversation and froze Zoroark mid-action. Its eyes widened, staring blankly at Edward, then it slowly tilted its head upward. Edward also lifted his head in silence. He had heard it too. That sound had come from the second floor. And with that dull thud, as though something had dropped heavily to the ground, the entire room instantly fell into silence. "Be boss." Zoroark's voice carried a sobbing tone. Edward rolled his eyes. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but he was sure it wasn't Kayako. This was the world of Pokémon, after all. And Edward had already disabled that particular function. Kayako absolutely couldn't have remained here. The system wouldn't allow it. SHHK, SHHK. A strange dragging sound of a plastic bag echoed, followed by the creak of a door opening upstairs. The dragging then moved closer toward the staircase corner. Zoroark looked ready to cry outright. Edward himself grew slightly tense, not out of fear of Kayako, but rather of the unknown. He narrowed his eyes. That sound, wasn't it the exact crawling noise associated with Kayako? Could it really be her? Impossible. Edward knew very well Kayako was fictional. And even if she somehow existed, under the system's restrictions she couldn't possibly stay here. Much of human fear was rooted in the unknown. That was why in many horror movies, the ultimate evil spirit never appeared at the very start. Instead, it flashed briefly now and then, lurking at the edges, before finally showing its full face at the right moment. This technique maximized the audience's inner dread. Edward understood this principle deeply. It was something the Grudge itself exemplified perfectly. Boss, it's coming down. Zoroark actually burst into tears, clutching Edward's clothes and hiding behind him. Edward's mouth twitched again, utterly speechless. Who was the Pokémon here? Wasn't Zoroark supposed to be the fearsome one? He genuinely didn't get it. But when he saw a pale hand stretching out from around the staircase corner, Edward actually laughed. So, it really was Kayako? In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Q. Edward called calmly, holding his little partner. At his words, Q leapt forward, unleashing a pumpkin-sized shadow ball straight into the face of the figure just turning its head. Hi-ishk! A sharp scream rang out. Kayako's image instantly dissolved, revealing instead a Banette. The Pokémon shrieked in pain, then glared menacingly at Q. But before Banette could make a move, Void followed up with another strike, sending it crashing through a wall in a sorry state before it fled. This Banette is interesting. Where did it even learn Kayako's image from? Edward was genuinely curious. He hadn't expected it to be a Banette. Sure, he had guessed some Pokémon might be behind the scare, but Banette? That one didn't normally possess such illusionary abilities. Zoroark, meanwhile, wished it could crawl under the sofa. A ghost-type Pokémon, and yet it had been frightened into tears by Banette of all things. What a humiliation. Edward gave it a glance, but didn't comment further. Instead, he called the crew, instructing everyone to gather. Soon, the house bustled with people and Zoroark finally relaxed. Remember this for next time, there are no ghosts. And besides, isn't Kayako standing right behind you right now? Edward teased, pointing behind it. Zoroark froze and turned stiffly. Sure enough, Fuji Takako stood there, smiling warmly as she greeted it. Zoroark nearly screamed on the spot. Director Edward, I'm so grateful to be able to work with you again. Fuji Takako said cheerfully. Edward smiled and waved his hand. Fuji Takako was truly grateful. Edward had helped her so much. Even though she only ever played the ghostly female roles, because she acted in Edward's films, she'd managed to build a reputation in the film industry. No longer a complete nobody, she was now receiving offers. She had even taken a supporting role in a small-budget youth film. Her performance impressed the crew so much that the director later regretted not casting her as the lead. But since shooting was already finished, it was too late to change. Miss Takako, for this project there are some physical movements you'll need to practice in advance. Edward explained calmly. As a director, he was always hands-on with details, especially concerning the actors. Yes, director. Fuji Takako listened earnestly, without a hint of arrogance. Still, the most famous actor in this cast wasn't her, it was the man playing Tatsuya Suzuki. A bona fide film emperor. He was still on his way, but Edward didn't mind. The invitation had gone out rather suddenly, and while the Grudge 2 was mostly prepared, the exact shooting date hadn't been finalized yet. Naturally, the actors needed some time. It wasn't as though Edward had delayed scheduling to show off his status in the industry. He simply had been too busy handling the meteor crisis earlier. Meanwhile, President, that concludes the current matters of the company. Regarding this contract, should we discuss it further with those authors? Inside an office, Fortune sat handling affairs of Stone Comics. After nodding and sending the subordinate off respectfully, Fortune leaned back in its chair. Being a leader wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. In fact, it felt nerve-wracking at times. Still, it was handling things reasonably well. Yet Fortune noticed something peculiar. The knowledge it had learned in university didn't seem to apply perfectly here. When it first joined, it had thought to apply textbook methods and management templates to improve company efficiency. But after examining the financial reports and workflow closely, it realized such rigid application would have made an absolute mess. That revelation taught Fortune an important truth. Book knowledge was just theory. True mastery required practice, from which one could build their own system. Luckily, it had Edward as its trainer, wealthy enough to simply hand it company management experience directly, skipping the usual bottom-rung grind and starting straight from the management level. But Edward had also said that once Stone Comics stabilized, Fortune would need to go to Devon Corporation and start from the grassroots. He believed only by knowing the bottom rung's work could a leader avoid being deceived later. Although the idea of subordinates tricking their superiors sounded far-fetched, Edward had insisted, so Fortune accepted it. It was curious whether the strange stories Edward told were true, though, such as eggs selling for thousands because of ignorance. Fortune had even searched history books for days trying to find proof, nearly losing sleep over it. But that wasn't the point. Its current task was crucial. Edward had assigned it 2 comics to bring to life as pillars of Stone Comics. The first was a color comic featuring a man in a distinctive costume with an S on his chest, flying through the sky. His abilities listed beside him nearly made Fortune mistake him for a humanoid legendary Pokémon. Super strength, super speed, freezing breath, heat vision from his eyes. It was outrageous. The comic wasn't long, just some basic setting sketches, but already brimming with intrigue. Having studied manga production since being appointed, Fortune now had enough understanding to judge potential. And this one clearly had it. It was fresh, unique, with nothing similar on the market. The second was another color comic, showing a masked, muscular man with a sleek, handsome car. His abilities were more grounded compared to the first. Flipping further, Fortune saw another figure, a man in a purple suit, slightly hunched, holding a playing card, the Joker. His face was painted white, with red paint at the corners of his mouth forming a wide, grotesque smile. This character was called the Joker. The notes listed his traits, dizzying to read, but fascinating. Bringing such a character alive would be up to the artists. Batman. Fortune thought of the hero's name to itself, finding it a bit odd. Bat, did it mean like Zubat? Still, it prepared to get to work. Under Fortune's direction, Stone Comics quickly began running at full capacity. 10 artists arrived, receiving the character sheets and story outlines. Fortune, speaking through a microphone, instructed them to follow the initial requirements closely but allowed freedom later, as long as the character designs and world background remained consistent. The only condition was striving for excellence. The 10 artists split into 2 groups of 5, each allowed to recruit assistants. President, about the current matters of the company. The former president entered the office, causing all of Fortune's coins to jingle nervously. Still, it straightened up, adjusting its mindset to tackle the next tasks. After all, its trainer had said that in the future it would even help manage Devon Corporation. Sometimes Fortune couldn't help but feel its trainer was unusual. Other trainers focused on battles and championships, while its own trainer encouraged studying, even sending it to university, only asking it to manage companies in return. Still, Fortune found it enjoyable. It was genuinely interested in this kind of work. And yet, no matter what, it couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something just wasn't quite right. Hey, have you heard? Someone said they've seen Kayako wandering around recently. In Rustabaro, a strange rumor had begun to spread. For now, not many people paid attention to it. Most who saw such posts online would just laugh and leave a casual comment like, "You've clearly been watching too much The Grudge." Thanks to Edward, Kayako had become a massive hit across the entire Pokémon world. Her fame and popularity were sky-high. Now, whenever anyone mentioned a horror movie, the most iconic scene that came to mind was undoubtedly that moment when Kayako crawled down the staircase. It had scared countless people out of their wits and even haunted their dreams. But horror movies were just movies. No one really believed something like that could happen in reality. Sure, the Grudge was terrifying, but not enough to make people think ghosts might crawl out of their ceilings. So, most brushed the rumors aside, including a man named Corey. Edward's The Grudge was all fiction anyway. Though, I'll admit, that movie set looked so real it made me a little uneasy, Corey muttered, yawning as he wrapped up another long day of work. His job wasn't physically tiring, but it was mentally exhausting. Watching movies, writing reviews, attending meetings, it all sounded easy on paper, but doing it every day made it monotonous. Even the lightest work feels heavy when it becomes endless repetition. And right now, Corey was at that point of burnout. Still, he always looked forward to getting off work. At first, after watching The Grudge, he'd felt a little uneasy about living alone in his old house. But when he looked at his bank account, he could only sigh. He didn't have the money to move anyway. So, he decided to just live with it. Yawning again, he pedaled his bicycle home. As soon as he pushed the door open, he pulled out his phone, ready to scroll through some funny videos to unwind. But oddly enough, the moment he started watching, his drowsiness completely disappeared. Look closely, this man's name is Did Dash, a video blared. Corey frowned and scrolled past it. He didn't want to see movies or celebrity videos. After all, that was his job. He watched dozens of strange, absurd, or downright creepy films every day. Some were good, but most were just nerve-wracking. A few were so disturbing he half-joked about applying for workers' compensation for psychological damage. He switched to some silly Pokémon meme videos, and his mood brightened. With a soft bang, he shut the door behind him, setting his briefcase on the nearby table, only to hear a dull thump right after. Corey froze. He lived alone. He'd once thought about keeping a Pokémon companion, but work left him too drained to care for one. So, his life remained simple and quiet. In theory, no one, and no Pokémon, should be inside his home. Someone's in my house? That was his first thought. He always locked his doors and windows before leaving, so this made no sense. And the sound had come from upstairs. His heartbeat quickened. As a rational adult, Corey did what most would do in that situation. He decided to call the police. But before he could even reach for his phone, he heard another noise, a strange scraping sound, like a plastic bag being dragged across the floor. The friction was eerie and unnatural. Then he suddenly remembered that online rumor, the one where someone claimed to have seen Kayako in their own home and had been so terrified they fainted and ended up hospitalized. At the time, Corey had laughed it off as an urban legend. But now, with that sound echoing from upstairs, a chilling image flashed in his mind, the sound of Kayako tumbling out of the attic, just like in The Grudge. Even though Edward hadn't actually filmed that scene, human imagination could be terrifyingly vivid. Corey could almost see it, a pale, broken woman dragging herself out of the closet, her limbs twisting unnaturally as she crawled across the floor, the sound of plastic rustling under her body. A cold dread gripped his chest. People react differently to fear. Some go limp, paralyzed and powerless. Others explode with sudden strength, running or fighting on pure instinct. Corey belonged to the second kind. He snatched up his phone and called Officer Jenny immediately, bolting out the door into the sunlight. From his position outside, he could still see the front door and the staircase inside through the open entryway. By the time Officer Jenny and her team arrived, nothing had happened. The staircase was empty. No pale figure. No crawling shadow. So, you're the one who called? You said someone broke into your house, the officer asked. Corey nodded quickly. The officers exchanged glances, released their grow lights, and entered cautiously with their tasers drawn. Corey followed nervously. They checked every room, nothing. Everything was perfectly normal. The windows were still locked tight. Growlithe didn't detect any trace of a person or a Pokémon either. Corey apologized, embarrassed, though confusion gnawed at him. He knew he'd heard something. So, was it all a hallucination? Or something else? Just to reassure him, the officers even checked the closet and ceiling panels before leaving. Everything was fine. Once they were gone, the house fell silent again. Corey locked the door behind them, staring up at the second floor. The lights were still on, but the memory of that sound made his skin crawl. Still, nothing else happened afterward. He ate dinner, watched some videos, and slowly began to forget the whole thing. By midnight, he was laughing again, ready for bed. But the moment he climbed the stairs, he noticed his study door was slightly ajar. He frowned, assuming one of the officers had forgotten to close it. Shrugging, he walked over and pushed it open. The room was pitch dark. In the dim light, a black figure stood in the corner. Startled, Corey quickly flipped on the light switch. It was just his coat rack. He exhaled heavily and chuckled. Seriously, scaring myself like that? He turned the light back off. But just as the room went dark, something flickered past his vision, followed by a dull thud from inside the closet. His whole body stiffened. That sound, it came from the closet. He'd heard it before, the same sound from earlier that night. Cold sweat trickled down his neck as a horrifying thought entered his mind. Don't tell me. Kayako is really here? The room looked normal under the lamp's glow, but he couldn't shake the feeling. Then, from behind the closet door, came the faint sound of scratching, nails raking against wood. Corey instinctively stepped back. And that was when he realized the hallway behind him had gone completely dark. The light that had been on moments ago had flickered out. Panic surged. He wanted to turn back into the study, but no. He froze. He remembered a scene from the Grudge. A woman had died that exact way, retreating into her room. Grinding his teeth, he pulled out his phone to call for help, but there was no signal. The entire house was dead silent. Even the power seemed to be out. He turned on his phone's flashlight and aimed it toward the stairs. Then, from around the corner of the staircase, a pale, blood-stained hand slowly reached out. Corey's breath hitched. He stumbled back, trembling uncontrollably. And then Kayako's twisted, hateful face emerged from the shadows, staring straight at him. This can't be real. Every muscle in his body screamed in terror, yet, somehow, that very fear gave him courage. With a strangled yell, Corey charged forward. He stomped down hard, but in the next instant, Kayako's icy hand clamped around his ankle. A bone-chilling cold shot through his entire body. He froze, paralyzed, as Kayako's contorted body dragged itself onto him. What? Kayako sightings in Rustboro? And several people fainted from fright? When Edward received the news, he was in the middle of a film shoot. The full cast of The Grudge 2 was on set, and they were just about to begin filming, when Officer Jenny herself arrived. Yes, Mr. Edward, she said, clearly exasperated. We've already received multiple reports about it. Edward rubbed his temples. He hadn't expected this. Kayako was supposed to be on set. He glanced toward Fuji, the actress playing Kayako's vessel, who had just finished her makeup. He had planned to shoot her scenes next. Her performance was difficult, especially after the character became possessed. Even with talented actors, mistakes were common. But now, before filming could even begin, reality itself had gone off script. I think I might have an idea, Edward said. Once, I ran into a Bennett pretending to be Kayako, trying to scare me. He sighed. In a way, this was his fault. He'd never expected such chaos to follow. That Bennett had been beaten half to death by his Q, so it should have still been recovering. He hadn't thought it would be up and haunting people again so soon. Bennett? The officer Jenny blinked. Their investigation hadn't turned up any human or Pokémon traces. All the victims looked like they'd suffered from shared hallucinations. She'd suspected something strange, but hearing that Edward himself had encountered a Pokémon imitating Kayako, that changed things. She noted the detail carefully. They'd verify it later. Still, she doubted Edward himself had anything to do with it. His reputation and influence were far too high for him to waste time orchestrating ghost pranks. After ruling out other suspects, the officers left, still without a solid lead. Edward frowned as he watched them go. This situation had both pros and cons for him. If handled well, it could even boost publicity for The Grudge 2, but if mishandled, it could become a PR disaster. Zoroark, he said at last, rubbing his brow. Contact the PR department. Tell them to monitor all online discussions about Kayako sightings or people fainting from fright. Have them start damage control immediately. He narrowed his eyes. Could it really be a Banette? Possibly, but how had it managed to scare so many without being stopped by a single trainer or Pokémon? This couldn't go on. If the rumors kept spreading, they'd hurt the Grudge 2's box office. Kayako, huh? Edward murmured, a faint smile touching his lips. If someone wants to imitate her so badly, then let the real Kayako make an appearance. Following Edward's instructions, Kayako went out for a stroll around the area. But before long, she returned, dragging along several other Kayakos. These Kayakos all wore the same venomous expressions, their faces twisted in resentment. Yet, even as the original Kayako grabbed them by the hair and pulled them along, they didn't resist or react at all. Under Edward's watchful gaze, those other Kayakos were all absorbed one after another into the body of the one before him, until everything fell silent. Edward was momentarily dumbfounded. What in the world was that supposed to mean? Weren't those Kayakos just manifestations, illusions? Why did it look as though they'd become real all of a sudden? What's going on here? Edward couldn't help but ask. Kayako didn't reply. She simply merged back into Fuji Takako's body without a word. Edward scratched his head in confusion. Had the horror film he was shooting somehow become real? Were these Kayakos actually lingering around now? That didn't make sense. Besides, the system hadn't given any notifications about anything unusual either. Just then, a system prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Residual curse Grudge detected. Emergency purification in progress. Confirmation, lingering echo of the curse identified and has now been completely eliminated. Edward blinked at the message in surprise. Well, damn. So there really was some residual Grudge energy, he muttered. But what was going on? Fortunately, it hadn't caused any casualties, otherwise, the Pokémon League would have dug up the entire incident from top to bottom. If someone had actually died, things would have escalated to a completely different level. Then another notification followed. Special compensation granted. The worker's resentment. The worker's resentment, a form of extremely strong negative energy. Its intensity was powerful enough to trigger an echo of the curse, leaving behind a lingering shadow of Grudge. Upon equipping, user gains power of the worker, double stamina, halves fatigue, and allows one-time summoning of a ghostly office employee for additional workplace bonuses. Good lord, I don't even know what to say. Edward stared at the text, dumbfounded. These days, the resentment of office workers is actually strong enough to cause echoes of a curse? He couldn't help but chuckle dryly. Good thing it was only an echo. If it had been the real deal, this world might have been done for. He examined the item that had materialized in his hand, a small black badge depicting a haggard office worker hammering away at a computer, his face full of despair and resentment. It seemed that no matter what world one was in, the plight of the overworked employee remained the same. Still, for the resentment of a mere worker to reach such an intensity that it could resonate with a curse, that was beyond anything Edward could have imagined. Just how miserable must their lives have been? Probably living the dreaded 7 to 7 schedule, no rest, no days off. Truly, the great contradiction of this world was still. Edward cleared his throat and quickly stopped himself. Better not to say it aloud. Who knew if speaking about such truths might attract some new kind of horror entity? The last thing he wanted was to die halfway through his career. Anyway, this thing can do a draw? Ghostly office employees. Edward scratched his head. He was eating dinner as he thought. Since the officer Jenny's had stopped by earlier, filming was definitely cancelled for the rest of the day. He'd start again tomorrow. There were a few horror films with office settings that came to mind, but Edward couldn't recall any particularly impressive ghost employees. Still, since this was a free gift, he figured there was no harm in giving it a try. So, he selected Draw. Congratulations! You have obtained, Little Gao, the master of slacking off. What? Edward was speechless. Slacking off. Little Gao, the master of slacking off. This ghostly employee will wander freely within your company's premises, bestowing the Eureka state upon any employees currently slacking off. While under this state, they may randomly gain creative ideas or insights that benefit the company. As the draw concluded, a yawning girl appeared before Edward, gave him a lazy nod, and then drifted right through the wall, vanishing from sight. Edward stared silently at where she'd been. This ghost employee seemed a little odd. Still, as long as she wasn't encouraging everyone to slack off, it should be fine. Back when Edward himself had been a mere office worker, he always thought from the worker's perspective, taking every chance to slack off, draining the boss's wallet whenever possible. But now that he had become the boss, a full-fledged capitalist, his mindset had changed. The difference in position brought a difference in thinking. These days, he felt that employees were supposed to create profit for him. Slacking off was, naturally, unacceptable. He suddenly recalled a social experiment from his previous life. A university once divided students into groups and assigned some to play the role of capitalists. Within days, those capitalists were demanding longer hours, 9 to 7, 10 hours workload, all sorts of productivity systems. Truly, the youth who once swore to slay dragons had become dragons themselves. Still, Edward prided himself on being a relatively benevolent capitalist. His company offered generous benefits, practically no overtime, and even if there was overtime, it was always properly compensated. Team-building events were held during workdays, never on days off. Because of that, the employees of Ghost Films all rated the company highly. Edward couldn't help feeling a little proud. Well, I guess that wraps it up. He yawned. With the echoes of the curse gone, the rumors will naturally die down too. Still, Edward couldn't help thinking about that cursed doll he'd heard of earlier, the one that had been imitating Kayako to scare people. He just hoped that poor fool had learned his lesson after getting a taste of Edward's wrath. If the idiot tried pulling another stunt, the League would surely make an example out of him. Meanwhile, in the city of Rustborough, 2 Officer Jenny squads were quietly assembling outside a single detached house. "Captain, it's here," one Jenny said, checking her detection device. The squad leader nodded, releasing several Pokeballs. A handful of Dark-type Pokémon emerged, fanning out to encircle the property. Their instruments had detected the presence of Ghost-type energy, specifically from a Banette. While the device wasn't particularly advanced, it was still highly practical in situations like this, perfect for hunting down cursed Pokémon. Rustborough had to maintain public order. With all the panic stirred up by the Kayako rumors, the League couldn't afford to let things escalate. Even though the League was suppressing public discussion, unless they caught the culprit, problems would keep arising. Hence, the Jennies were taking the matter very seriously. As soon as they got word from Edward, they moved in. 2 full squads, 10 Jennies total, armed with 40 Pokémon of Dark and Ghost types, plus 5 Psychic types to seal off the area and prevent teleportation or escape. The scale of the operation was enormous. When the Jennies burst into the house, they found Banette still in its Kayako disguise, attempting to scare people to absorb their fear energy for recovery. It was promptly pinned to the ground before it could even react. Completely stunned, Banette could only blink in confusion as the cuffs went on. Later, it was formally charged with endangering public safety and causing public panic. Sentence: 100 years of confinement in the League's Special Correctional Facility. With Banette's arrest, the Kayako incident that had gripped Rustborough finally came to a close. The League confirmed that the culprit behind the phenomenon had indeed been Banette all along. A satisfying resolution, all things considered. Banette, so no one's going to speak up for me? After the incident, filming for the Grudge 2 got back on track, but not without a few small hiccups. That night, after shooting the scene where Suzuki Tatsuya goes to find his parents, Edward sat in his room playing a mobile game. It was one of those pay-to-win gacha games where the more you spent, the stronger you got. And Edward had to admit, they were addictive. The feedback loop of spending money and immediately growing stronger was simply too satisfying. Having already dropped a casual 100,000 yuan, Edward was now one of the top players. But just as he was enjoying a round of gotcha pulls, he suddenly felt another presence beside him. Turning his head, he saw Siki Toshio. However, this Toshio wasn't the pale, ghostly boy from the films. He looked like an ordinary child, alive and well. The cue perched on Edward's head wagged its tail and chirped a greeting at the boy. "Toshio, you want to play?" Edward asked with a smile, ruffling his hair. "Can I, Uncle Edward?" Toshio looked up at him hopefully. "Of course," Edward said with a nod. Toshio had come along with Kayako, or rather, he'd followed her here. So, Edward had allowed him to possess the actor playing his role during filming. Luckily, Toshio's scenes didn't require interacting with others much, so he could perform naturally and perfectly. Though both Kayako and Toshio were vengeful spirits born from curse energy, they were not exactly the same. Kayako was indiscriminate. She'd kill anyone who entered her home or was connected to those cursed. Her grudge was immense, her wrath absolute, and communication with her was nearly impossible. But that wasn't entirely true. In fact, Kayako could communicate, if only barely. She could make judgments, understand cause and effect, and even respond in limited ways. If a cursed person faced her not with fear or hatred, but with earnest questioning, asking why she held such a grudge, then Kayako would vanish temporarily, allowing Toshio to reveal her tragic past. That moment was crucial. Edward believed there were two possible ways to break the curse of the grudge. The first was the most straightforward: erase it through overwhelming power, say, an extraordinary tear being wiping it out entirely. The second way, however, was accessible to anyone, but almost impossible to achieve. It involved confronting Kayako, letting Toshio manifest, and then enduring hours, perhaps even days of his torment without harboring hatred or resentment, not even seeing it as suffering. Only by maintaining such purity could one truly dissolve Kayako's grudge. After all, her curse stemmed from her wrongful death and years of agony. In the films, those who endured Toshio's torment often broke down, thinking, "I might as well die." Such despair only deepened Kayako's resentment, reinforcing her belief that no one could ever understand or endure her pain. Toshio, however, was different. He existed somewhere between life and death, and in his living state, he retained reason and the ability to communicate. "Here, have some juice." Edward poured a cup for him, but when he turned to hand it over, he froze. Sitting beside Toshio now was Kayako herself, appearing as she had in life, quietly watching her son play. Edward's mouth twitched. "Would you like a drink too, Miss Kayako?" Kayako looked up at him, silent for a moment, then nodded. Edward poured her a cup as well. The three of them sat together in eerie harmony. Toshio was soon fully engrossed in the game, and with Edward's permission, even spent 8,000 on microtransactions. Edward didn't mind. Money meant little to him now. The scene was strangely heartwarming. Assuming, of course, one ignored the fact that two of the three people present weren't actually alive. "Can't you two play games in your own world?" Edward eventually asked, half curious. "In that house, we only think about killing the bad people who come in," Toshio replied earnestly. "My grudge binds me to that house," Kayako added softly. "Inside, I have almost no sanity left." Edward couldn't help glancing at her. To be honest, Kayako was quite beautiful when not in her ghostly form. Thankfully, the set was private, and no one could see them anyway. Otherwise, there might have been scandalous rumors about him discussing scripts with an actress late at night. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He still had that film world travel voucher from the system. It allowed him to visit any cinematic universe he'd unlocked. Maybe once The Grudge 2 was finished, he'd take a trip to Kayako's world. Since he and the Sikis were on good terms now, he could even bring along a few souvenirs from the Pokémon world. "If I went to your house," he asked suddenly, "would you attack me?" "No," Kayako said softly, glancing at him. "I remember your scent." Then she looked back at her son, her expression warm and gentle. Since her death, she hadn't seen Toshio smile like this, not once. This was how he was supposed to look. Kayako felt happy. Edward stood in his room, holding his suitcase with a faint sense of anticipation. The Grudge 2 had finally finished filming. After all, The story of the Grudge 2 wasn't that complicated to begin with, and the biggest challenge in horror films usually lay in the post-production stage. But with the help of Pokémon, that issue had become much easier to handle. As a result, Edward could now officially say that the Grudge 2 was complete. After wrapping up, Edward gave his entire staff a half-month vacation with full pay. The official reason? You've all worked hard filming the Grudge 2, take some time to relax. This decision immediately earned him everyone's praise. After all, during the filming of the Grudge 2, the actors playing Fuji Kayako and Siki Toshio had genuinely terrified quite a few people. Especially the actress playing Kayako. Once she entered her acting state, the look in her eyes, her movements, her aura, they were downright horrifying. Many of the actors had been scared stiff by her performance. So now, giving everyone a break was only natural. It was what everyone wanted. Besides, there were still a few months left before the meteor would enter Rayquaza's attack range, so Edward decided to take this chance to visit the Grudge world himself. After all, aside from that terrifying Kayako, the Grudge world was relatively safe. He also wanted to see what that world had become. Given how powerful Kayako's curse was, by all logic, the place should have been teeming with corpses long ago. With a mixture of excitement and unease, Edward used the movie world travel voucher. The next second, he and his Pokémon companions, Q and the others, vanished from his world and appeared in another. This air, cough, cough, yep, definitely not the Pokémon world anymore. The moment he landed, Edward covered his nose, frowning slightly in disgust as he waved his hand to clear the air. A quick glance at the nearby map told him where he was, Tokyo's Naruma Ward, the very location of the infamous The Grudge haunted house. He turned around, and sure enough, the cursed house stood right behind him. It looked incredibly old, so dilapidated it was almost falling apart. But that was to be expected. After all, movies were movies. In real life, if there really were a house where everyone who entered died, then aside from a few thrill-seeking young punks and reckless internet daredevils, most people would wisely stay far, far away. The Siki family's old house had rusted iron gates at the entrance, an overgrown garden thick with weeds, and an air of deathly stillness. By the front gate stood a wooden sign listing the names and death ages of those who had perished there, a grim monument to the cursed family of Kayako. How strange. If this place is so cursed, why hasn't anyone just bombed it to solve the problem? Edward muttered. But then he quickly reasoned it out. Sure, they could destroy the house, but if they did, would the curse spread throughout Tokyo? That was a risk no one dared take. Q hopped excitedly beside him. It had already sensed Kayako and Toshio's presence. The two spirits were watching from the second floor. Edward followed Q's gaze and saw them through the window, Kayako and Siki Toshio, smiling faintly and waving at him. Edward smiled and waved back, then carried his suitcase inside. Inside the case were some berries, Kayako and Toshio's favorite flavors. Meanwhile, across the street, in another house, two people in suits sighed deeply. Another idiot walking in to die, and he even brought luggage. The man leading the pair shook his head. Whatever, it's not our problem, said the woman beside him indifferently. At least this saves us a few sacrificial slots for the year. Normally, we have to send 12 people in annually. Now that one's gone in on his own, we just need 5 more idiots, and we're done for this year. In truth, that haunted house had long drawn official attention. At the very least, Tokyo authorities were monitoring it. They had even consulted an exorcist master who said that as long as 12 people were offered to the house each year, the curse would remain stable. As long as no one went inside on their own, it would be fine. But why maintain the curse's stability in the first place? Well, that was another question entirely. Still, for the average person, none of that mattered. Most people had simply accepted the haunted house's existence. Of course, that didn't stop the occasional hot-blooded youth shouting Yoroshiku from barging in to prove their courage, only to die horribly. So, the two observers concluded that this unlucky newcomer wouldn't last 3 days. Kayako hadn't eaten in over a month. Her hunger would make her especially dangerous. This place is a mess, Edward said helplessly, glancing around. It was clear that no one had been here for a long time. Dust covered everything. Kayako pouted, then waved her hand, and instantly, the entire room transformed into various interior designs, each resembling the homes of victims from different versions of the Grudge. Edward blinked in surprise. Apparently, she wanted him to choose one. After a brief look, he picked the Murakami family style. By the way, did the Murakamis ever appear here in your world? Edward asked curiously, setting down his luggage and handing Toshio a mago berry. Kayako said nothing, but several venomously glaring spirits emerged from her body, among them the Murakami family, including the jawless Kana. However, these spirits were no longer conscious individuals. They were just filled with thick, unending resentment. So even after death, they can't become ghosts and fight back, huh? Edward scratched his head. Guess that solves one mystery I always had. There had always been the question, why didn't those killed by Kayako turn into ghosts to fight her? Now he understood. They became part of her curse upon death, their spirits absorbed into her. Naturally, they could no longer oppose her. Dying at Kayako's hands was truly pitiful, death of body and soul alike. Still, Edward found this tour quite entertaining. He could even fill in more lore for his movie universe. Maybe if he watched a few more victims die, he'd have enough material for the Grudge 3. Come on, let's do some cleaning. The yard's a mess. Rolling up his sleeves, Edward headed outside with Q, Fortune, and Void following behind. Kayako nodded approvingly. Her power was bound to the house. She couldn't leave unless someone entered and became cursed, which extended her reach. That meant she'd never cleaned the garden before. Across the street, the two observers gaped as Edward started sweeping the courtyard like he planned to live there. Still, they didn't dare approach. Talking to him might get them cursed too. Anyway, the guy would be dead soon enough. But that night, they saw him shopping and later cooking hot pot, humming cheerfully as if on vacation. He's definitely dying tonight, the man declared firmly. Yet the next morning, Edward came out doing morning exercises. Both of them froze, eyes wide. Their gaze wasn't on Edward, but on the small boy beside him. Siki Toshio. A terrifying ghost, one who occasionally possessed physical form. But right now, Toshio was smiling happily and stretching beside Edward, mimicking his movements. Q and the others were there too, but in a special concealed state. Only Kayako and Toshio could see them. "Captain, am I seeing things?" the woman asked, rubbing her eyes. "No. I see it too," the man replied grimly. This was the first time he'd seen anyone coexist peacefully with Toshio. Could it be Toshio had chosen this man as his playmate? But that couldn't be right. Toshio had once dragged a little girl to her death simply because he liked her. The way Toshio liked someone was by killing them. Maybe the curse is just toying with him, the man muttered. He couldn't believe anyone could survive Kayako's wrath. Over 1,000 victims had already proven one thing: no one left that house alive. Then they saw Kayako smiling and calling Edward and Toshio inside for breakfast. The three of them sat in the living room, eating while basking in the morning sun. The observers fell utterly silent. By afternoon, when Edward went out shopping again, he noticed a group of wary onlookers shadowing him from afar. He sighed, twitching his lips. Looks like the locals aren't completely brainless. Just as the group prepared to approach him, Toshio and Kayako appeared by his side, silently watching them. The onlookers froze instantly, none of them dared move. They didn't know why this man was unharmed, but they sure weren't about to risk finding out. Edward yawned. He wasn't interested in them anyway. He was just taking Toshio and Kayako out for fun. He noticed that as long as he was around, they regained self-awareness and acted more human, rather than mindless curses. So, during this trip, Edward simply spent time playing with them. Well, at least these people are useful, Edward chuckled. Free shopping, no crowds. He and the ghosts entered a game store, only to find it completely deserted, everything inside left for him to take. Clearly, the authorities had arranged it. So, with this bizarre escort, Edward went shopping with Toshio, visited an amusement park, and even had dinner with the two ghosts. Though they couldn't eat normal food, Edward discovered that adding a few drops of fear juice made it edible for them. The whole situation left the special task force on the verge of mental collapse. They debated furiously, but no one dared go inside. They decided to wait for the exorcist master to return from overseas. By the time he did 7 days later, Edward's vacation had ended, and he had already returned to his own world, leaving behind piles of gifts for Kayako and Toshio. When the master arrived, he stood outside, expression grim. "There's no one else left inside," he said quietly. In truth, this master wasn't the real one, he was just a disciple. The previous master had confidently gone inside to exorcise the spirits and never came out. Since then, no one had dared enter, and the disciple had been promoted by default. But before, there was this man, one of the officials began, recounting everything that had happened. Footage? Forget it. Anyone who tried recording Kayako ended up dead. Several victims had died that way. That's why, whenever she went outside, their team scrambled to wipe all nearby surveillance footage to prevent the curse from spreading digitally. I'm not sure what to make of this, the master admitted after a while. But the curse is still here, rooted in this house. I strongly advise no one to enter. He looked up and saw Kayako in her vengeful form, radiating a suffocating aura of malice. She was watching him, waiting for him to step inside. Terrified, the master backed away. The officials didn't understand what had happened, but they did what bureaucrats do best, outsource the problem. A few nights later, they lured 3 drunk, boastful delinquents into the house after they bragged they weren't afraid. And then, nothing. They never came out. Dead. Horribly dead, a cleanup worker whispered the next day. They'd found chunks of one man's body mashed like sludge in the sewer pipes, exactly like previous victims. Another's severed hand had flown out of the house and landed outside. As for the third, no trace. Thus, the 7 days during which a strange young man had lived, laughed, and dined with the ghosts became an unsolved mystery. Tokyo authorities even tried replicating the phenomenon, sending in people who looked and acted just like Edward, but every single one died. The curse remained. Some even speculated that Edward had been Kayako's secret lover. But investigations revealed nothing, no identity, no records, no trace of him in any database. And so, his visit became a riddle that no one could ever unravel. Boss. The moment Edward returned to his office and began his usual daily work routine, he saw Zoroark rushing in, arms full of documents. Just looking at that mountain of papers made Edward's head ache. All right, just leave them here. I'll take care of it. Edward rubbed his temples, then released Fortune from his Pokeball, letting the Pokémon stay by his side to observe how he handled documents. It was a good opportunity for Fortune to gain some real-world experience with paperwork. As for Fortune's side job, his work on Stone Comics, Edward hadn't let him continue it for the time being. His plan was for Fortune to study and learn here first, and once he got the hang of it, he could return to the magazine company to continue practicing his craft. After placing the documents down, Zoroark poured a glass of water for Edward before standing quietly at his side. Edward gave him a sidelong glance, curious. Did Zoroark have something else to report? But after thinking about it, Edward couldn't recall anything that might have come up. After all, before going on his recent trip, he had already handled every task that needed doing. That 7-day Grudge trip had been quite satisfying overall. The only real regret was that he couldn't bring anything back. Otherwise, Edward would have liked to grab one of the game consoles he saw there and hand it to his company's research team to use as a reference. Who knew? Maybe they could have introduced new kinds of gaming systems to this world. The Pokémon world, of course, had game consoles of its own, but likely due to the Pokémon-specific designs, the most popular console here was the traditional Nintendo Switch. It had evolved naturally from the old GBA era to the modern NS system, a clear sign of technological iteration. Originally, Edward had wanted to bring back a certain brand's console. Though that company's reputation had become rather infamous, especially after releasing a so-called Game of the Year during his trip, Edward still thought the PlayStation series had its own devoted fanbase. The graphics quality, after all, was indeed better than the Switch's. Unfortunately, none of those things could be taken home. That was a pity. Boss, you actually bought a game console while you were traveling? Zoroark looked at the Switch sitting on Edward's desk with surprise in his eyes. It was the first time he'd seen Edward playing games. Before this, Edward had never touched them, not even mobile ones. Picked it up on a whim, Edward replied casually while flipping through documents. He had only wanted to test the console's performance for himself. It turned out to be much the same as before, though it did have quite a few new games on it. Still, its hardware limitations meant that some games just couldn't run. Zoroark picked up the console, scrolled through the game list, and quickly lost interest. She had already played all of them. Whenever new titles came out, Zoroark was always one of the first to dive in and finish them. But ever since becoming Edward's secretary, her gaming time had shrunk drastically. Most of her hours were spent on work, but in what little free time she had left, she still gamed. After all, she didn't need sleep. Pulling a few hours from her non-existent sleep schedule was enough to keep playing. Boss, what do you think is the most important part of a game console? Zoroark asked thoughtfully. Edward was in the middle of explaining a few document handling tricks to Fortune when he heard that, and he gave Zoroark a puzzled look. What was with this sudden interest? Obviously, the games, Edward replied offhandedly, but he meant it. After all, it's called a game console for a reason. If it isn't about the games, what else would it be about? Back in his previous life, Edward had owned both consoles and PCs, a so-called triple holder. After some time experiencing all of them, he came to the conclusion that game consoles really did have huge limitations compared to PCs. Sometimes those limitations were so glaring that they were almost shocking. That was why, eventually, he sold his PlayStation and only kept his computer and Switch. The reason he held onto the Switch was simple: its exclusive titles. Certain games could only be played on that platform, and that exclusivity was the only thing that made it worth keeping. Otherwise, he probably would have sold it too. In his view, the biggest issue with PlayStation was its lack of true exclusives. Even when it had them, they were often timed exclusives, which killed their appeal. I knew it. And yet that guy online kept insisting it was all about performance. Zoroark said indignantly. Edward twitched his lips. He remembered he'd given Zoroark a few days off recently. And this guy definitely wasn't hurting for money either. Edward always included him when handing out bonuses. So, what have you been doing these past few days? Edward asked, unable to resist his curiosity. Stayed home gaming, messing around on my PC, and having passionate debates with people online. Zoroark said with a straight face. Edward's mouth twitched again. This guy really was something, truly hopelessly bored. But that was just who Zoroark was, a total homebuddy through and through. And that's how you ended up debating about what makes a console great? Edward asked, half amused, half exasperated. You bet. Let me tell you, Zoroark launched into a long rant, and by the time Edward finished listening, he was at a loss for words. He never would have imagined that the entire debate had started just because Zoroark's online group had been chatting about a newly released game. Shaking his head in disbelief, Edward went back to work, continuing to go through the week's backlog of paperwork with Fortune's help. Even though Ghost Films Pictures had been on break, there was still plenty for Edward to handle, and Devon Corporation had also sent over several documents that required his review. Ghost Amusement Park Financial Report. Edward picked up a report and skimmed it. The amusement park was still performing spectacularly well. It had been generating steady profits for quite some time now. Edward hadn't donated all of that income away. Instead, he kept a portion of it to fund park expansion projects and new attractions. Miss Tomi, since when did things get this crazy? Edward muttered, frowning slightly as he read through the report. To be fair, he had always known Tomi's popularity was high. Even back when the amusement park was first founded, she already had her own dedicated fan club. But he hadn't expected her fan base to grow this outlandish. The authorized licensing of Miss Tomi's likeness has generated a revenue of 10,510,000 poke dollars, with projections showing continued future growth. Tomi had even sold her portrait rights. The report included photos as well, plush dolls, figurines, mugs printed with her image, each cup selling for as much as 99 poke dollars. And the craziest part? They were selling like hotcakes. Edward silently thanked the system that all his employees had been registered with proper identities. Otherwise, with this level of fame, if the League ever decided to investigate, he would have had a hard time explaining where Tomy had come from. Still, looking at Tomy's exploding popularity, he couldn't decide whether to be surprised or unsurprised. On one hand, it was natural, Tomy had always exuded that kind of allure. On the other hand, even though she had deliberately restrained her supernatural charm, she still managed to captivate an enormous crowd of fans. Edward tucked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I should make a movie just for her. A Tomy movie. Of course, there were already several films based on her, quite a few actually. Compared to other Junji Ito works, Tomy was one of the easiest to adapt, since it didn't rely heavily on surreal effects. After all, Tomy herself was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Most of the horror came from scenes involving her regeneration or body division, which could be handled with moderate special effects. That alone would save plenty of budget. A Tomy movie, huh? Edward murmured as he read. Tomy already had countless fans, and that was just within the amusement park. If her name spread across the entire league, her fame and following would skyrocket even higher. As for her existing film series, there were 9 in total. Tomy, 1, told the story of aspiring photographer Tsukiko Izumisawa, who developed insomnia after a car accident that erased her memories. Through hypnosis therapy, she uttered a name, Tomy. Soon after, Tomy appeared and began to twist both Tsukiko and her doctor's lives. Meanwhile, a mysterious man moved into her building, carrying a living, growing severed head Tomy's. Tomy could replicate herself infinitely. Tomy 2, Revenge of the Dead followed Tomy's murder and miraculous return to a school, where she seduced and drove multiple men to jealousy, madness, and death. Tomy 3, Rebirth told of an artist named Hideo who killed his girlfriend Tomy while painting her portrait. With his friend's help, he buried the body, only for Tomy to reappear later at a party, causing Hideo to commit suicide in horror. Then came Tomy 4, Forbidden Fruit, Tomy 5, The Demon's Resurrection, Tomy 6, Tomy 7, Ultimate Revenge, Tomy 8, Tomy vs. Tomy, and finally Tomy 9, Unlimited. It was clear how beloved the series had become, so many adaptations, all carrying her name. The ones Edward remembered best were the first 3, and Tomy, Unlimited. He remembered Unlimited vividly, not because of its story, but because the actress who played Tomy back then happened to perfectly match his youthful ideal of beauty. The plot itself, though, was a little strange. Well then, let's make Tomy, Unlimited her exclusive film, Edward decided after some thought. Naturally, Tomy herself would play the lead. No one else could truly embody her essence. The plot of Tomy, Unlimited wasn't particularly complicated. The protagonist, Tsukiko, a plain-looking girl, accidentally photographs her sister being impaled by falling steel rods at a construction site. Afterward, Tsukiko is haunted by nightmares. Beneath it all, she secretly harbors jealousy toward her beautiful sister, Tomy. On the 18th anniversary of Tomy's death, she inexplicably returns home. Yet Tsukiko senses something wrong. The resurrected Tomy behaves nothing like her living sister. From then on, the family atmosphere becomes increasingly twisted. Their father grows deranged, violent, and eventually abusive. Urged on by Tomy, he even assaults Tsukiko. One day, Tomy invites Tsukiko to bathe with her, revealing a grotesque wound on her shoulder that morphs into a monstrous, living growth, attacking Tsukiko. Terrified, Tsukiko pleads for help, but her parents, ensnared by Tomy's charm, refuse to believe her. Later, pretending to run away, Tomy provokes her father into a murderous rage. He kills and dismembers her, a scene that left a deep psychological scar on Edward when he first saw it. But Tomy's horror doesn't end there. Even her severed head glares at Tsukiko with hate. Soon after, Tomy takes over another girl's body and unleashes chaos at school. Tsukiko tries to flee, but Tomi hunts her down relentlessly. Eventually, Tomi proposes that if they merge, everything will return to normal. Tsukiko agrees, only to be brutally killed. As she lies dying, bleeding out, she turns her head toward a nearby mirror, where she sees Tomi smiling back at her. And then, Tsukiko smiles too. The film ends there. It was strange, almost surreal, filled with interpretive symbolism. Some argued that Tomi was actually Tsukiko herself, a reflection of women's pathological obsession with beauty. But Edward didn't bother with such overanalysis. To him, Tomi was simply a horror story. A chilling one. Tomi was a monster, terrifying, irresistible, and impossible to kill by any conventional means. Well, I'll still need to ask Miss Tomi for her opinion. Edward narrowed his eyes. Even if he already had the script in mind, he needed her approval. But knowing her personality, she probably wouldn't refuse. After all, Tomi loved chaos. And if the movie showcased her beauty, she'd have no complaints. The only real concern was keeping her from stirring up trouble on set. The last thing Edward needed was a crew full of men fighting over her. By the way, I remember that the actress who played Tomi in Tomi, Unrestricted didn't do so well after that movie. Her career went downhill afterward. I even heard she ended up taking a rather special line of work as a teacher of sorts. Edward thoughtfully saved the document he'd been editing, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Well, that's quite a complicated story. He really hadn't expected that the film industry in that nation would be that ruthless and cutthroat. To think that after starring in a few movies, an actress could actually end up becoming a teacher in that type of film. It truly showed how unfairly polarized the entertainment world could be. Some drown in opportunities, while others die of thirst. Still, even if that actress had fallen into such a fate later on, Tomi, Unrestricted itself remained a milestone in horror cinema. Though, to be fair, that achievement was rather strange. After all, the film incorporated several elements from other Junji Ito works, like the scene with the human-headed centipede. Because of that, many people felt that rather than being terrifying, the movie was just nauseating. Edward couldn't help but worry whether Tomi herself might want to take the role if he ever filmed that story again. To make sure, he decided to visit the Ghost amusement park where Tomi worked and ask her opinion directly. At the same time, he figured he might as well turn it into a small company outing. Everyone gets an all-access pass to the park, and they could enjoy themselves freely. Edward had no intention of organizing group activities himself. Too much trouble. As a former overworked corporate employee in his past life, Edward knew perfectly well that the best team-building activities were those held during work hours and not forced on anyone. The best ones were the ones employees planned themselves. Boss, didn't we just have a vacation? Zoroark blinked in surprise when it heard Edward's plan. It hadn't expected him to organize another group outing right after their break ended. I'm just going to the Ghost amusement park to handle a small matter, Edward said calmly, picking up the script beside him. Whether Tomi, Unrestricted, could actually be filmed or not still depended on Tomi's personal consent. If she refused, he would simply choose another project instead. Soon, Zoroark drove Edward to the Ghost amusement park. So many people? Edward looked at the enormous crowd lining up at the entrance. The sight reminded him of the amusement parks from his previous life, especially during holidays, utterly packed and terrifying in their own way. Boss, Miss Tomi is super popular now, Zoroark said with a hint of awe. Her fan club already has over 530,000 members. That number shocked even Zoroark. Still, it felt proud. After all, Tomi was an employee under the Ghost Films brand. If not for Edward's rule about not disturbing colleagues during work, their PR department probably would have already tried to get Tomi to officially debut as a celebrity. Tomi was just too alluring. There was no other way to describe her. She wasn't the kind of woman whose beauty was overwhelmingly perfect, but her charm was intoxicating, like a fox spirit in human form. 500,000 fans, huh? Edward's expression grew complicated. As expected of Tomi. If she ever decided to unleash her full allure, even the entire Hoenn League would probably go crazy for her. When Edward entered the amusement park, that feeling only grew stronger. The park's popularity clearly owed much to Tomy. The line in front of the haunted house was even longer than those for the roller coaster or Ferris wheel, the usual stars of amusement parks. But here, in Edward's park, the haunted house reigned supreme. Utterly absurd, but impressive. Of course, as the boss, Edward didn't need to line up. He went straight in through the employee entrance. "Boss? What brings you here?" Tomy looked surprised to see him. Edward studied her face closely. She really was beautiful, not the kind of beauty that left one breathless, but something deeper and far more enchanting. Her very presence drew people in. "Tomy, would you be interested in starring in a movie?" Edward asked, handing her the script. Tomy blinked in confusion as she took it. She had thought she was just working part-time at the haunted house. Why was the boss suddenly offering her an acting job? Still, since it came from him, she opened it and began reading carefully. Then, after a few moments, she smiled. "Oh, my boss, did you write my old story into a script?" she said teasingly, smiling faintly. Edward froze for a moment before realizing what she meant. After all, Tomy had been summoned from her own world, just like Kayako from the Grudge. She had lived through those horrors. "So, would you like to play the role?" Edward asked. "If you do, a lot of people will see your movie. But that also means it might affect your image." He didn't sugarcoat it. Many actors had been typecast by a single iconic role. "Of course I'll do it. Sounds so much fun." Tomy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing her so thrilled, Edward couldn't help but feel conflicted. He wasn't sure whether it was a good idea anymore. Would her co-actors even be able to withstand her overwhelming charm? Still, he handed her the script and told her to read it over. Though he intended to film Tomy, unrestricted, production wouldn't start right away. The Grudge 2 hadn't even premiered yet, and Edward planned to wait until its run ended before beginning the next one. That gap would serve as a perfect transition period. He didn't want to monopolize the horror genre entirely. After he announced The Grudge 2, the studio's phone had been ringing nonstop with people asking about release dates, directors and producers all hoping to avoid clashing with his schedule. By now, the entire Pokémon film industry regarded Edward as unbeatable in horror, and nearly the same for detective thrillers. Whenever one of his films was scheduled, other studios would immediately adjust their own releases to avoid going head-to-head with him. At least they were smart, not stubborn. That was just how the entertainment world worked. When a blockbuster was about to hit theaters, others stepped aside. After finalizing the script matter with Tomy, Edward felt relieved. He'd originally been considering another horror film, Shudder, the Thai movie about ghosts and photography. It had a brilliant setup, with subtle foreshadowing that tied together beautifully at the end. It had even been remade in Hollywood, which, as far as Edward was concerned, meant the original was undoubtedly excellent. "Boss, by the way, have you seen that new movie, I Really Didn't Mean to Kill Him 3? Zoroark asked as it drove them home, chatting casually about the film industry. Ever since becoming Edward's assistant, it had started taking a real interest in movies, even studying notes from Kuroda, Edward's human secretary. "I did," Edward said, grimacing. "And, honestly, each sequel has been worse than the last." He winced at the memory. He didn't even want to think about it. It wasn't about the money, he could easily afford a private screening, but about the time he'd wasted watching such a mess. He could have watched anything else instead of that. The first film had at least been a halfway decent remake, but everything afterward just got worse and worse. He'd only gone because there weren't many good films showing lately. But afterward, he deeply regretted it. After venting about how the movie industry seemed to decline year after year, Edward finally returned home. But the moment he stepped inside, he saw the old butler carrying a tray. The tray looked familiar. It was usually used to serve tea. "So, there was a guest?" "Young Master Edward, Mr. Code is waiting for you," the butler said politely. Edward immediately understood who it was. He picked up Q and hurried to the living room. The Prayer Wall Charity Foundation had always been one of his ongoing projects. From a business standpoint, it greatly benefited both him and Devon Corporation by boosting their public image. But from a personal standpoint, Edward truly believed in using his excess wealth to help those in need. Earlier that day, he'd reviewed the Foundation's daily report. It was business as usual, which made Code's sudden visit all the more puzzling. "Code, you're here," Edward greeted him with a smile, but when he got closer, he noticed the Alakazam's weary expression. The tiredness etched on Code's face made Edward's words catch in his throat. "You look exhausted," Edward said, frowning slightly. Code fell silent for a moment, then sighed heavily. "Boss, I'd like to request a partner to help share the workload," Code said simply. Edward didn't hesitate for a second. Approved. He had long since delegated personnel authority to Code. As far as he was concerned, if you trusted someone, you didn't need to micromanage them. And having visited the Foundation himself, Edward knew exactly how hard that job was, both physically and mentally. Physically, the staff had to travel constantly to verify the information of each applicant. Endless visits, endless trips, it didn't sound that bad, but anyone who'd ever traveled nonstop for work knew how draining it was. Mentally, it was far worse. The cries, the pleading, the grief of those who sought help, it all weighed heavily on the Foundation's workers. Even though Edward had hired professional psychologists and offered excellent benefits, burnout was inevitable. To work in the Charity Foundation, the first thing one had to learn was emotional detachment. Otherwise, they'd break. "That's fine," Code said with relief. "Boss, the Foundation's workload has grown too large lately. I think we should set up regional branches, each with a division leader in charge." "Approved," Edward said immediately. The Grudge, too, brought in over $300 million in ad revenue. Use that for expansion. Money could solve problems, and as long as that was the case, it wasn't really a problem at all. Code finally smiled. $300 million wasn't much compared to their overall operations, but it was enough to make a difference. It meant growth. And growth was everything. Heaven knew how hard the past few months had been. As the Foundation expanded across all regions of the Pokémon League, its workload had skyrocketed. Code had been working day and night, barely finding time to rest. Even for an Alakazam, whose psychic stamina was immense, it had become unbearable. There were simply too many people who needed help. The Charity Foundation's fame had spread far and wide. Donations were pouring in, but so were the applications. And among them were scammers. The first time Code encountered one, he had been furious. He couldn't understand how anyone could stoop so low, trying to cheat money meant to save lives. But later, he understood. There would always be people with no conscience, people who'd do anything for profit. And in that moment, Code gained a new level of respect for Edward's insistence on in-person investigations and League cooperation for verification. Thanks to that policy, they had exposed several fraudsters who would have otherwise stolen from the desperate. "It's easy to tell that you've been deeply moved by your work at the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation, isn't it?" Edward said, pouring a cup of tea for Code, an act he did entirely of his own accord. Ever since Code had come to the Foundation, he had truly devoted himself body and soul to its work, the very definition of giving everything until death. He was constantly busy, and most importantly, he managed everything with strict discipline. Because of this, the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation had become something of a miracle. Even after growing into a vast and powerful organization, there wasn't a single trace of corruption or malpractice within it. That in itself was extremely rare. After all, once any organization or institution grows large enough, it's nearly impossible to ensure that every employee is a good person. It's inevitable that a few bad apples will appear sooner or later. But Code had somehow managed to keep the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation utterly spotless. The fact that the foundation had developed so rapidly into what it was today was, without a doubt, thanks in large part to him. His insistence on public financial transparency and open donation records had earned the trust of the entire league, making everyone realize that the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation was genuinely devoted to helping others. As a result, the foundation began receiving more attention, more donations, and more requests for help. Edward's decision to personally pour Code a cup of tea was his way of showing respect, because, truthfully, without Code, the Foundation might never have grown so fast. There's definitely been a lot to take in, boss. You have no idea. These past few weeks, whenever I get ready to rest at night, I have to hypnotize myself just to fall asleep, Code said wearily, holding the cup of tea in both hands as he slumped into the sofa. He was an Alakazam, after all. For a psychic-type Pokémon like him to be so exhausted that he needed to force himself to sleep, that spoke volumes about how hard he'd been working. Edward knew very well what kind of creature Alakazam was: tireless, endlessly energetic, and capable of multitasking with ease. Yet, even someone like Code was completely worn out, which only proved how demanding and mentally draining the Foundation's work had become. "You've really worked hard, Code," Edward said sincerely. Though he'd never personally taken part in the Foundation's day-to-day affairs, just looking at Code's state told him everything. It also sparked an idea in his mind. He planned to have one of the directors from Ghost Films shoot a short promotional video for the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation. Well, not exactly a public service announcement, but more of an advertisement. On one hand, it would promote the Foundation. On the other, it might help reach more people in need. After all, most people only learned about the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation by searching for it themselves or through doctors and fellow patients. It was like how, if you weren't involved in a certain field, you'd never know how that industry worked or what organizations existed within it. For instance, if you weren't in civil engineering, would you know how many construction bureaus there were, or how engineer ranks were divided? Of course not. That was the limitation of information. Humans, after all, were only human, not psychic Pokémon who could know everything. They couldn't possibly learn or master every subject. People naturally focused only on their own field. Edward's goal, therefore, was to make the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation known to as many people as possible. Only by increasing awareness could the Foundation gain more donors and, in turn, help more lives. Still, it's not all bad, Code added with a faint smile. Sometimes the work can actually be quite heartwarming. Some families, after their loved ones recover, even donate part of their spare money back to the Foundation. Edward smiled at that. He genuinely thought it was a beautiful thing. "What? You want me to film a commercial for the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation?" Director Sanders looked at the Zoroark in front of him with visible surprise. Of course, he knew who this was: the personal secretary of the company's big boss, Edward. But even so, hearing the request firsthand left him stunned, and he couldn't help asking again just to make sure. "Yes, Director Sanders," Zoroark said warmly. "The company intends to film a promotional video for its subsidiary, the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation. According to your resume, you've had experience shooting commercials in the past. That's why you were chosen." Though surprised at first, Sanders readily agreed once he saw the generous compensation being offered. He'd been planning to buy a small car for his wife, and with this bonus, he could finally afford it. Besides, he was genuinely good at filming advertisements. It was an area he understood well, and the project wouldn't be difficult. Soon after, Sanders set out on his own. Before every shoot, he liked to personally visit the company or product he'd be filming, to observe, get a feel for the atmosphere, and decide on the visual tone. It was a personal habit of his, and Edward didn't mind in the slightest. As long as Sanders produced good results, Edward didn't care how he worked. So, Sanders spent over a week, almost two, staying at the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation. When he finally returned to the company, he went straight to Edward's office, where the boss was buried in paperwork. "What? You're saying you want to make a documentary instead?" Edward looked up, genuinely taken aback. The man standing before him was almost unrecognizable. Sanders' beard was unkempt, his eyes ringed with dark circles, and he looked utterly sleep-deprived. But what truly stunned Edward was the proposal itself. For a moment, he even wondered if he'd misheard. "Boss," Sanders began earnestly, "I don't think a short advertisement can really convey what the Foundation stands for. Over these past few days, I've been following them everywhere, witnessing how they operate firsthand. I believe a documentary would do far more justice to their work." Edward frowned slightly. He knew Sanders was right. A documentary would better showcase the Foundation's mission. But as a businessman, Edward also had to consider another angle: the audience. In today's fast-paced, impatient world, everything revolved around three core principles: shorter, faster, simpler. The rise of short videos, express delivery, and on-demand entertainment proved that people preferred quick, digestible content. Long-form media like films had their place, but documentaries were a niche within that. They had dedicated audiences, but far less mass appeal. Even though major networks had special documentary channels, their reach was limited. A hit documentary and a viral advertisement simply weren't comparable in promotional impact. Even something as popular as the A Bite of China series from his previous life couldn't match the exposure of a well-placed ad. After all, ads appeared everywhere on TV, in mobile apps, during prime hours. People saw them constantly. A documentary, on the other hand, demanded focus and time, and not everyone had that. Still, looking at Sanders' passionate expression, Edward could tell this wasn't a casual suggestion. He had truly thought it through. "All right," Edward said after a pause. "You can make the documentary. But I still want a short advertisement too. Keep it concise and include the documentary's title at the end. The people who are genuinely interested will go and watch it themselves." He didn't want to discourage Sanders. In fact, he agreed that both could be done. Besides, it would also serve as a morale boost for the Foundation staff. After all, human beings, even the most selfless, needed emotional fulfillment. Feeling that one's work had social meaning was a kind of spiritual satisfaction, and Edward understood that well. "Yes, boss," Sanders said excitedly. Though he still had to film the commercial, being allowed to make the documentary filled him with motivation. He admitted it: when he first joined Ghost Films, it was for the pay and benefits. Edward's generosity was famous throughout the industry, and he treated even his lowest-level employees fairly. Many people in the film world dreamed of working for him. This project had originally been just another job, a way to earn enough to buy a car for his wife. But after spending time at the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation, Sanders' mindset changed completely. The Prayer Wall Charity Foundation, he realized, was a place where people with the purest hearts worked tirelessly for others. That was the deepest impression it left on him. "Why did you suddenly decide to make a documentary?" Edward asked with a smile. Beside him, Zoroark poured Sanders another cup of water, then stepped back quietly, curious to hear the answer as well. "Boss, you wouldn't believe what I saw there." Sanders' voice softened, his gaze distant. He had always considered himself a hard worker until he came to the Foundation. That was when he realized he didn't even know what hard work truly meant. "I met a girl named Diane Song," he said slowly. "She only sleeps 5 hours a day. The rest of her time is spent running around on investigations. And even those 5 hours aren't proper rest. Sometimes she sleeps on buses or planes between destinations." Zoroark's mouth fell open slightly. 5 hours of sleep a day, with some of it on public transport? That was barely human. Edward raised an eyebrow. He was sure he'd never assigned such punishing schedules to Foundation staff. In fact, he prided himself on humane management: 9 to 5 working hours, no unpaid overtime, and triple pay for official overtime. The Foundation, as far as he knew, had no need for such things. "I asked Diane if she was working overtime," Sanders continued, his tone distant. He recalled that moment vividly. They were on a plane, heading to another city to evaluate a patient's case. The girl had been sitting beside him, eyes closed, trying to catch a bit of sleep. When she heard his question, she opened her eyes, bloodshot, weary, but burning with determination. "Every hour we rest could mean another patient dies without treatment," she'd said. That look in her eyes had shaken Sanders to the core. In that moment, he saw a kind of conviction he'd never encountered before, the kind that said, "I would rather die myself than let someone else suffer." Even when there were no pending assignments, Diane would actively seek new cases, constantly pushing herself until she was caught overworking and forced to rest. Code had to personally order her to take mandatory leave, and for the first time, Sanders saw that unbreakable girl cry. She cried because she still wanted to keep working. Only then did Sanders learn the full story. Once, Diane had been responsible for reviewing the case of a terminally ill child. Because she'd left at 9 that morning, her visit was delayed slightly, and that delay meant the child didn't receive treatment in time. The child passed away. The guilt from that incident never left her. That was why the Foundation had since implemented a mandatory rest policy to prevent devoted employees like her from literally working themselves to death. It changed me, Sanders said, his voice trembling slightly. After witnessing everything they do, I just want to contribute something, anything, to the Foundation and to those people. Edward was silent for a long time. He'd always known that the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation was both a sanctuary for the sick and a crucible for those who worked there, a place that tested one's humanity to the core. But he hadn't realized the extent of it. Even the policy of forcing employees to rest, like the one for Diane, was something he hadn't known about. In a world where most companies demanded endless overtime, the idea of an organization that forced its workers to take paid leave was almost unheard of, and yet, that was the kind of place the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation had become. Zoroark quietly wiped at its eyes and turned away. "All right," Edward finally said, his tone resolute. "Do it. Submit your requests, staff, equipment, budget. I'll approve everything." He thought of code again. The man had only ever mentioned small details, brief statistics in his reports. Never had Edward realized the reality was this harsh. Perhaps he truly had been too detached. Maybe it was time he visited the Foundation himself. "Yes, boss. I swear I won't let everyone's efforts go to waste," Sanders said, bowing deeply. This time, he wasn't doing it for money, nor for fame, but purely for the heart and spirit of the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation that Edward had built with his own hands. "Boss, what do you think of this documentary?" 3 months later, Sanders, now unshaven and looking utterly worn out, sat across from Edward, his eyes filled with expectation as he asked for feedback. Edward, however, didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly lifted his gaze to look at Sanders. Compared to 3 months ago, Sanders now looked, well, as if he might drop dead at any second. That was the impression he gave, and it honestly made Edward a little nervous. But at the same time, he couldn't help feeling helpless about it. He had told Sanders to go film a documentary, right? Yes, that was right. He remembered it clearly, a simple documentary. So why did Sanders now look like he had just transcended life itself? Not to be rude, Sanders, but how exactly have you been sleeping these days? Edward asked, a strange expression crossing his face. These past months, he had been preoccupied with company affairs, as well as handling DC Comics-related projects. Even the Grudge 2 had been delayed and hadn't premiered yet. He hadn't expected Sanders to have actually finished filming the documentary first. "I've been following the Foundation staff every single day. Whenever they wake up, I wake up too. The whole crew's been doing the same," Sanders said with a grin that revealed his teeth and carried a hollow sort of laughter. Edward fell silent. He picked up a document from the desk, a report Zoroark had sent him earlier. According to the information, the entire film crew Sanders had brought along had requested leave for today to rest at home. Edward had naturally approved it. After all, they had finished filming, and rest was well-deserved. But hearing Sanders' words, Edward felt that 1 day of rest wouldn't be nearly enough. 3 days, maybe. That sounded more reasonable. "I'll give your team a bonus, 6 months' worth of salary," Edward finally said with a sigh. Sanders nodded, showing little reaction. He simply kept staring at Edward, clearly waiting for his evaluation, a judgment on the documentary they had worked so hard on. Edward was quiet for a while. He had just finished watching it. It wasn't particularly long, only 3 episodes in total, each running a full 120 minutes. "It's very good. Excellent work, actually. Watching it felt as though I had personally taken part in the Foundation's work myself," Edward said sincerely. Hearing that, Sanders broke into a wide, toothy smile, genuine happiness lighting up his face. Edward felt a faint sigh rise within him at the sight. He truly did want to do charity work. He had donated money, a lot of money in fact, But to work with the same dedication and selflessness as those people? Edward had to admit he couldn't do it. Maybe it wasn't even possible for him. The sheer difficulty of such a life was beyond what he could handle. Sleeping only a few hours a night, traveling constantly, pushing yourself that far, that kind of effort reminded him only of his final year in high school in his past life. Now, however, Edward had grown accustomed to a life of comfort. Boss, the team discussed it, and we've decided that we want to donate our entire bonus to the foundation, Sanders said earnestly. Edward blinked, surprised. Half a year's salary, that wasn't a small amount, yet they wanted to donate all of it back to the foundation? No need. I'll donate an equivalent sum to the foundation in your name. You've all worked hard enough. Just take a good rest, Edward said, knocking on the desk lightly. He didn't plan to let his employees donate their own money. They had followed the foundation's staff day and night, worked themselves to exhaustion. They deserved to relax and enjoy life for a bit. Sanders froze, then bowed deeply in gratitude before walking briskly out of the office. Watching his back, Edward sat quietly, holding the master copy of the documentary in his hands. Originally, he had only planned for a short promotional video, just something to raise awareness of the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation. But somehow, it had turned into a full-fledged documentary. Still, he didn't really mind. In fact, the finished result was even better, more meaningful, more powerful. Zoroark, raise the bonus to 1 full year's salary, Edward said suddenly after a pause. Zoroark nodded and noted it down. It's not easy. I just have to spend money, but those people, they're truly something else. Edward trailed off, unable to find the right words. He wasn't even sure what he could say. Some of the employees at the foundation were truly remarkable. Their dedication and drive were enough to move anyone. Looks like I'll need to talk to Code again. Edward pulled out his phone and sent a message, asking Code to come by for a meeting. He wanted to discuss restructuring and management issues within the foundation. Its rapid growth wasn't bad per se, but there were hidden dangers in such intensity. Edward didn't want to see his staff ending up hospitalized from overwork. Wait, maybe we should build a hospital while we're at it, Edward murmured as another idea came to mind. When he'd watched the documentary, he'd noticed something. Many patients, after falling ill, were too poor to even go to the hospital. They simply stayed home waiting to die. It was only when Compassionate League officials or Foundation volunteers stepped in that they received help at all. When the rich could afford monthly checkups and injections worth millions just to extend their lives, the poor were dying quietly in their own homes. This world had never been fair, not truly. So, Edward decided he would build a hospital. A chain of hospitals, in fact. Start in the Hoenn region, then expand across the rest of the league. Of course, building hospitals was easier said than done. He quickly sent a message to Kennedy. Zoroark, go with Kennedy later. Calculate the approximate cost of building a general hospital and prepare a report for me, Edward said as Zoroark returned. The Pokémon nodded and jotted it down. Edward leaned back in thought. Hospitals were incredibly expensive to run, that much was undeniable. Even though the Pokémon world's existence lowered some costs, it didn't eliminate them. Medical devices, in particular, were outrageously expensive. In fact, the most dangerous thing you could do in a hospital was accidentally touch one of those machines. One punch could cost you tens or even hundreds of thousands. Maybe even millions. Go to a hospital once, and you could go bankrupt overnight. Still, Edward planned to leave the details to Zoroark and Kennedy. He wasn't going to get personally involved in logistics he didn't understand. His job was simpler: make more movies and earn more money. If I really want to make more money, then horror films probably won't cut it anymore. I'll need to shoot more commercial movies, Edward mused. In his previous life, commercial blockbusters were the biggest moneymakers. Later, of course, emotional and sentiment-driven films had also found huge success, the kind that tugged at people's hearts or resonated with social trends, earning box office gold by making audiences cry. Those films were everywhere. But Edward wasn't interested in chasing that sort of fad. Sure, they could make money, but they depended too much on timing and luck, on riding the market's emotional waves. Edward preferred something more stable, superhero films. After all, superhero franchises came with a hidden goldmine, intellectual property. In his past life, both Batman and Superman were absolute money-printing machines. The licensing alone could fund an entire cinematic universe, creating a self-sustaining loop of success. He glanced at a report on his desk. His current focus was indeed on DC's superhero lineup, all set in a modern backdrop, perfectly suited for drawing in massive corporate sponsorships later. The sales numbers for Stone Comics are quite good, almost catching up to the League Shonen Comics. Superman's popularity even surpasses Batman's for now, Edward noted as he read. Both Superman and Batman, these mature IPs, were now shining brightly in this world too. Seeing this, Edward made his decision. He would direct The Dark Knight. It would be a massive box office hit, he was sure of it, and it would further elevate Batman's global fame, creating the same positive feedback cycle he wanted. The only risk was whether the film's quality and the audience's taste would align, but Edward had confidence. The Dark Knight had been a success even in his past world. There was no reason it couldn't work here. Meanwhile, in a quiet university dormitory somewhere, a young man sat in his chair, scrolling through his computer with a bored expression. There really aren't any good documentaries lately. It's all the same stuff over and over. His name was Jax. Since childhood, when he first stumbled across the League documentary channel, he had become an avid documentary lover. He was now a college student majoring in broadcast media, with dreams of working in the documentary industry himself. Hey, Jax, can you just play a game for once? You watch documentaries in class, and after class too, his roommate complained. There's nothing else interesting. Oh, wait. Jax refreshed the page and spotted something new, a company name that wasn't exactly familiar, but somehow rang a bell. Ghost Films Pictures presents the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation. 3 episodes, each 120 minutes long. Huh? Ghost Films Pictures made a documentary about their own foundation. Another roommate, who was browsing the Pokepoket site, noticed the same update. Jax leaned over to look. Ghost Film Studios. Hello everyone, this time our studio brings you the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation, a unique documentary showcasing the daily work of our company's own foundation. The full series is now free to watch online. We hope you enjoy it. Short and simple as usual. But the comment section below was already exploding, fans asking about the next season of Sherlock Holmes series, begging for new releases, or even sending selfies to apply for acting roles. But everyone's curiosity was piqued. What kind of documentary could Ghost Films possibly make? After all, the studio had done movies, dramas, and short films, but never a documentary. Naturally, people were curious. Jax and his friends clicked in. Please save my husband. My child's only 3 years old, he can't lose his father. The opening scene was chaos, a distraught woman kneeling on a hospital floor, eyes swollen red, her cries raw and desperate. Her name is Diane Song, age 26. After graduating from university, she joined the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation as an application review officer. She is responsible for processing the overwhelming flood of requests that arrive daily. The camera panned to a young woman in a sharp, professional outfit. A mock-amp stood silently behind her as she filled out forms, jotting notes on a report sheet. Ma'am, please calm down. The foundation has its procedures. As long as the application meets the requirements, approval will go through, Diane said softly, her voice hoarse but steady. Such a shame, one of Jack's roommates muttered. She's so beautiful, but she seems so cold. Jax didn't respond. Truthfully, he thought the same. Diane has been in this position for 1 year. In that year, she has slept a total of 2,000 hours, averaging only about 5.5 hours of sleep per day. The room fell silent. Everyone's curiosity deepened. What kind of life did this girl lead? The footage continued. Diane visited hospitals, checked medical records, interviewed doctors, and then drove out to applicants' homes to conduct field inspections. The conditions were appalling: broken walls, filthy surroundings, suffocating poverty. The applicant has already sold everything they could, including their home. They're all living here now, and league worker said, eyes red as she explained. Diane simply ticked boxes on her report and made notes of what she saw. After completing the inspection, Diane submitted her report to her superiors before heading to her next destination, another hospital across the city, where 2 more applicants awaited her arrival. As the narration continued, the next shot showed her asleep on a bus, her head resting against the window. This is one of the few moments in her day when she can rest. Diane always takes brief naps during transit to make up for her lack of sleep, often sleeping only 3 to 4 hours at night. The dorm room was utterly silent now. One of the roommates quietly turned his head away, wiping tears from the corner of his eyes. He had once been in that same position, kneeling, begging someone to save his father. In the dorm room, Jack sat on his bed and watched the first episode of the documentary that followed Diane's day at work. This young woman, barely a year or 2 older than them, was busy from dawn to dusk, constantly on the move. She reviewed case after case of people seeking help, carefully verifying every detail before submitting the documents to her superiors. At one point, she even encountered a fraud case. The man in question drove a luxury car and lived in a mansion, yet still had the audacity to apply for financial aid from the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation. That moment had completely enraged Diane. She scolded the man harshly, almost breaking into a full-on argument. In the end, she had to call Officer Jenny and her team to intervene before things finally calmed down. "Miss Diane, aren't you worried that arguing with an applicant like that might damage the foundation's reputation?" one of the camera crew asked her during an interview. At the time, they were riding in a car. Diane was heading to another children's hospital. There was a little girl there, bedridden by a serious illness at such a young age. Her parents were drowning in debt, completely unable to pay for the treatment. "Our foundation's director, Mr. Code, once told me something," Diane replied with a faint smile. "We're here to do charity, not to provide customer service. We don't need to swallow everyone's nonsense." The footage then cut to a personal profile segment introducing Code himself. Code, an Alakazam, is the director of the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation and currently its sole leader. Discovered by Mr. Edward Stone. Through strict rules and systems, he has guided the foundation step by step to where it is today. "An Alakazam, huh? That's incredible," one of Jax's roommates said in awe. "And to think Director Edward, the horror film director, is behind all this. Never imagined he'd be doing something so good." Jax didn't reply. He knew Edward was an excellent horror director, but beyond that, he knew very little. After all, Edward was rich, someone from a completely different world than people like them. He never imagined that Edward had quietly done so much for charity. It was astonishing. The first episode lasted only 120 minutes, yet it compactly captured Diane's entire day. In that short time, she met with 6 different people in need. Her oldest case was 72 years old, and the youngest was only 4. Their ages varied greatly, but one thing was the same. Their eyes were all red from crying, and their homes were all nearly destitute. "One illness can destroy an entire family," Jax sighed deeply. The documentary was heavy, so heavy that he could barely breathe. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, and quietly opened the window. None of his roommates objected. They all felt it too. Even though the film didn't use many cold tones or bleak filters, it still somehow made it hard to breathe. By the time the documentary reached midnight in Diane's schedule, she was dragging her exhausted body back to the hotel. Thankfully, the foundation covered all business travel expenses, which was one of the few employee benefits. "Tired?" "Of course I'm tired," she said in a final interview before going to her room. "But whenever I think that every minute I rest could mean someone out there dies waiting for help, I stop feeling tired." After she said goodnight and went to bed, the episode wasn't quite over yet. The camera lingered on the hotel entrance. Moments later, Diane appeared again, backpack slung over her shoulder as she hurried out. The next shot zoomed in on a clock. The time was 4:30 a.m. Counting it all, she had slept less than 4.5 hours. Excluding time for washing up and dressing, it was probably closer to 4. No wonder she was always catching naps on the bus. As she stepped out from the bright hotel lobby into the darkness before dawn, the first episode came to an end. Diane is only one of many case reviewers at the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation. There are countless others like her. With that message, the screen faded to black. For a moment, the dorm fell completely silent. The first episode alone was already so heavy. What about the second? Or the third? Come on, play the next one roommate urged. They didn't bother turning on the comment section. Partly because they were among the first to watch it, but mostly because this type of documentary was better viewed without distractions. It felt more real that way. Jax nodded and started the second episode. Everyone sat up straight, forgetting all about the video game session they had planned for the afternoon. The second episode opened with a look inside the Foundation's day-to-day operations. The official address of the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation is fake, or rather, the listed address is only for their customer service branch. The real foundation operates elsewhere. Why is that? The interviewer asked. You'll see when you visit that place, one employee explained seriously. Everyone knows it's just a customer service site now, but people still gather outside, kneeling and holding signs asking for help. Our director thought that scene might affect normal operations, so he moved our office. The next shot proved it true. A crowd of desperate people kneeling in front of a building, pleading for aid. When the film crew arrived, those people rushed toward them, eyes filled with desperate hope. The director didn't say a word. The camera just kept rolling, silently capturing every painful second. The result was haunting. Even through the screen, Jax could feel the crushing desperation of those families, the sheer hunger to survive. His breath quickened without him realizing. Every month, the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation receives thousands of applications. To ensure that only those in true need are helped, the foundation follows extremely strict review standards. Even one unmet condition results in rejection. Some say, "This is inhuman. My son has uremia. I've been applying for 2 months," an elderly woman cried hysterically, clutching the camera. "My boy's blind, and this year's his most important exam. We don't have a single cent left," another man begged toward the lens. All these people were pleading, begging, but still couldn't pass the reviews. The review requirements have always been public, one foundation worker told the crew, handing them a printed list. The standards were indeed harsh. But even with such rigor, the foundation's donations were still vanishing fast. The documentary also showed Diane's paperwork for one case, the woman who had knelt and begged for her husband. Her case met all the criteria, and a transfer of more than $2 million had already been wired to the hospital's account, accurate to the last cent. These funds are strictly for medical treatment and follow-up care, the finance officer explained seriously. If it's not enough, we coordinate with the hospital to send more. If there's any left, it's returned to the foundation to help others. Unlike the first episode, the second had no heartbreaking cries or cold hospital scenes. It focused entirely on the internal workflow, precise, methodical, almost mechanical. After watching it, Jax joked that he probably understood the foundation's procedures well enough to work there himself. But the job clearly came with immense pressure. The film even revealed that the foundation employed in-house psychologists and had relaxation rooms for staff, meant to prevent burnout and keep employees mentally healthy despite the constant stress. "Mr. Code, how would you describe the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation?" the interviewer asked at the end of the episode. Code looked up from his paperwork. A psychic speech amplifier on his chest glowed softly as his calm voice resonated through it. "This is an organization striving to become better," he said, "to help more and more people." "Well, that one felt a bit lighter," one roommate commented. "Maybe on the surface," another said. "But if you think about it, it's still dark. You saw all those applications? No matter how much money they raise, it'll never be enough." Jax nodded. Director Edward may be rich, and he's donated a ton, but even that's just a drop in the bucket. The need is endless. They talked for a while, then started the third episode. This one was noticeably brighter. The director Sanders seemed to realize that unrelenting heaviness would wear viewers down. So, The third episode followed families who had recovered thanks to the Foundation's help, showing their new lives after healing. By the end, everyone felt their spirits lift a little. After graduation, "I want to work at the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation," Jack said quietly. No one replied, but all of them felt the same stirring emotion. Then one roommate snorted. "Dream on." With how viral this show is, can you imagine how many people are thinking the same thing? The documentary's release caused massive ripples online. It wasn't quite the cultural explosion of a blockbuster film, but it came close. In just one day, all 3 episodes surpassed 30 million views, averaging 10 million each, and the comment sections were overflowing. "I'm so grateful to the Prayer Wall Charity Foundation. My dad's alive today because of them. Why is everyone working themselves to death? I thought school was bad enough. Even Pokémon staff have it rough, handling that many cases a day. Pfft, Edward's rich, he could donate way more than this. Hypocrite. Shut it, idiot. If you think it's so easy, why don't you donate?" The comments came in every shape and tone imaginable. For the Foundation, the reaction was bittersweet. They were happy because donations skyrocketed overnight. Companies and celebrities were offering massive contributions, some even donating millions at a time. Many people also applied to join the organization. But they were also overwhelmed because the number of applicants seeking help grew even faster. Now that everyone understood the strict eligibility criteria, countless families realized they qualified and began flooding in applications. The workload exploded overnight. Still, it was a sign of growth, and the Foundation entered a period of rapid expansion. When Edward heard the news, he smiled faintly. "It's growing faster than expected. That's an unexpected blessing." He glanced at the trending comments and all the media buzz surrounding the Foundation, his eyes reflecting quiet satisfaction. The documentary's success had exceeded his expectations. And with advertisements now entering the rotation, the Foundation's visibility would only continue to rise, though that also meant greater risk. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Edward knew that better than anyone. He decided to have Code conduct a full internal inspection, while also asking Secretary Kennedy to coordinate with the Devon Corporation's audit division for assistance. There could be no corruption, no black sheep exploiting charity for personal gain. "Understood, boss. I'll take care of it right away," Kennedy replied over the phone. He had been following the Foundation's growth closely and was impressed that Edward anticipated the risks so early. With that settled, Edward finally allowed himself a breath of relief. It was time to focus on something else, like releasing the Grudge 2, to once again harvest the audience's deepest fears. He had been holding it back deliberately, since the old director's film Rear Window had just premiered, and Edward had to admit, the old man's craftsmanship still held strong. The reviews were glowing. "The old man's Rear Window, I knew it was going to be popular, but I didn't expect it to blow up this much." Edward stared at the constant chatter in the fan group and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This particular group was supposed to be a community for horror film enthusiasts, yet even after so long, discussions about Rear Window were still burning hot. From that alone, one could tell just how captivating the film was. Edward himself had to admit that the old man's craftsmanship was truly extraordinary. Now that Rear Window had been in theaters for 2 months, it was also nearing the end of its screening run. Reviews had begun pouring in. With just a casual scroll, Edward could see plenty of critics talking about it. Basically, every reputable reviewer had written something about Rear Window. Among them, Edward was particularly interested in those written by veteran film critics whose opinions could influence the Best Film of the Year awards. Rear Window, I'm delighted to see my old friend director Kirk make such a triumphant return with his first comeback film. Rear Window is a classic suspense film directed by Kirk. To be honest, when he announced his return, I was a little worried my old buddy might tarnish his legacy. But after watching it, those concerns completely vanished. In fact, after discussing with several colleagues, I personally believe this film might well be considered one of Kirk's most successful works. This movie doesn't just explore the theme of voyeurism to its fullest, it uses brilliant storytelling and visual language to delve into the nature of humanity, love, and life itself. The story follows a photojournalist named Jeffrey who, after being injured during a racing accident, is forced to recuperate at home. Out of boredom, he begins observing the lives of his neighbors through his window. But what begins as idle curiosity soon spirals into suspicion. Jeffrey notices strange behavior from his neighbor Thorwald, sneaking out into the rain at night with large suitcases. He starts suspecting that Thorwald may have murdered his wife and disposed of the body. Kirk showcases his mastery in building suspenseful atmospheres in Rear Window. Through a unique use of camera perspective, he pulls the audience directly into Jeffrey's point of view, allowing us to peep into those seemingly ordinary yet secretly unsettling slices of life. His expert balance of long shots, close-ups, mid-shots, and wide angles creates both a visual feast and a deeply tense, nerve-wracking experience. Overall, Rear Window is an excellent piece of cinema. Of course, I still think my friend's work isn't without flaws. After all, voyeurism is, strictly speaking, illegal. This moral issue is an inherent, unfixable flaw. But from a filmmaking standpoint, it remains a remarkable piece of work. The film offers a dual thrill, both voyeuristic and suspenseful, while displaying Kirk's distinctive cinematic language and deep intellect. Even after his long absence from the industry, his technical prowess remains as sharp as ever. It's truly wonderful to see my old friend Kirk back in the film world. Director Kirk really hasn't lost his touch, huh? Even that old critic came out to praise him, Edward muttered with a sigh as he scrolled through the reviews. He had to admit, the reviewer's reputation was no joke. In the film industry, this critic was considered one of the senior voices with wide connections and immense credibility. Still, Edward wasn't particularly worried. The moral flaws of Rear Window were obvious. Unless someone wanted to directly oppose the League Films Ethics Board, the film could never win Best Picture. As long as there wasn't another masterpiece released this year, Edward was confident that his film would take the award. Boss, rule number 1 has finished filming and post-editing. Do you want to take a look? Zoroark walked in, holding a data drive in its claws. Edward blinked, momentarily recalling that Ghost Films no longer only had him as its sole director. Under his guidance, several other directors had also begun producing movies. Still, aside from a few who were already well-known, most of them were still far from reaching Edward's level. They had a long climb ahead. "Bring it here," Edward said, perking up a bit. Rule number 1 had originally been his own project. But back when the script was ready, he had been too busy shooting the Grudge 2 and managing Tommy's projects, so he had handed the script to one of his directors, Luis Roda, to handle instead. After that, he'd pretty much forgotten about it. Now, months later, it was actually finished. Zoroark handed over the edited film, and Edward decided to watch it right there in his office. As the movie began, the first thing that appeared on the black screen was a bold line of text. Rule number 1, there are no ghosts in this world. That single sentence immediately set the tone. Edward raised an eyebrow but didn't comment, simply continuing to watch patiently. Zoroark sat down beside him, equally curious about the film. Edward glanced at his partner but said nothing. He picked up Q, released Void from its Pokeball, and the three, 1 human and 2 Pokemon, settled in to watch together. The film wasn't particularly long, but once it ended, Edward's expression was complicated. He'd seen the original version of Rule number 1 back in his previous life, so he was very familiar with its structure and story beats. But Luis's version was markedly different. The result was oddly jarring, almost like watching 2 parallel versions of the same story. Still, Edward had to admit, Luis did an excellent job. He'd even woven in numerous Pokémon elements, which surprisingly enhanced the horror. "Not bad at all," Edward finally said, nodding in approval. "The idea of evil spirits possessing Pokémon instead of people, that's clever." In the original version, ghosts possessed humans and tormented their loved ones. But Luis, adapting Edward's script to fit the Pokémon world, had them possess Pokémon and then use those Pokémon to haunt their trainers. That twist wouldn't work in his previous world. At best, it would have turned into some bizarre pet horror splatter flick. But in the Pokémon world, it hit differently. Edward knew that the bond between Pokémon and their trainers was profound. Pokémon weren't just pets, they were family, lifelong partners. If in his previous life, losing one's parents meant losing one's sense of home, then in this world, people always had their Pokémon beside them. Some Pokémon could even live long enough to accompany multiple generations. That made them invaluable. So, when Luis introduced the concept of beloved Pokémon being possessed by malicious spirits and forced to commit horrifying acts, it struck deep. It made the horror far more personal, far more chilling. And considering how in Edward's past life there were already horror films aimed at pet lovers, this adaptation was a stroke of genius. Boss, between rule number 1 and the Grudge 2, which one should we release first? Zoroark asked after the credits rolled. Although the movie left it uneasy and heavy-hearted, it wasn't outright terrified, just deeply unsettled. The tone of despair throughout the film was suffocating, and the ending was far from a typical good triumphs over evil resolution. The protagonist got possessed in the end. It was downright bleak. The Grudge 2, Edward replied without hesitation. The timing was perfect. The Grudge 1 had been hugely successful, and even after its theatrical run ended, Ghost Films had continued making profits through DVD sales and paid online releases. It had been lucrative, and the cheaper online viewings meant even more people had watched it. Now, with The Grudge still hot in people's minds, it was the perfect time to push out The Grudge 2. Plus, it had finished filming earlier anyway. And so, The Grudge 2 was sent for review and approval. Meanwhile, Edward sat in his office, reviewing some financial reports. Zoroark and Kennedy had just finished calculating the cost of building a hospital. When Edward saw the figures, even he had to admit, he had underestimated it. "I knew hospitals were expensive," he muttered, "but this is ridiculous." The estimated cost came out to a staggering $2 billion Poké. Even for him, that was a jaw-dropping number. The medical equipment alone was outrageously priced, not to mention staff salaries and operational costs. Still, compared to his total assets, it wasn't much, barely a drop in the ocean. But Edward had no intention of using Devon Corporation's funds for this project. If his father found out, he'd definitely force him to return and take over the company. He wasn't ready for that, not until Fortune was properly trained to take over. $2 billion, and that's just the rough estimate, he sighed. If we go with top-tier medical equipment, the price will skyrocket even further. No wonder hospitals weren't something ordinary people could just start up. It was a colossal undertaking, even for him. Factoring in ongoing expenses, it would take years before the hospital could turn a profit. And if he stuck to his original idea of making it a low-cost public hospital, while still paying doctors fairly based on their skill levels, the break-even point would be even further away. But Edward didn't care. Money was still flowing in faster than he could spend it. Just the Tom and Jerry IP alone brought in nearly $1 billion Poké a year in pure profit. Sherlock Holmes added another $800 million. Of course, not all that money could be spent freely. Some went toward company growth, daily operations, and employee salaries and bonuses. Even so, pulling out $2 billion for charity was well within his means. After a moment of thought, Edward signed the approval document with a firm hand and placed it on the desk. Charity was something that had to be done. The Stone family was vast and powerful. Devon Corporation had become the Pokémon League's leading enterprise, glittering in both reputation and wealth. But behind that brilliance lurked danger. If the League ever decided to take action against them, they could still be in serious trouble. That was why his father had once told him, "The Stone family doesn't need to grow endlessly larger. True wisdom lies in staying low profile, building goodwill, and strengthening the foundation of Devon Corporation." Edward didn't argue with that. He never had ambitions of ruling the world or anything. With the wealth he already possessed, he could live comfortably for 100 lifetimes. All he really wanted was to keep making horror movies. "Boss, I'll start giving orders to move the hospital project forward then," Zoroark said, standing at attention as it looked down at the signed document. Its eyes were filled with awe. This was no small undertaking. Edward nodded. As Zoroark hurried off to get things in motion, Edward leaned back, pulled out his phone, and chatted lazily with Shizuka for a while before yawning and calling it a day. The Grudge 2's review would pass without issue. Once it did, they could start cutting trailers and building up hype. Though the sequel's story was more complicated, Edward wanted to see how the market would respond. If the box office stayed strong, The Grudge 3 would be next. His plan was to make The Grudge 3 based on the movie version of The Grudge 1, and then wrap up the series with The Grudge 4. Yes, technically speaking, The Grudge did have an ending. It was just that the series' popularity had been so overwhelming that studios kept milking it with sequels until it eventually became trash. In Edward's opinion, the true ending was actually The Grudge 2 film version, where Kayako, after becoming the Ghost Queen, reincarnated into a human and started a new life. In the final scene, she pushed her mother off a pedestrian bridge and walked away alone, free at last. That, he thought, was the perfect conclusion. He had no plans to continue it beyond that. The later installments might have been serviceable, but they were unnecessary. Still, he mused, thinking back to his trip to Kayako's world. Some of the poor souls he'd encountered there could make for interesting material someday. The Grudge 3 can wait until after Tomi, Edward said to himself, tapping his chin. Though I do wonder, after Tomi wraps up, will it hurt her popularity? After all, Tomi had become the top star of the Ghost amusement park, so popular that even talent scouts from the entertainment industry had started reaching out, hoping to sign her. Call me queen. Lately, there haven't been any really outstanding horror movies, huh? Ghost films, please save us. It's Crazy Friday, send me a movie ticket. The last time I went to a theater for a horror movie was for that one using the latest tech, Evil Spirit vs. the Doll. I have to admit, that new filming technology is amazing, so vivid, so real. Accelerating spiral ascension, so vivid and real as justice. Why watch horror movies when I could be watching special films instead? Beyond the Sea, haven't you seen the trailers? Ghost Films just dropped 2 horror movies. The Grudge 2 is coming out soon, and Rule Number 1 is scheduled for next year. It's Dr. Big Silver what? 2 movies? Director Edward is that productive. With the release of Ghost Films' 2 horror movie trailers, every horror enthusiast online instantly became excited. After all, Director Edward had already proven his mastery in the horror genre. His creativity and skill were unquestionable. So, people were naturally curious. Why was Edward suddenly making 2 movies at once? But soon, everyone realized that Edward had only directed one of them, The Grudge 2. The other, Rule Number 1, was directed by someone else under Ghost Films, though Edward had personally written the screenplay. Fortunately, the 2 movies were set to release at different times, sparing horror fans the struggle of deciding which one to watch first. On the internet, someone even started a challenge called Watch The Grudge 2 with a heart rate monitor and see who stays the calmest. Normally, such internet challenges wouldn't cause much of a stir. They came and went every week, but when a certain rich second-generation heir announced that the calmest viewer, with the lowest average heart rate, would win a car, the internet exploded. Baby, let's go see The Grudge 2 when it comes out. In the Paldea region's Yuva Academy, a girl looked eagerly at her boyfriend sitting beside her. Hearing her suggestion, Steve's expression turned helpless. His girlfriend might say she wanted to see it now, but back when they watched the first Grudge, she had been so terrified she crawled into his bed for an entire month. At first, Steve had been scared too, but after that month, he wasn't scared anymore. Now he was just physically exhausted. That kind of horror had real physical damage attached to it. He had never expected The Grudge to come with physical attacks. But you were completely terrified during the last one. Are you sure you want to see The Grudge 2? You're not scared? He asked suspiciously. May's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded seriously. I want to contribute to Director Edward's charity cause, she said, pulling out a reason no ordinary person could argue against. Steve's mouth twitched. He wasn't sure if she actually meant that, but there was no way to refute her without sounding like a bad boyfriend. Still, May seemed to sense his doubt. She stuck her tongue out playfully, her face blushing slightly as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Actually, I want to try winning that prize, she admitted shyly, looking down and tapping her toes on the floor. Didn't you say your mom's legs aren't doing well and she has trouble going out? I thought if I win the car, we could give it to her. Seeing her sincerity, Steve took a deep breath and bought 2 premiere tickets on the spot. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, Steve brought his girlfriend to the premiere screening. Unfortunately, they had to go to a more remote theater. All the prime locations had sold out within hours. But even in the smaller cinema, the seats filled up quickly. The more crowded it got, the happier Steve became. The Grudge 2 was, after all, a horror movie, and he'd rather watch it in a packed theater than in an empty one with just his girlfriend. His heart and body couldn't handle that kind of intimacy-driven terror again. Before the movie began, theater staff announced that they had installed real-time heart rate monitors in the seats. Everyone's heart data would be recorded automatically, and participants would receive a copy of their data after the film. The announcement got applause. Who didn't love a free raffle with prizes? Then, as the lights dimmed and the familiar Ghost Films Pictures logo flickered onto the black screen, the entire cinema went silent. Steve felt his girlfriend's hand grip his tightly. As the film began, the master-level cinematography quickly pulled him straight into the world of the Grudge. In The Grudge 2, the story once again revolved around Kayako's curse, a curse born of hatred so deep that it would never fade. From the moment Suzuki Tatsuya brought his sister to inspect that haunted house, their fates were sealed. Kayako, a woman brutally murdered due to domestic strife, had left behind a lingering grudge so strong that it haunted the very walls of her former home. Anyone connected to it would inevitably meet tragedy. Steve summarized this silently in his mind, though what truly caught his attention was that infamous haunted house. Ever since the first Grudge came out, that house design had gone out of style. Short-term rental owners had been forced to slash prices dramatically. Back then, Steve had managed to rent such a place for only $30 a night, and, well, let's just say that week had been something else. Now, he wondered if The Grudge 2 would have a similar effect. If so, they could save a lot on future trips. Hotels were expensive, especially on holidays. The story began with a real estate agent named Suzuki Tatsuya taking over the cursed Siki property, a house notorious for mysterious deaths and eerie rumors. Hoping to uncover the truth, he enlisted the help of his psychic sister, Kyoko. As they entered the home, Steve's girlfriend whispered under her breath, "Don't go in there." But, of course, the characters couldn't hear her. And in they went. Kyoko discovered that Kayako and her son Toshio had died violently in that house, and their hatred had turned into a powerful curse. Kayako's spirit hadn't found peace. Instead, it now hunted anyone who stepped into the house. As Kyoko's investigation deepened, she witnessed horrifying phenomena, pale handprints appearing on windows, disembodied whispers echoing through empty rooms. When Kyoko finally saw Kayako bending down to stare directly at her, the entire cinema erupted in screams. But that was only the beginning. "Kyoko, did you bring your Pokémon?" Tatsuya asked nervously. Kyoko nodded and released her partner, a Banette, a ghost-type Pokémon known for its vengeful nature. Yet the moment Banette appeared, it let out a chilling scream and instantly retreated back into its Pokeball, refusing to come out no matter how Kyoko called. The siblings fell into uneasy silence. Realizing they couldn't count on help from Banette, Kyoko prepared some sake, a ritual precaution, and warned her brother to be careful. "If the tenants drink it and say it tastes fine, then we're safe," she said. But Kyoko hadn't accounted for human greed. When it came to cheap housing, people would say anything, and not everyone believed in curses. Days later, Kyoko received a call from her brother. A family named Kiteda had moved into the house. They'd drunk the sake and said it tasted fine. Still, Kyoko couldn't shake her unease, so she went to the Siki house after work, only to find Mrs. Kiteda staring blankly into space, her eyes hollow. Kyoko's heart went cold. She knew then Kayako had not spared them. Meanwhile, tragedy struck the Kiteda family. After receiving Kayako's diary and Toshio's drawings, Mrs. Kitada's mind twisted. She turned on her husband, killing him with a frying pan. Their once peaceful home descended into chaos. Elsewhere, Tatsuya noticed his son Nobuyuki behaving strangely. Realizing the curse might have spread to them, he contacted Kyoko again, desperate for a way to break it. He even hired several experienced ghost-type trainers to help investigate the house, but every one of them died, their Pokémon torn apart. This sequence, Edward later revealed, was based on a real event he'd encountered in the original Grudge world. Back then, he had been living temporarily in the Siki home, playing games with Toshio. With Edward around, both Kayako and Toshio were unusually calm. As long as outsiders didn't enter uninvited, they rarely killed. But some people just couldn't resist tempting fate. One night, Edward was sleeping in the living room. Kayako had offered him the bedroom, but he'd refused out of politeness. Suddenly, he heard someone trying to pick the lock. Kayako and Toshio crouched silently behind the door. When Edward woke, Kayako even smiled faintly and pointed to the door. He shook his head. Out of respect, Kayako sealed the lock with her psychic power to warn the intruder away. But the fools outside kicked the door open anyway. Edward didn't stop them. That night, he witnessed firsthand how Kayako killed. In the movies, her killings were usually left unseen. The camera would linger on her crawling closer. The victim's screams would echo. Then the screen would fade to black, leaving the horror to the imagination. But this time, Edward saw it with his own eyes. Kayako stuffed one man alive into a drainpipe, while another burglar was strangled to death by her hair as Toshio played video games nearby. The corpses vanished into Kayako's spectral realm, just 2 more souls among countless others. As for the Pokémon deaths, Edward kept them vague in the film. In the Pokémon world, people had deep affection for Pokémon. Showing such cruelty too directly would be too disturbing. The mysterious disappearances terrified Tatsuya. Kyoko's investigation soon revealed an even darker truth. Everyone who had ever been connected to the Siki house had either died or gone missing. And she and her brother had both entered that house. Kyoko tried to communicate with Kayako through her psychic powers, but the hatred was too deep. Kayako was like a bottomless pit, devouring everything that came near. Soon, Kayako began another massacre. Even Manami appeared briefly, showing off her new ghost-type victim, proving Kayako's curse was now stronger than ever. Edward had even considered filming a scene of Kayako tearing apart a legendary Pokémon, just to show how unstoppable she had become, but he decided against it. He knew some of those legendaries were petty. By the time the film ended, the audience sat trembling in their seats, drained and pale. Only when the credits rolled did they finally feel alive again. Baby," May whimpered, eyes wet with tears. Steve sighed heavily. He already knew what was coming. May had probably booked a room again. There was no escaping tonight. "Ladies and gentlemen, we've finished collecting your heart rate data," announced a staff member as workers began handing out printed results. The atmosphere lightened immediately. "Yeah, no chance." Steve looked at his chart. His heart rate had been through the roof the whole movie. May smiled sweetly as she showed him hers, just as bad. "Don't worry," she said softly, holding his hand. "Even if we don't win, we'll work hard and buy one ourselves someday." Steve smiled faintly. She was right. Depending on luck was foolish. It was better to work hard and earn it themselves. The explosive success of The Grudge 2 was entirely within Edward's expectations. After all, the sequel's quality was exceptionally solid, and it was only natural for the market to embrace it. Moreover, the first Grudge had already built a rock-solid foundation for the series. Therefore, when The Grudge 2 broke $250 million in box office revenue on its very first week, Edward wasn't surprised in the slightest. After all, The Grudge had long been hailed as one of the scariest horror movies in the world. That ranking came from a movie website that had once conducted a massive survey, gathering over 1 million votes. The final result placed The Grudge at the very top as the most terrifying horror film. Of course, Edward had modestly commented that it was merely one of the most terrifying horror films, not the most. In his past life, there had never been a definite answer to the question of which film was the scariest. After all, fear was subjective. Everyone had their own definition of what was truly horrifying. But in this world, at least for now, The Grudge truly stood as the most frightening and unsettling horror movie. Its success mirrored the acclaim it had achieved in Edward's previous life, so he remained calm and composed about it. At this moment, Edward was sitting cross-legged in the grass of Petalburg Woods, playing a card game with Jengar. "Jengar, it's your turn. Why are you taking so long to play your card?" Edward looked helplessly at the Pokémon across from him. Jengar scratched its head awkwardly, then glanced again at the cards in its hand. On one card was a chibi-styled Jengar illustration with several lines of text printed below it. "Overlord, when you are about to be attacked, you may summon all Pokémon from the Hoenn region's factions to help you evade the attack. Count it as a successful dodge. Gluttony, gain the card that inflicted damage to you. But wait, how come when you attacked me, nobody came to help me dodge?" Jengar asked in confusion. Edward's mouth twitched slightly as he looked around. Right now, there were only 4 of them present: himself, Jengar, Zoroark, and the old butler Robert. "Because that's an overlord skill," Edward explained patiently. "You have to be an overlord to use it. Since there are only a few of us here, we're just playing a simple battle mode free-for-all. I attack you, you attack Zoroark, Zoroark attacks Grandpa Robert, and Grandpa Robert attacks me. Got it?" He sighed as he explained. This whole thing was Edward's own creation, a Pokémon World version of a Three Kingdoms card battle game. In his previous life, despite the original game having a ton of negative press, it had somehow continued to thrive, proving its incredible money-making potential. Edward's goal, however, wasn't simply profit. He wanted to build a charity hospital in every region, and he didn't intend to use Devon Corporation's funds for that. To make this happen, he decided to earn the money himself, and this card game would be his first step toward that goal. "Then why are your abilities so strong?" Jengar asked suspiciously. Edward glanced at the card lying on his camping mat. It featured an Alakazam belonging to the Kanto faction, with 2 powerful abilities. Future Sight, at the start of your turn, you may look at the top X cards of the deck and rearrange, or place them at the bottom of the deck. Mystery, when you have no cards in hand, you cannot be targeted by attacks or duels. "Because I made the game," Edward said calmly, "so of course I know which cards to pick." Jengar's face darkened, literally. It started attacking Edward wildly, making him both amused and exasperated. This mischievous ghost always threw the rules out the window whenever it got angry, attacking recklessly just for the fun of it. Still, Edward didn't really mind. He was here partly to bond with Jengar and partly to test whether his card game idea had market potential. From the looks of it, things weren't bad so far. He just didn't know how well it would do once released publicly. If possible, Edward planned to start by promoting it online. After all, the Pokémon world had a massive online community, and launching it digitally would be much simpler than arranging a physical release. He could just pour money into advertisements and buy exposure. That was the fastest and most direct marketing strategy. In his previous life, some terrible, money-grabbing games had used the same tactic, and to his disbelief, it actually worked. The results were astonishing, and countless copycats followed in their wake. "I'm done. Not playing anymore." After 5 consecutive losses, Jengar finally gave up. Zoroark still looked like it wanted another round, while Butler Robert had a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he had just realized something. "Jengar, what do you think of the game?" Edward asked with a grin. Jengar's face immediately drooped, literally fell to the ground, creating a creepy sight that made everyone else uneasy. "Jengar's too weak. How am I supposed to play like this? And I'm Jengar. How is that Alakazam stronger than me?" Jengar protested furiously. As an Apex Jengar, it prided itself on its overwhelming power. Even an Alakazam shouldn't stand a chance against it, but in this game, it couldn't even touch Alakazam. How is that fair? Edward chuckled helplessly. Still, overall, his game, Pokémon Brawl Royale, was shaping up nicely. Unlike his past life's version of a certain thriving card game, the Pokémon world had an abundance of Pokémon to choose from. That meant he didn't have to worry about running out of iconic characters or having obscure ones overshadow the famous ones later on. "Don't worry," Edward reassured Jengar. All characters will be balanced at first, each with their own strengths. Later on, we'll naturally release stronger ones. He already had a plan for Gengar too. He'd simply introduce a Mega Gengar version later on, buffed with increased range and an effect like, whenever you take damage, all players draw a card. That would definitely satisfy Gengar. Of course, such powerful effects could also be reserved for legendary Pokémon. They fit the role better anyway, and with flashy visual effects, the game could easily rake in tons of money. After all, the development costs were low, just server maintenance and operations would take up funds. The rest was pure profit. Edward planned to use the revenue to fund his hospitals. As for officially entering the gaming industry, that was something he wasn't considering for now. Devon Corporation already had its hands in many industries. It was better to keep a low profile than to flaunt their success. "Boss, can I appear on one of the cards?" Zoroark asked excitedly. Edward nodded. Of course Zoroark could. The only tricky part was the Hisuian form. Ever since Zoroark's true origins became a topic of debate, many Pokémon researchers had wanted to study it. After all, a Pokémon that had survived since ancient times was a scientific marvel. Naturally, Edward refused every single request. If he hadn't, Zoroark probably wouldn't even be able to use the bathroom without a research team following it around. Watching Zoroark jump up and down in excitement, Edward smiled faintly. In a way, this was a kind of data collection too. If even Zoroark found the idea so appealing, the public would likely enjoy it even more once it hit the market. Zoroark, Edward asked, if this became a mobile game, what kind of microtransaction system do you think players would actually enjoy? Something they'd be happy to spend on without feeling exploited? Zoroark perked up immediately. This Pokémon was a seasoned mobile gamer. Edward himself played games too, but he preferred PC titles. "Boss, you mean, you actually want to make this into a game?" Zoroark asked in surprise. Edward nodded, of course. Why else would he spend so much time designing it? For fun? Zoroark fell silent, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Edward handed him a document, a monetization plan he drafted based on his experiences in his past life. It was a system he himself could accept. First, there would definitely be a monthly pass, the standard of almost every mobile game. Except for buy-to-play single-player games or ad-supported casual titles, nearly every online mobile game had one. Next came battle passes and season passes. Beyond that, Edward only included a few in-game bundles, with the main source of profit being skins. These hadn't been designed yet, he only had the concept, but his goal was clear. The skins needed to be so visually stunning that players would instantly want to buy them the moment they saw them. "Boss, you're saying the game launches with 200 free pulls? Are you serious or just playing word games?" Zoroark asked skeptically as she read the promo slogan. As a veteran mobile gamer, she'd seen too many fake promises, games advertising 100 free summons at launch, only for players to find out those were spread across a week or locked behind endless missions. "Of course it's real," Edward replied calmly. 200 summons right off the bat. Statistically, that's enough to collect almost every Pokémon card available. He had no intention of squeezing money from the base content. Everyone would have access to the same cards. The real profits would come later, especially from skins. After all, when players saw someone else's animated skin while theirs stood still, the temptation to spend would be irresistible, as long as the prices were fair. Zoroark swallowed hard. Such generosity was rare. As a player, this was great news. She couldn't wait to dive in and play right now. Young Master Edward, Butler Robert spoke up. Devon Corporation already owns several game development studios, including a few focused on mobile games and even a dedicated art team. Edward nodded. Of course he knew that. Since the initial feedback seemed promising, he could proceed to officially bring Pokémon Brawl Royale to the world. While the Grudge 2 continued its box office domination, a previously unknown game company called Bandai Namco suddenly announced a new dual-platform release, both mobile and PC versions launching simultaneously. Normally, such a release wouldn't attract much attention. After all, there were far too many games these days. But soon after, a tidal wave of advertising blanketed the internet. Within hours, it was everywhere. No matter what website people visited, they would see it. Bro, who can understand this pain? I went to a special site to do some ahem studying, and even there, the Pokémon Brawl Royale ad popped up. Don't even start. I've seen that ad at least 10 times today. Seriously, what's this Bonsai Namco company? Where do they get all this money? 200 free summons at launch? Yeah, right. Probably locked behind story missions again. Though the comments were mixed, Edward didn't mind. Controversy was still publicity. In this era, even negative buzz was better than obscurity. Rather than waiting for word of mouth to spread slowly, it was better to just burn money on exposure. Sure, it would annoy some people, but it would make the game famous instantly. And amidst all that heated debate, the game's official launch day finally arrived. Hey everyone, it's Asher here. On the Pokehead network, a well-known streamer had just started his broadcast titled Pokémon Brawl Royale First Day Review. As soon as his stream went live, viewers poured in. Asher was one of the platform's most recognized reviewers, known for his honest evaluations of new games. Thanks to the massive advertising campaign, people were dying to see what this game was really like. So, as you all know, Asher said cheerfully, "Today we're checking out the game that's been all over the internet, Pokémon Brawl Royale." It officially launched this morning at 10 a.m. He clicked download. 15 seconds later, the process was complete. That's it? The game's only about 2 gigabytes? That's surprisingly small, though I'll admit, that also makes me a bit worried about what's inside. Asher chuckled. True, every new game I've downloaded this year has been massive. Some mobile games are basically PC size now. Big files equals good games. Yeah, right? File size doesn't matter. What counts is whether it's fun. Agreed. Fun is what defines a real game. The chat scrolled rapidly with comments. As Asher registered an account and entered the game, the tutorial began, and to his surprise, it was actually interesting. Hey, not bad. Let's see what happens after the wait. What the hell? The game isn't designed to be overly complex. It's just about making money. Wait, they're actually giving away 200 free draws? Don't tell me that once you enter the gacha system, it's split into separate banners, like a limited banner and a standard one. Asher was visibly surprised, though he still carried a trace of skepticism in his tone. After all, he'd seen enough of such marketing tricks before. These days, there were too many of those kinds of games. The standard banner was always filled with junk, or the drop rates were deliberately lowered, while the limited banner contained all the good stuff. If you didn't spend money, you could forget about pulling anything decent. However, once he actually opened the gacha screen, he was stunned to find that there really wasn't any such division. There was only one universal pool. Out of curiosity, Asher decided to test it once. When he finished pulling, he was dumbfounded. His entire Pokédex had been unlocked, and every single Pokémon was available for use. Well then, I'll admit this game is surprisingly generous in some ways. Of course, I can already tell how they plan to make money. They're banking on skin sales. You can even buy a monthly pass. I calculated it. If you save up your monthly rewards, you can afford one skin. Asher spoke with disbelief, though his tone carried genuine admiration. In an industry where most game developers treated their players like disposable wallets, it was truly rare to see a company stand up and do something like this. Not only that, but the rewards were generous, the pull rates weren't stingy. And even the skins were exquisitely crafted. Without hesitation, Asher immediately recharged his account and bought every skin available, before diving straight into the game. The more he played, the more fun it became, and his live stream's viewership began to climb steadily. Not gonna lie, this game actually looks pretty fun. Plus, each match doesn't take too long, perfect for us players who only have fragmented time. I think the game's mechanics are really clever too. For example, the Hoenn region Pokémon seem to focus more on resource gain after taking damage. When to take damage and when to avoid it, that's all about player strategy and mind games. And the skin quality is just insane. What else can I say? I'm in top-up time. Take my money already. Ha ha. Everyone look. This round, I'm ready to go on a killing spree, Asher shouted excitedly. He was completely fired up now. Similar scenes were happening in the live streams of other gaming influencers as well. Within a short time, Pokémon Brawl Royale had exploded across the gaming industry, instantly becoming the latest sensation. Boss, who did you hire to draw the game characters? The art is just god tier. At the company cafeteria, Zoroark said excitedly while eating. Edward, chewing a mouthful of rice, casually muttered the artist's name in reply. In truth, that artist wasn't an individual freelancer. Edward had outsourced the entire project to the professionals under the Devon Corporation, and they had done an exceptional job, far exceeding expectations. Edward himself was very satisfied with the results. Besides, in the Pokémon world, there weren't as many politically charged constraints or sensitivity issues to worry about. Edward didn't have to tiptoe around inclusivity or correctness. He could design everything exactly as he envisioned. So, the game's explosive popularity felt perfectly natural. Because of that, the bulk of Pokémon Brawl Royale's data consisted of voice lines and skin resources. The actual card data wasn't all that heavy. Edward planned to gradually expand the roster over time by importing more Pokémon into the system and slowly broadening the card pool. Later, when the older Pokémon's power levels started to fall behind, he could always introduce breakthrough evolutions, Mega Pokémon, Dynamax Pokémon, and so on. All of those were viable monetization routes, and Edward was genuinely looking forward to exploring them. Boss, are we planning to shift the company's focus into the gaming industry from now on? Zoroark put down its phone after finishing a match, in which it had played the role of a traitor and successfully stirred chaos to eliminate the reigning champion. Right after the match, its friend request list was glowing red, clearly from some frustrated player hoping to discuss the match outcome. But what it really wanted to know was something else. After all, only by clarifying this issue could Zoroark properly prepare the necessary follow-up work. If the boss truly intended to pivot into gaming, then as his secretary, it had to immediately start compiling reports, data, and intelligence for him. That was what a competent secretary should do. No, not really. I'm not planning any industry shift. Releasing this game was just a quick way to make some money. Edward smiled calmly, showing no particular enthusiasm about it. To him, this whole project had always been just a means of profit, nothing more. His real focus remained firmly on filmmaking. As for the gaming side, maybe he'd take a look at it again in the future. For now, Edward had no intention of stretching himself across too many industries. That would just be unnecessarily troublesome. Zoroark nodded, understanding, then went back to eating while watching videos online between bites. Edward, meanwhile, was also on his phone, but he was browsing through movie reviews for The Grudge 2. The release of The Grudge 2 had been a major event in the film industry. Naturally, reviews of all kinds flooded in, some praised it lavishly, others tore into it harshly. Edward, however, wasn't particularly bothered. After all, there was no such thing as a movie that everyone liked. People's tastes differed. What one viewer found brilliant, another might find disgusting or nonsensical. Such polarization was normal. So Edward didn't find it strange that some had issues with The Grudge 2. In fact, he was reading through the negative reviews with some amusement. In my opinion, The Grudge 2 is director Edward's weakest film yet. It scares for the sake of scaring, and many of its plot points simply don't hold up under scrutiny, like why Suzuki Tatsuya, after learning from his sister how dangerous the cursed house was, still chose to go in. Or why would Suzuki Kyoko, a supposed spiritual medium who sensed the danger, not immediately flee, but instead stay behind, even opening the door to check what was happening behind her? It's beyond belief. Honestly, any sane person, upon hearing strange noises and seeing light coming from their closet, would grab their nephew and get out of that cursed place. No one would actually stay to investigate. Well, they're not wrong, Edward muttered as he chewed his food. But sometimes, films just have to bend logic for the sake of the plot. That was the truth. Movies, especially horror movies, often had to prioritize storytelling over realism. Still, Edward knew that, in this world, there really were people whose brains didn't work quite right. For example, Back when he had visited the Grudge's world himself, that cursed house was the definition of a death trap. Countless people had already died there, even kind-hearted folks who went in just to help others. All of them perished without exception at Kayako's hands. So yes, that house reeked of death and misfortune. Anyone with a shred of sense wouldn't step foot inside, but there were always fools who did, for one absurd reason or another. Some even broke in to rob the place. So in a way, he thought, maybe Kyoko's reckless behavior was simply part of her character. Of course, Edward didn't bother explaining that publicly, too troublesome. The film was finished, and fans were already arguing in the comment section on their own. Let them debate it out. The Grudge 2, 300,000 fear points. His fear points had already climbed to 300,000. Seeing the new lottery option available, Edward felt a twinge of temptation. But after thinking it over, he decided to wait until The Grudge 2 had officially finished screening. Once that was done, he could start preparing for the release of Rule Number 1. If Rule Number 1 could also generate fear points, then that would mean Edward had unlocked an entirely new method of harvesting fear energy. I just wonder if completing that movie will grant me another chance to travel to that world. If so, maybe I could ask someone to film Star Wars or Starship Troopers next. It'd be pretty cool to visit those worlds myself. Edward rubbed his hands together excitedly. At this point in his life, money had lost most of its allure. He could finally understand why so many people who got rich overnight, like those who became wealthy from land demolitions, often fell apart soon after. For some, having too much money made them careless with it. For others, it attracted predators eager to exploit them. Looking at his phone, Edward sighed. During the production of The Grudge 2, he had met a new in-game friend, someone wealthy, generous, and seemingly straightforward, the kind of person Edward liked to befriend. But now, reading the report his old butler had sent, Edward could only shake his head. He knew all too well that there were people out there who preyed specifically on the rich, waiting like vultures for a chance to bleed them dry. In his previous life, a middle school classmate of his had gone through something similar. That classmate's family home had been demolished, turning him into a demolition-rich kid overnight. Once a quiet, awkward student, he suddenly became the class's local tycoon and the self-proclaimed godfather of several boys. But within a year, the fortune was gone. His father had been lured into gambling, lost everything, and the family went bankrupt, reduced from living in a mansion to a shabby second-hand apartment. Edward had learned all this later when they reconnected. The boy had dropped out of high school and was working in a factory just to support his family. It was true, sudden wealth rarely lasted. If a person couldn't guard their fortune, they'd lose it within 3 generations or sooner. Someone was always waiting to drag them down, through gambling, drugs, or other traps. Countless demolition heirs ended up worse off than before. These days, being rich really is dangerous, Edward muttered with a sigh. Luckily, his own strength was enough to protect him. Glancing at the clock, he realized that time was running short. The filming, editing, and release of The Grudge 2 had taken a lot of time, and now, the date of the meteor's arrival was drawing near. By my calculations, it's about time to head for Moss Deep City. Edward sighed, shoveling down the rest of his meal. On the bright side, once he went to deal with the meteor crisis, he'd finally have an excuse to pause all work. After all, compared to saving the Hoenn region, everything else seemed trivial. Zoroark, I'll be leaving for a while. Not sure when I'll be back. Keep the company running as usual, but pause all projects that directly involve me. Tell Kennedy about it. He'll understand. Edward's tone was calm and steady. Zoroark froze for a second, then nodded and made a note of it. Resting his chin in his hand, Edward thought to himself, saving the world, well, it's basically just another day's work. For him, it was almost as casual as grabbing milk tea after office hours. He already knew the story's plot. Still, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. This was real life, after all, and reality didn't always play out like a game. Just like how the future had once ended up affecting the past, nearly exposing him in front of Cyrus. Hopefully this time, there won't be any unexpected villains getting dragged into the mix, Edward muttered uncertainly. But speculation wouldn't help, so he simply yawned, got up, and left the office. He intended to check whether the spacesuit was ready yet. Just as he took out his phone to make a call, his older brother's number flashed on the screen. It was Stephen. His tone was unusually serious as he informed Edward that the Moss Deep Rocket Center had finished developing the custom space suit he requested and told him to come over immediately. Edward paused for a moment, then agreed without hesitation. In the end, someone had to do this. In the game, the protagonist was the one who saved the world. But here, in reality, it seemed that destiny had chosen him for the job. Well, things have come to this. Might as well save the world. Stretching lazily, Edward picked up Q, gathered his Pokémon, and boarded the League's private jet bound for Moss Deep.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.